cry of an angel clad in clothes, or sufferings of a man with an angel instead of a soul. To whom and why am I writing these lines? Most likely to myself. Abiding in a holy place for years, just twice have I been recognized, and only by the people with soul that is, by God's will, free from the mind. A human mind is a stumbling stone, perhaps an entire cliff facing the soul. One cannot go around or leap over it, to climb up over sharp stones, scraping your nails until they bleed and falling down the slippery ledges. Sweet from the mind, then to get up anew, having regained spiritual strength, and crawl again, is not for everyone, for it's so lovely, cozy, sweet and warm at the cliff's foot. The mind of frail clothes creates illusions of anything you wish for, so long as you keep wishing. Wishing for earthly love with a blazing heart, for children to prolong your clan, for wealth, for fame, it's all the same, so long as you keep wishing, 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 and it will all be given. In one illusion or another, it matters not, so long as you keep wishing, wishing, wishing for the earthly. But it's so hard, cry many people. No, it's not. So many times I've put the clothes on. I've roamed an endless road with just a staff, feeding the flesh with only what I found. I was a king and ruled for long over the countless peoples, and every time the clothing was too tight, it hampered me and hindered me from living. It shook with fear and got sick, and like all others, at first it wished for much until I tamed it. That wild beast, of which all clothes are woven, fears just its master, just the soul. But many fear the soul more than the beast, the soul that hinders their lives just like the clothing hinders mine. I cannot understand such people. To trade all of eternity for only just one instant, what is the point here? To suffer in the arms of the beast's skin, to serve the clothes decaying day by day. Is life in this? Life is infinite. It has no suffering. It does not tear, for it's impossible to wear out the soul. The clothing has no home. There's just a closet where it is kept for only a short while. Only the soul has a true home, and it's the soul that, yearning for eternity, begets this sense of home for which man searches his entire life. Rigdon Japo. Over the years that passed after the first books had been published, many events have happened which convinced me once again that a sincere desire of a single person to help people, together with his or her real actions and self-perfection, do bear surprisingly wonderful fruit. And it's not even about the books as reading matter, but rather about comprehension and putting the knowledge given in them into practice. A book is a means of transferring the knowledge not in the sense of property or one's own conclusion, but as wisdom from above that passes through centuries. The wisdom like an open gate for entering into that wonderful higher state of spirituality through which the insight comes from the One who created everything, the wisdom that always was, is, and will be, even when the memory of its human conductors vanishes in the dust of ages. It is this wisdom, like a genuine seed, that gives good seedlings in a person, helping him to free his mind from the niche of human fears and narrow vaults of darkness of delusions, to overcome the solidity of material thinking, and to discover the boundless realm of cognizing the truth. It helps him to rise above his earthly selfhood and to see the world from the height of spiritual view without prejudices and material blinders. The wisdom endows a person with sincerity and a sense of purpose, enriches him with comprehension, and raises the level of his responsibility for the spiritual quality of his life. This eternal wisdom for a spiritual person is like vivifying water for a ripe ear of wheat grown from a good grain. It allows one to realize the root of human troubles and to improve the atmosphere of one's spiritual life. It gives the main keys to understanding the complex reality of a human being and the world, and serves as the source of creating unique conditions for the human being to shape a spiritual society in the cruel world of the material animal mind. The eternal wisdom allows the human being to transform himself spiritually and to know the hidden essence of past and future events. This wisdom is precisely the constructive principle created by him, which opens for each person who has accepted it the path to his eternity. Rigdon. There is an essential difference between those who ask questions from the mind and those who are guided by the thirst of searching for the truth. In the world, they only teach intellect, memory, and knowledge that comes from logic. Whereas when cognizing the truth, one must master elevated stage of self-perfection, awareness, and understanding of those deepest spiritual feelings that emanate from the soul. After all, the spiritual experience lies beyond the boundaries of the mind. Anastasia. Yes, you have mentioned this before. However, it is only now, after years of working on myself each day, once I've started to feel and understand information in a comprehensive way, that I've realized in practice what this spiritual experience, which lies beyond the mind, is. The spiritual understanding of the world and myself helped me a lot in this, thanks to the unique knowledge which has been entering the world through you. Not that many years have passed since the publication of the first books, through which spiritual grains of wisdom have been shared with people. People welcome the books with more than just gratitude. Encountering this wisdom, the souls of many of them, like a plucked string, are making an audible triumphant sound. Even more than that, these books are making even those people hesitate in their choice in whose consciousness the animal nature dominates. People started to work on themselves more diligently, to try to control their thoughts, to understand the direction in which to go in their development and the essence of their spiritual needs, and to see the eternal grains in the traditional beliefs. Readers of these books did not just start awakening, they began growing spiritually, and this can be traced by the evolution of their questions. The first question that is usually rashly asked by the majority of the human mind is whether the main characters of the book really exist or not, and whether they are fiction or truth, particularly the main character Sensei, Rigdon smiled in a friendly way. Others, feeling inner heartfelt joy, hastened to ask a question in the format of the consumer thinking template. I've read the latest book. When will the next one come out? Still others attempt to do the spiritual practice described in the books, in fact, without changing their material priorities, so they are in a state of constantly arguing with themselves. And questions coming from them are of the same nature. I've been doing spiritual practices, but no miracle is happening, and nothing in my life is changing. Rigdon. The human being is dual in nature. The human mind can easily shift from one extreme to another, thus creating chaos and instability. The outer is just a reflection of the inner. Anastasia. But there are those who got imbued with the depth of the knowledge. This has profoundly changed their lives. They do not need any proof of the evidence that the spiritual prevails over the logic of the mind. They are firm in their life choice. Such people are pure in their souls, and their consciousness is not bogged down in the behavior patterns of world egocentrism and personal doubts. They are like lotus flowers. Once they are lit up with the sun's rays, they reach out for light. This is why the quality of their questions regarding the inner is completely different. Their questions come neither from logic nor from the human mind, but rather from the deepest feelings, as if invisible communication is taking place between souls. Rigdon. The deepest feelings are exactly the special language that differs from the human one. When the person overcomes the lowest of the low within himself, works on himself each day, develops and transforms himself spiritually as a human being, he becomes enlightened. When the person evolves spiritually, he encounters questions from his mind. Experience in spiritual practices makes him aware of the fact that his material brain is limited in its perception and is a part of the body. The body is perishable and finite. As for the soul dwelling inside him, it is invisible, yet eternal. He understands that it is impossible to precisely express the experience of his feelings in the words of the mind. After all, spiritual practices are only tools that help to reveal, know, and unfold the deepest human feelings, through which his communication with the superiors from the beyond takes place in their language, the language of deepest feelings. That is why the divine cannot be spoken of directly, since any thought would be just an allegory. For the divine is a different language, a language not of the mind, but of the deepest feelings, which is understood by the soul of any person. It is the universal language of human souls. This is exactly the language of truth. Anastasia. Yes, such experience indeed comes with practice. I have come to understand that there is a significant difference between associations of the mind and understanding specifically with the deepest feelings. It is difficult to share your own experience in words, although people who are on the same spiritual wavelengths with you understand you without any words. Rigdon. The question of how to share one's spiritual experience and explain the genuine reality to people has always troubled those who have truly known the truth. It's difficult to convey the substance of personal spiritual experience in words because it is an experience of cognition of an entirely different world, which is unlike the material one. In other words, everything you say will be interpreted by the material thinking through the prism of experience of this world and consequently will either be misunderstood or distorted in perception. Furthermore, out of thousands of listeners, Only a few will actually hear. The rest will not benefit from this. After all, the facets of reality are known only to the one whose eye is observing it. Anastasia. There are also readers with a rich life experience. By human standards, they have succeeded in many things in their lives, achieved much, and got the opportunity to change a lot in the world around them. The knowledge has touched their soul, but the resonance arising from their learnedness does not give them peace of mind. And though they ask questions from the logic based on their life experiences, yet the essence of their inquiries comes from the spiritual. It feels that such people want to know the answer, not because of an idle brain, but because they want to change the world for the better. I considered one of such questions important and essential enough to address it to you, for the answer to it may fundamentally change people's worldview and influence the global choice of the civilization. The question is as follows. Is there such knowledge which people will not be able to use for military purposes, but which will be able to shake up the official sciences and lead an inquisitive mind to a direct scientific proof of the origin of the material world from the spiritual world, that is, the creation of the world by God? Rigdon. Yes, I see this question coming from a person who yearns for the truth. Well, if people are already asking such a question, it means that it is time to reveal the answer to it. Yes, such knowledge does exist. It relates to the branch of astronomy, or rather the sciences of astrophysics, which studies phenomena in outer space as well as the evolution and interactions of celestial bodies and their systems. Taking into account that at the current stage of its development, astrophysics uses new discoveries in modern physics as well as the most recent achievements of the scientific and technical advances. The information which will enrich it will consequently in many ways aid the development of physics itself, as the science studying the general patterns of natural phenomena. And if people understand the laws of physics deeply enough, they will be able to arrive by means of science to the real proof that the spiritual world is primary and the material world is secondary. Consequently, this will change the quality and the meaning of human life and will open another way to the attainment of the truth, mainly through science. Anastasia. This knowledge would indeed be very timely. As far as I know, astrophysicists have been trying to research the issues of evolution and to answer the perennial question, what was and what will be. However, despite the present leap in science, it is quite difficult for people to do that, and there are many reasons for that. It is known that today the knowledge about stars is, in many respects, based on the spectral analysis of electromagnetic radiation of celestial objects, that is, on the information received thanks to the study of weak flows of electromagnetic waves coming from celestial objects to the Earth. And all of these, besides the visible light, including radio waves, infrared, ultraviolet, X-rays, and gamma radiation, are electromagnetic waves of a different wavelength, which are either shorter or longer than the rays that are visible to the human eye. Generally speaking, whatever instruments people have invented, thanks to the latest scientific breakthroughs, is what they saw. Rigdon. Among the cosmic ocean of a multitude of waves of all different kinds of natures, these electromagnetic waves, which are known to the present-day science, occupy by spectrum just a small interval of radiation. Anastasia. That's the problem. After all, the work of modern physicists is similar to the person who attempts to find out what the whole present world is like by looking through a narrow slit, which shows just a limited area, and then only of the distant past and not the present, not to mention the future. If you ask yourself what light is, according to the present-day science, the answer will be that, in a narrow sense of this notion, light is electromagnetic waves within the frequency range perceived by the human eye. In a broader sense, it is optical radiation. Considering the speed of light known to scientists, it is no wonder that they see many phenomena related to stars as something that happened a long time ago. Thus, in fact, they are observing the processes that took place millions of years ago. Rigden, smiling, indeed, when the species of Homo sapiens did not yet exist on this planet. Anastasia, that is interesting. Scientists believe that modern humans appeared up to 40,000 years ago, and the first authentic Homo sapiens as a representative of the human race on Earth appeared about 2 million years ago. And if we consider that it takes more than 2 million years for the light of, let's say, the Great Andromeda Nebula, as one of the neighboring galaxies, to reach us, it really turns out that we see not what is there now, but what was there at the time when there wasn't even a hint of the human presence on Earth. Rigden, quite true. And what can be said about distant extragalactic objects? People see them as they were billions of years ago. Stars, even the ones that have the shortest of lives, exist much longer compared to the human civilization. I am not even talking about an ordinary person as an intelligent individual who during his fleeting existence often does not realize his true purpose, let alone something greater. His life, like vapor, appears for a moment and vanishes in a short instant. Besides, humankind itself belongs to the civilizations which are lost quickly. Although people are given the knowledge from time to time, in many cases no sooner does such knowledge appear in the world than it immediately gets used for gaining power over others. This is, in fact, human choice toward the animal nature. Only a few have enough time to take advantage of the knowledge for their spiritual development. The result of choice is like water, which takes the shape of this or that vessel.
Anastasia. Unfortunately, this can be observed in the current civilization as well, where the human being is enslaved by his pernicious passions. Here is a recent example. People started exploring near-Earth space almost immediately after the ballistic missile and the atomic bomb had been invented. Rigden. If humanity does not change its priorities in thinking towards the spiritual, then a sad fate awaits the civilization. As a rule, such civilizations are short-lived and exist for relatively short periods of time because they destroy themselves in wars. Anastasia. 100 years, just like 1,000 years, is nothing on the scale of the universe. Of course, practical observations of outer space objects are out of the question for a mortal human. Rigden. Human life is fleeting, that is true, but the human being is much more than just a body. That is why much knowledge was given to people initially, first of all, about the phenomena that are invisible to the human eye. So since the earliest times, people knew about the structure of the world and the universe, and about the multidimensionality of the human being, his essence and mission. Another question is how such knowledge was usurped by the human ego, twisted beyond recognition by the mind limited in matter, and in what form it has been preserved to the present day. Anastasia. Alas, As if on purpose, nowadays all this ancient knowledge of the peoples of the world is presented to people as mythology and ancient primitive beliefs and inconvenient facts, testifying to the knowledge of ancient people which has been unknown even to present-day science until recently, are not commented on. Also, the entire science is based solely on the materialistic thinking. In astrophysics, for example, to study astronomical events, analytical methods are often used for building models and theories and making predictions. Rigdon grinned. In the creaking cart of purely materialistic worldview, you will not go far in real science. Still, sooner or later, a true scientist will get to such scientific horizons where it won't be possible to use the existing supports on which the whole chain of human reasoning rests. Nowadays, people often try to explain the invisible in terms of the visible. So we have woo from wit. In many cases, theories and accidentally discovered facts don't match. Scientists, for example, still do not have a clear understanding of what, for instance, electric current is, what exactly gravitation or a black hole is, and nevertheless, they operate with these concepts. Yet, in order to have a comprehensive understanding and delve into the nature of such phenomena, it is necessary to have a fundamentally different world perception, which is qualitatively different from the material worldview. Anastasia, understanding of the phenomena from the spiritual world? Rigdon, precisely. Anastasia, once you said the universe is so vast that it cannot fit in the human consciousness, but there is not a single place in it where one could stick the thinnest medical needle without its tip resting against something or touching something. Rigdon, that is really so, and answering the question, I will touch upon only a few very important subjects of astrophysics. Naturally, in a form accessible to human thinking. However, understanding the essence of what will be said can give the people of science an entirely different view of the world structure. I shall begin with the modern theory and assumption, which is stereotypical for the modern educated mind, of the Big Bang that, as scientists believe, happened at the birth of the universe. They substantiate this popular hypothetical theory with the laws of thermodynamics. According to the given assumption, the universe was compressed to a point, and after the bang, there appeared objects having a mass of around 1 billion tons and the size of a proton. Anastasia, as they say, what they currently know is what they substantiate it with. Scientists think that they have studied well enough this branch of physics concerned with the laws of thermal equilibrium and conversion of heat into other kinds of energy. Even the term of thermodynamics itself, when translated from Greek, describes their debates in the scientific community very well. Therme means heat, warmth, and dynamikos means powerful. Indeed, each of their disputes is full of heat and ardor. Rigdon, impassioned speech is not yet learnedness. One storm is not yet a season of rains. He who is strong in dispute enjoys the victory of one man, while the one who knows brings victory to thousands. Anastasia, as far as I know, the ratio of the powerful to the competent in modern science is disastrous in the sense that the former is numerous while the latter are far fewer. A knowledgeable person is valuable to any research team. He or she is like a proton. Translated from Greek, it means protos, the first. Like this elementary particle, which always has a positive charge and which forms all the atomic nuclei, so is a knowledgeable person who one can say supports all the research of this team. Rigdon, that's true. I hope that the knowledge which people will get will increase the number of the knowing, not only in science, but also in the society in general, and change the understanding of the world, including the origin of the universe. As I have said before, today people fondly believe that the universe was compressed to a point, and after its Big Bang, there appeared objects having a mass of around 1 billion tons and the size of a proton. Furthermore, this mistaken belief from the mind says that such objects are nothing other than microscopic black holes. Alas, I have to disappoint the ardent theorists. Such objects of a size of a proton and with a mass of around 1 billion tons are non-existent. However, there exists the following phenomenon. In the nature of space, there are objects that are formed from information clusters, accumulations, during the discharge of information from matter when the latter gets into the area of the black hole. The largest and the heaviest compounds that information clusters can form are objects in size slightly larger than the proton and with the mass of little less than 1 gram, or 0.8 grams to be more precise. These objects are short-lived, that is, they exist for only fractions of a second and then they break up into individual building blocks. The formation of such objects is indeed directly related to what people call black holes in the universe. Anastasia. Objects slightly larger than the proton. According to the latest research, the radius of the proton is 0.84184 femtometer. 1 femtometer equals 10 to the minus 15 meters. If we consider what you said, that such objects have the mass of slightly less than 1 gram, then they turn out to be really heavy objects from a microcosm. This information is exceptionally interesting. In the light of this, people may have at least 3 questions. What are information clusters, building blocks? What is the discharge of information from matter? And how is the formation of such particles connected with black holes in the universe? Rigdon. In this material world, everything, including what is currently known to people, from subatomic particles to atoms, from specks of dust on your shoes to accumulations of galaxies in deep space, everything exists thanks to structured information. It is structured information that creates matter and sets its priorities, volume, shape, mass, and other characteristics. I draw your attention to the fact that we are now speaking not about the concept of information that is familiar to the human brain, but of a somewhat different manifestation of it. Although even in the usual understanding, the word information has several meanings, including the following: to think, teach, interpret, and to shape, form, create. For ease of understanding, let's call such structured information building blocks. What are information building blocks in practice? Perhaps I shall explain this with an associative example that is easy to understand. Imagine that you've decided to have a kind of experiment. For this, you need water, a glass aquarium, and small building blocks for making shapes. They are as light as foam plastic, and their colour is, let's say, not the usual white, but transparent. Your actions. In an empty glass aquarium, you build a beautiful castle using the transparent building blocks of foam plastic, like child's toy construction set, with a lot of rooms, towers, and so on. When you connect one transparent building block with another, there appears a certain colour that is visible to your eye. In other words, you have a plan in your head how to build a castle. You have the will to create it, and force by applying which you are building with this unusual material. Next, you have built the castle, which became visible thanks to such connections, and now you can admire its beauty, volume, and the complexity of its architecture. Then, continuing the experiment, you fill the aquarium with water. What will happen? Suppose the water will be filling the aquarium with such a force, pressure, that it will destroy the castle you have constructed. At that, the foam plastic building blocks, which once were the walls, roofs, and elements of your castle, will now start to float to the water surface, some separately, becoming invisible again, and others will float in groups, clusters, which still remain visible to the eye, since they are connected with each other. Eventually, your entire structure will break up under the pressure of the water into separate building blocks, which will again become transparent. So as they say, not a single trace of your castle will remain. If you remove all the water from the aquarium, the foam plastic building blocks will sink to the bottom. The blocks themselves, without your plan, will, and application of force, will never take shape of an orderly built castle. This will simply be a chaotic handful of transparent foam plastic building blocks, invisible to the eye. You may shake your aquarium for as long as you wish, even for eternity, shuffling them, yet they will never become a castle until you build it again. So, these conditional transparent building blocks are a figurative comparison to the information that creates matter, setting certain parameters, shape, volume, mass, and so on, to it. And the visible castle is already one of the material products of the ordered information which forms elementary subparticles that make up atoms, molecules, chemical compounds, and so on. That is, the matter of the universe. And finally, the will, the construction plan, and the force of application are the main constituent forces of the spiritual world that manifest themselves in this world. Anastasia, you are saying that the basis of all matter is information? Rigdon, that is correct. The atom, for example, consists of elementary subparticles which in turn are made up of a certain number of information building blocks. The same is true for everything in the universe. However, once information is removed, then what we call matter vanishes like a hole of a donut after you eat it. Anastasia, in other words, here's a basic view of the event. As long as there is a donut, the hole exists. But once the donut is eaten, the hole vanishes as well. Is this how matter disappears too? If there's no information, there's no manifestation of matter. Rigdon, quite right. By the way, here's an interesting fact. The amount of matter in the universe is constantly changing, and these fluctuations, both towards its increase or decrease, can be quite significant. At that, the amount of information is always stable, due to which the overall mass of the universe has not changed, even by 1/10000000th of a gram since the day of creation up till now. Anastasia, yes, this is something to think about. Rigdon, so the amount of information in the universe has been constant since the day of its creation. However, if just a single information building block had disappeared, the entire universe would have vanished as well. Anastasia, if a part disappears, the whole disappears too. Now I begin to understand what the end of the story of the expansion of the universe will be. Rigdon, the universe will simply expand to a certain size and vanish. All ingenious is simple, as always. These information building blocks of the universe never disappear anywhere. That is, they never leave the boundaries of the universe. In our example of the aquarium, and exist in it in a strictly ordered manner. Let me emphasize that by themselves, without a certain construction plan and the will of the constructor, they will simply be a disordered pile, chaos on the bottom of the aquarium. As for the material world of the universe, these very information building blocks, among other characteristics of formation of matter, as I have already said, set the parameters of its mass. They determine a particular place in the universe for the created matter. It is ordered information, those very information building blocks, located strictly in their places, that distinguishes a quark from a quasar. Let's put it this way. It is the orderliness of information according to the master plan that makes the universe alive. Anastasia, in other words, you are saying that everything in this world is strictly ordered and exists according to a definite plan, the will, and the force of the constructor. But this proves that our universe was created artificially and did not form chaotically by itself as is assumed. Rigdon, absolutely, and it is quite possible to prove it scientifically. It is not that difficult if one goes in the direction indicated in your previous books and sums it up with the information given here, as well as with the latest scientific discoveries. The life of the universe manifests itself in a constant exchange of information, which puts matter in motion, interacting with itself. It causes primary physical and chemical reactions. Consequently, various processes take place. For instance, explosion of massive stars, the birth of new ones, and so on. Anastasia, incidentally, speaking of explosions of massive stars, you know, I got interested in astronomy and allied sciences right after you had said that during the life and active work of Agape Pochesk, in particular in the summer of 1054, a bright star appeared in the sky which could be seen even during the daytime. You also mentioned then that it had been the light that had reached the Earth after the explosion of a supernova located in the Taurus constellation in our galaxy. I read that the supernova remnants are now observed as the expanding Crab Nebula with a neutron star, a pulsar, in its center, which the exploded star turned into. Interestingly, the radio wave beam of this pulsar still slides along the Earth, just like a beam of a rotating lighthouse slides along the sea surface as a signal for ships. Surprisingly, this was the first neutron star in the universe, which scientists started associating with supernova remnants. I was amazed by the fact that the size of the star is assumed to be only 25 kilometers. For example, it is actually a star the size of a town, but which powers the huge Crab Nebula. The neutron star is very dense. The most interesting thing is that recently they started observing unexpectedly powerful emissions of gamma rays coming from this pulsar in the Crab Nebula. Rigdon, many interesting things have been happening lately, not only on this planet, but also in space. Anastasia, yes, the process of birth of new stars is very interesting and informative. Rigdon, smiling, undoubtedly so, but this process is also quite destructive for many contemporary theories. The truth is that the visible process of star formation, which today can be observed by scientists, begin with the formation of the so-called pre-stellar core. In other words, despite modern equipment, astronomers are capable of discovering, seeing, observing the birth of a new star only at the stage of formation of dense clouds of gas and dust. That is, when matter as a result of interaction begins to radiate energy, in particular, what people call light. And only after studying the spectra, which clearly indicate compression of individual sections in gas clouds, do they make conclusions about the birth of a new star. However, astronomers cannot answer the question of how these clouds interact and what makes them contract. Nor can they say where these clouds of gas and dust come from, why they appear, and all the more, why and how not only isolated stars, but at times entire star clusters are formed out of the small amount of matter located in these clouds. The problem is that all modern theories, from Einstein's general theory of relativity to laws of thermodynamics, are based on interactions of the visible matter or on its logically predictable behavior, though here, as well there, are many strange things. Let's take, for example, Black holes in the universe. These mysterious objects, unexplored by contemporary science, which absorb matter. Yet, before we look into these things and also shed light on the issue of the objects of the formation of which is directly linked to black holes, I would like to ask you first, what do you know about black holes? Anastasia. Well, not as much as I would like to. Black holes are invisible to the outside observer because they prevent both light and any other radiation known to science, as well as objects from escaping. At present, attempts are being made to identify black holes using only indirect signs by means of studying their interaction with the surrounding matter. The black hole is believed to bend the geometry of space and time around itself. At the current stage of development of astrophysics, it is assumed that the black hole is some localized area of outer space, formed by unrestricted gravitational compression of massive celestial bodies. As I understand, this is something like a gravitational grave in which everything disappears once it gets inside. The boundary of such an area is called the event horizon, and its radius the gravitational radius. It is considered that the latter depends directly on the amount of matter pulled into the hole. As the mass of the black hole increases, its size also increases linearly. That is, its radius increases. The size of this object may vary. The modern theory of stellar evolution regards the formation of black holes to be the result of the collapse of massive and supermassive stars. As I understood it, when nuclear fuel runs low and thermonuclear reactions terminate inside a star, high temperature and pressure, which prevented the contraction of the star, now decrease under the influence of its own gravity. If the mass of a star is lower than 3 masses of the Sun, the star won't turn into a black hole. It will just become a neutron star or a white dwarf star. And if the mass of the star is more than 3 masses of the Sun, scientists believe that a catastrophic collapse is unavoidable. Its entire matter will rapidly cross the event horizon and the star will become a black hole. Based again on the modern theory of stellar evolution, it is considered that out of 100 billion stars, there must be at least 100 million black holes. Just in our galaxy, thousands of black holes are supposedly roaming and completely absorbing all the gas and dust clouds and stars which inadvertently happen to be in the way of black holes. There are assumptions that supermassive black holes with a mass of billions of suns may be located in the center of our galaxy. Rigdon. Well, that's not bad. You get the general idea of how the global science currently marks time, getting caught up in a vicious circle of pointless discussions. Anastasia. I might not be thoroughly aware of the details of their discussions, but as they say, I have a general idea. Also, something else drew my attention. It is assumed that within the black hole, time and space are significantly distorted due to enormous gravitation. The common Euclidean geometry might not be true there, since parallel lines may well intersect and so on. Some even express opinions that everything within the black hole should in principle fall into its center, where later on stellar matter may compress to such a degree that eventually it turns into a point with an infinite density, that is, a singularity may arise. Rigdon. This is just theorists trying to fit their mind-derived conclusions to the far-fetched Big Bang theory, as they believe the Bang appeared from an infinitely dense point in which the entire matter of the universe had supposedly been concentrated and condensed, and when something inside this point had provoked the Big Bang, matter started to fly apart in all directions, and the process of the expansion of the universe commenced. Since numerous questions arise, to which scientists are unable to find answers from the perspective of the material worldview, such confusing modern theories appear. The authors are simply leading each other up a blind alley. They try to explain phenomena using the database that is already known to them. As a result, while developing a theory of the origin of the universe, or for example black holes, they find themselves in a situation similar to that of a fable about an elephant. That is, instead of addressing the question of where the elephant appeared from, why it moves, and wants to eat, they studied the trajectory of movement of elephants in the African savanna, the probability of what kind of plants elephants may eat on their way, and the availability of plants in the locality, and what qualities these plants have. So it is with scientists, what they see is what they discuss, whereas what they do not see and what does not fit into their world outlook, in principle, does not exist for them. Anastasia. But perhaps the funniest thing about this modern theory is, in my opinion, the so-called initial black holes. According to scientists' assumptions, such black holes supposedly appeared right after the Big Bang, approximately about 14 billion years ago, when the expansion of the universe started. There is an opinion that the black hole is always ready to absorb any radiation or substance, thus increasing its mass. Hypothetically, according to the notion of scientists, sizes of black holes may vary from a super small black hole having the mass of just 1,015 grams, which supposedly may have remained intact somewhere in the open universe until present, to a supergiant and supermassive one, which is hypothetically located in the center of the galaxy. Even if we assume that after the Big Bang, matter continued to fly apart at the maximum speed possible for 1 million years, and only afterwards a single super small black hole formed with the mass of just 1,015 grams, but having an insatiable, keen gastronomic appetite, it would mean that there would now exist one gigantic black hole instead of the universe. Rigdon. I'm glad you understand this. With a theoretical scenario such as this, the universe would have ceased to exist at least 5 billion years ago. Anastasia. That's a perfectly fair comment. So in general, black holes are a very interesting and captivating topic, especially when you read the research papers of people who seek to know and unravel the mysteries of the universe and who write for people. On the other hand, truth to be told, there are plenty of papers in which authors evidently discuss black holes out of boredom. Obviously, they worked on their papers just like in a Russian saying, where I sneezed, I put a comma, where I hiccuped, I put a colon, and where I snuffed, I put a full stop. So being an outside observer of various twists and turns in science, my impression of black holes is like in a popular joke. What science knows on this subject is that it does not know anything. Rigdon. Yes, something like that. Many scientists make a mistake when they concentrate their efforts and sometimes even waste their lives on developing a dead-end theory. People simply lack the basics, knowledge and a guideline in the right direction of research. Having these, it is quite possible to achieve a revolutionary breakthrough not only in science but in the development of the society as well. I am confident that the information I've already shared and will share further will largely contribute to this, should people choose it. Anastasia. But what is the black hole in reality? Rigdon. In reality, what people call the black hole on the scale of the universe is a transient phenomenon, which itself does not have any mass. Emergence and disappearance of any number of black holes within the universe do not violate the law of constancy of the total mass of the universe. Even the most gigantic black hole, as a matter of fact, exists for a relatively short period of time, and its mass equals 0. However, it plays a tremendous role in the astrophysical transformations of the universe. Associatively, I would compare a black hole with a thought. After all, a thought cannot be seen, it cannot be weighed or touched, but it does exist since it has appeared in our consciousness. The thought has a volume, at least in terms of information. It is transient in its existence, because it is quickly followed by other thoughts. The thought has no mass, but it can have enormous consequences in the material world. In reality, it is nothing. Anesthesia. Nothing. For the present day human understanding, nothing is a vacuum at best. Rigdon. Speaking of which, this vacuum is far from empty. Here is a simple example. In the interstellar space, the so-called high vacuum prevails. Its average density is less than 1 molecule per cubic centimeter. If, for comparison, we take the most rarefied vacuum created by people, it contains around 100,000 molecules per cubic centimeter. Scientists already understand that even the absolute vacuum, in which particles are supposed to be completely absent, is not an absolute void, free from any properties. Even now, modern physics has already approached the theory of the physical vacuum, perfect vacuum, translator's note, as scientists have named the lowest energy state of quantum fields. The physical vacuum in the said theory is characterized by the absence of any real particles, yet at the same time it contains all sorts of virtual particles. However, there is another theory, though persistently not recognized by the official science, wherein particles and antiparticles of 6 classes are regarded as originating from the initial vacuum by means of its exfoliation along the spin with the emergence of right and left torsion fields, a kind of catalysts triggering the birth of raw matter. Time will surely judge who is closer to the truth. The problem is that in reality, many scientists wanting to comprehend the truth face its false reflection in their own consciousness. They are in a rush to announce the theories which are the most convenient for them and defend the rightness of these theories for a long time, wasting years of their lives and straining their own and other people's nerves and not even thinking about the deeper causes of why such an inversion takes place in their consciousness. In reality, people are not yet aware of many things about the invisible world, about how powerful the animal mind is in this world, and how important it is for every person to take care of their own spiritual purity, for it is the latter that reveals the truth of the beyond in its primordial nature. Anesthesia. Yes, I was recalling this theoretical scheme of particles and antiparticles generation. It is amazing that everything there is also by the scheme of the diagonal cross. Once you made a very clear and associative comparison of the universe to an ocean in which everything is filled to the limit. And what is a black hole in the universe if we look at it using this figurative comparison to an ocean? Rigdon. The black hole in the universe looks, relatively speaking, like an air bubble in the ocean waters. Yet, it only looks like a bubble but does not correspond to it, because a bubble in the ocean waters is filled with air, whereas the black hole in the vastness of the universe is not filled with anything at all, at least in the human understanding of this phenomenon. Anesthesia. In other words, the black hole is like something, a foreign inclusion that is not typical of the material world. Rigdon. Yes, you could say that. Anesthesia. You mentioned that the role of the black hole in astrophysical transformations of the universe is enormous. Please tell us more about this and about the main functions of the black hole, at least by using associative examples. Rigdon. Well, the functions of the black hole can be very conditionally compared to the immune response, and to be more precise, to immune cells in the human body, which protect the organism from various causative agents of diseases, identifying and destroying such pathogenic or degenerated cells of the organism, tumor cells, and so on. If an extraneous agent, such as a virus or a pathogenic microbes, enters the organism, our immune cells find and destroy it. If a cell or a group of cells become defective or stop functioning properly and, for example, begin to divide uncontrollably, the immune cells put things in order here as well by destroying such unruly cells. However, such a comparison would not be entirely accurate regarding black holes in the universe either, since immune cells continuously prowl the expanse of our organism in search of trespassers of the permitted limits. Black holes, on the other hand, immediately appear in the universe out of nowhere, and only where it is necessary, and then later disappear back into nowhere, and that they disappear instantly, often, but not always, leaving after themselves in the material world whole clusters of star fragments and huge clouds of dust and gases, which are fairly easy to detect with modern equipment. This residual matter after the destruction of the main pathogenic matter is similar, let us say, to the rubbish that has fallen from a conveyor in a stone crushing and processing works. It is difficult to explain how something appears out of nowhere, destroys whole star clusters at times, and then disappears into nowhere. At that, the black hole does significantly distort space and time around itself and does have tremendous gravity pull affecting the surrounding matter. The black hole is the only thing that can be called the real void or nothing, since there is nothing material there in human understanding. Anastasia. Yeah, well, this will be difficult for scientific materialistics to comprehend. After all, taking into account the above-mentioned information, the following question arises. Who controls this process out of nowhere? Who detects such defects in the universe and initiates the emergence and the disappearance of black holes exactly in those areas? Rigdon. In order to understand these processes, not to mention translating them into formulas, one should have a fundamentally different worldview. Anastasia. You mentioned that the mass of the black hole equals 0. And how is the matter which it absorbs processed? You said that the formation of the heaviest micro-objects in the universe directly relates to black holes. Does this mean there should be some mass after all? Rigdon. I believe that once you grasp the principle of operation of the black hole, such questions will disappear by themselves. So how does the black hole draw matter in? And where does it disappear afterwards? The black hole is, let's say, some anomalous area. Being a non-material structure, it appears in those parts of the universe in which certain perturbation of the fields exists. Its objective is to destroy the matter that causes these perturbations. The very fact of the presence of the black hole in a given part of the universe causes space-time deformation. In other words, the black hole itself triggers the distortion of the smooth flow of time at a given region of space. This leads to certain interactions resulting in tremendous gravitation, which starts to draw in the material structure. Is this clear? Anastasia. Yes. Rigdon. Let us go on then. When matter is attracted, fragments the size of the moon, for example, begin to become deformed already as they approach such an anomalous area due to an immense force of gravity. And once matter begins to enter the accretion zone, the most powerful gravitational field is created and matter is torn to pieces. It becomes like a kind of mincing machine. Anastasia. Please specify whether the term accretion zone is used here in the same meaning as understood by contemporary scientists. You mean the accretion disk as a powerful source of radiation which revolves around the black hole and forms during the fall, accretion, of matter of a neighbouring star or of interstellar gas on this object under the influence of its gravitational field. Is this correct? In other words, does matter upon collision with a black hole begin to orbit it, forming this rapidly rotating disk? Rigdon: yes. A very important development happens during such matter grinding. The force is such here that it simply pushes information building blocks away from one another so that they can no longer remain in their strictly specified positions, and that is why they break away from their information order. As soon as the information order, thanks to which matter was created as such, disappears, information gets discharged from the material structure and matter disappears. There is a paradox here because the black hole itself does not influence information building blocks, yet it directly affects matter. The latter is drawn with a great force and information building blocks are pushed away from each other, and as a consequence, matter disappears. Anastasia: it means that information is not destroyed. Matter is created based on information, and once information is discharged, matter ceases to exist. Rigdon: correct. If we describe this entire process using the associative example of our conditional experiment, we will have the following. Imagine that you have built a castle of invisible foam plastic building blocks, thus making it visible. Next, you carefully lift it up and simply throw it into the aquarium filled with water. What will happen? Naturally, having collided with the water, the castle will break into small components. In our case, it will shift to another state. Matter will disappear, and only information will remain in the form of those primary invisible foam plastic building blocks, which will be left floating on the water surface. The question is, where will the castle itself, matter, disappear to? It is clear why my question brings a smile to your face. You'll say, to the same place where the donut hole disappears once you eat the donut, and you will be perfectly right. Now imagine that the aquarium is a bit bigger, and there are at least 10 people like you standing above it with castles in their hands, and all of you almost simultaneously throw your castles into the aquarium. When your castles come into contact with water, the foam plastic building blocks, individual information building blocks or blocks connected in clusters, do not remain floating on the water surface, but immediately bounce off of it, as if off something super dense, like a tennis ball off the asphalt. Have you imagined this? Well, this is exactly, albeit in a slightly distorted way, how a black hole operates. Anastasia: and what happens to information building blocks, these clusters? They represent the smallest matter, but it is still visible nevertheless. They aren't still separated into invisible information building blocks, are they? Rigdon, smiling: well done. I see you follow this situation. The form of the black hole is spherical. When information gets discharged from matter, when information building blocks become detached from the processed matter, a certain part of them becomes detached as whole groups, clusters. It is these clusters that become the short-lived objects having the mass of 0.8 gram, which come directly from the poles of the sphere as background radiation. And the notion of poles in this sphere is relative because what matters here is the observer's position and the accumulation of the processed matter in relation to this sphere. Anastasia: looks like the process which takes place with matter near the black hole may well be compared to another formatting of a computer disk when all the information on the disk is deleted. Why are these objects short-lived, and why do they exist for just fractions of a second? Rigdon: because they do not have any life program. They simply break up into separate information building blocks. The paradox is that information building blocks simultaneously exist in two states, as energy and as matter, in form of a cluster of these information building blocks when they form the material particle. In other words, they sort of don't exist, and simultaneously they do exist. individual information building blocks don't have any mass, but it is information that creates matter with its mass, as well as space, gravity, and time, and information is controlled by the one who created everything. He created information as a force capable of generating the energies which form matter in human understanding. Incidentally, these information building blocks, upon the formation of particles of little information, the neutrino and such, to a large extent distort Einstein's well-composed theory of relativity. The thing is that some of these particles, due to the simplicity of their structure, interact with other particles in the universe to only a small degree, at least in our dimension, which allows them to move over the vast expanse of the universe at a speed that considerably exceeds the speed of light. Anastasia, speed that exceeds the speed of light? In that case, the very fact of the existence of such particles will make people reconsider not only Einstein's theory, but many other aspects of contemporary physics as well. Rigdon, undoubtedly, something will have to be reconsidered. But on the other hand, this will significantly deepen people's understanding of the processes of the interaction of matter in the universe, and perhaps it will bring mankind closer to the knowledge of such physical manifestation of time as space. So, both the fastest and the heaviest micro-objects of this world are made of information building blocks, just like everything else. Anastasia, and if hypothetically we imagine, say, a neutron star which would consist of such heaviest, short-lived objects, that means that it would decrease in its size by hundreds of times, and its mass would increase, so the gravitational contraction of the star would increase as well. Roughly speaking, in this case, could such a star undergo a total gravitational collapse and transition to the state of the black hole? Rigdon, hypothetically, we can imagine whatever we like, of course. However, what you've described is impossible in reality, since it is incompatible with the nature of the material structure. Any material structure would simply collapse under such a force. That is, it would cease to exist as matter, because during such a process, certain conditions would arise which would inevitably push information building blocks apart. Also, gravitational forces had their limits, so such a thing is simply impossible. Let's take, for instance, the processes which take place near the black hole. The short-lived objects I've told you about break up into individual information building blocks quite quickly, as soon as the energy which connects them begins to decrease. It is difficult to comprehend these processes with a mind biased in favor of a purely material perception of the world. After all, sooner or later, any person in their spiritual development will face the boundaries of such a limited understanding which conceals a completely different world and totally different laws. No matter how huge a star is and how many solar masses it contains, it will never be able to transform into a black hole in the modern sense, because matter will never be able to undergo total gravitational collapse. Matter consists of information building blocks, and information building blocks are indestructible. They can neither be destroyed nor changed, and they are quantitatively consistently constant in the universe.
Anastasia, now I see why the black hole itself has zero mass. The black hole as an object of the non-material world simply creates conditions, a force near which the main action takes place, i.e., roughly speaking, the unnecessary matter is recycled. This is almost like an eraser, a rubber, cleaning the paper surface of inscriptions. Matter vanishes entirely without getting into the black hole itself. And what does the size of the black hole depend on? Rigdon, The size of the black hole depends on the amount of, say, pathological matter. It is impossible to call such matter otherwise, which is subject to annihilation in a given area of the universe. The black hole may be of any size, both big and small. To better understand these processes in outer space, I should perhaps give a very conditional, associative example related to human activity. Imagine that a person needs to mow weeds in a certain part of a clearing. He sees this clearing and calculates how much force he should apply and how much time this work will take. And later, one fine morning, he appears in the clearing and carries out the planned work, which happens, let's face it, quite unexpectedly for the weeds. It is a different matter when there is a whole field of such weeds. In this case, in order to eliminate such a huge amount, the person will use larger capacities, for example, equipment, involvement of additional human resources, and so on. That is, the point of force application depends on the area of pathology, and the method of force application depends on the volume of specific workload. Anastasia. That is a good example. Generally speaking, the question of the origin of mass as such still remains open in contemporary physics. Furthermore, scientists themselves highlight this issue as one of the fundamental ones. Despite the multitude of existing theories and assumptions, it has not been ascertained why some particles have mass while others don't. Earlier, before I became more interested in this subject, I also took mass for granted as a certain characteristic of any material object. Everyone understands that the elephant is heavier than the fly, so the mass of the elephant is bigger. However, it turned out that when we dive into the microcosm, it isn't all smooth sailing here. Scientists have ascertained that there are particles which they call elementary, with zero mass. One of the representatives of such massless particles in resting state is the known to all photon, a quantum of light. Rigdon. Indeed, science cannot yet answer this question because it is limited only by the boundaries of the proposed theories, and these theories, despite the tendency to become more complex, still cannot provide reliable answers to such important questions concerning the deeper understanding of workings of the universe, as for instance, what exactly gives mass to one or another kind of particles, and why do masses of particles differ? It is considered that mass of the body directly depends on the substance which it contains and which consists of atoms. But what constitutes the basis of atoms? According to modern conceptions, atoms consist of electrons, protons, and neutrons. It is assumed that protons and neutrons are formed from quarks, and it is electrons and quarks that are regarded by people as truly elementary particles. Anastasia. Yes, to suppose is not to dispose of. This is the eternal I believe, I don't believe game of logic of the inhabitant of three-dimensional space. What I cannot see with the equipment which is currently available does not exist in principle. Rigdon. Every person has his own way of knowing the truth, sometimes through overcoming numerous trials and errors. However, purity of thoughts and flexibility of mind allow a true scientist to have a broader view of the world and remove the imposed stereotypes. The question is not in the knowledge, but in the human perception. Anastasia. The funniest thing is that once you look impartially at the theoretical descriptions of behaviors of elementary particles, which were proposed over the last 100 years, you get the impression that every theory that follows is trying to cover the gaps where its predecessor showed a crack as a result of the latest experimental discoveries. Maybe a totally different approach to this question is needed. Could you please tell us what mass represents on the global scale? Rigdon: everything is actually simpler than people think. The amount of matter, its volume, density, etc., as well as the very fact of its presence in the universe, does not affect the total mass of the universe. People are used to perceiving matter with inherent mass solely from the perspective of three-dimensional space. However, in order to have a deeper understanding of the subject, it is necessary to know about the multidimensionality of the universe. Volume, density, and other characteristics of the visible matter with which people are familiar in all their diversity, including the so-called elementary particles, change already in the fifth dimension, yet mass remains unchanged, since it is a part of the general information about life of this matter up to the sixth dimension inclusive. The mass of matter is just information about the interaction of one matter with another under specific conditions. Like I've already said, ordered information creates matter and sets its properties, including mass too. Given the multidimensionality of the material universe, its mass always equals zero. The total mass of matter in the universe will be enormous only for observers from the third, fourth, and fifth dimensions. Anastasia: the mass of the universe equals zero? But this shows the illusory nature of the world as such, which was mentioned in many ancient legends of peoples of the world. Rigdon: science of the future, if it chooses the way indicated in your books, will be able to come close to answering the questions of the origin of the universe and of its artificial creation. Anastasia: there is another question. There are assumptions in modern science that supermassive black holes exist in the nuclei of almost all large galaxies. Is this true? Rigdon: no. This assumption appeared among scientists because active galaxies emit very powerful radiation, and stars move around these centers in such a way as if they were attracted by something which is invisible to modern equipment, but which is very massive. However, there are no black holes in the galactic nuclei. It is just that somewhat different laws exist there. Anastasia: spiral galaxies were one of the first to be discovered. Does the spiral shape play any special role in the micro and macrocosm of the universe? Rigdon: yes, it does, and it relates to the structured motion of energies as well as to the storage and exchange of information, that is, to advanced physics. If you study this issue carefully, you will be able to understand that many things in the material world are arranged in a spiral shape or move in a spiral from micro objects to macro objects. For instance, let's take micro objects of our world, such as cytoskeleton of eukaryotic cells. As you remember the definition from biology, eukaryotes are organisms whose cells contain a distinct nucleus. Anastasia: yes, the super kingdom includes all the higher animals and plants, fungi, unicellular and multicellular algae, and protozoa. Rigdon: correct. Inside their cytoskeletal, you will find a linearly twisted spiral, a double helix, and also a superhelical structure. Anastasia: exactly. After all, their cells have a nucleus enclosed within membranes and chromosomes of a helical structure containing biopolymer, which is also a part of living organisms, i.e. the double-stranded DNA molecule. In the majority of cases, the DNA has the structure of the double helix. Even certain bacteria, which are prokaryotic, organisms with undifferentiated nuclei, have a single double-stranded DNA molecule shaped as a circular chain. Rigdon: Absolutely right. You may also recall the process of cell division and the participation in it of the chromosome of female cells and chromosomes of male cells. At all stages of the cell cycle, chromonemata are the basis of the chromosome. Anastasia. Yes, these thread-like structures. Rigdon. Note the following. In a non-dividing cell, they're untwisted, say despiralized, while during the cell division, they're tightly twisted in a spiral, figuratively speaking in the shape of two entwined serpents. And so you may remember that the DNA functions include storage of information, its transmission, and implementation of the genetic program of development. Generally, if we examine the biochemistry of animals, including human beings, in more detail, we can find a great variety of types of spirals: left-handed spirals, right-handed spirals, triple-stranded spirals, and so on. For instance, the typical collagen molecule consists of 3 polypeptide chains of different types, A-spirals. They're usually twisted in the form of the right-handed threefold spiral. Yet what is collagen? It is the most widespread, thread-like protein in animal organisms, which makes up nearly 25% of the total amount of protein. It forms the basis of collagenous connective tissue fibers, ensuring its strength and flexibility. Therefore, bones, including cranium, spine, etc., cartilages, and tendons consist of it. Here's another example. What is hair and nails of humans, as well as feathers, claws, quills, and hair of animals? All these structures mostly consist of keratin, horn matter. Keratin, being a structural protein, is also mainly built in the form of a spiral, like for example the structural protein of hair or fur, akeratin. The longest part of its peptide chain is twisted in the right-handed A-spiral, and 2 peptide chains form a single left-handed superspiral. Figuratively speaking, this is an entwined spiral in the shape of 2 serpents. Superspirals, in their turn, are combined into tetramers, and the latter are combined into a more complex structure. 8 of such complex structures form a microfibril of hair or fur. These are simply processes which are visible in the material world and which form at the invisible energy level of the organization of matter. The helical structure is one of the most convenient forms of long-term information storage. Today, science is only now getting closer to this understanding. For example, thanks to the existing DNA testing methods, it is possible to discover many things about the human being and also to perform genetic testing to determine a biological relationship. Previously, blood was used for DNA analysis. Now, a person's saliva, hair, and nails are used for such an analysis. In forensic science, doctors can determine a person's age and gender using a single hair. They can also determine what substances and microelements are present in one's hair, in which period of the person's life there were more or fewer of them in his or her organism. Such data, in turn, point to the person's lifestyle, what medicines he or she took, what he or she ate, etc. The DNA analysis of hair, if you compare it with other samples, allows experts to identify its owner. This method is also used by archaeologists to study various burial places and ancient tombs, since hair is preserved even better than bones. Truth is that this is far from the limit of knowledge. Currently, science stands just on the threshold of perceiving the mysteries of spiral structure, which also exists in abundance in a human, and the interconnection of matter and energies. By the way, the knowledge of all this existed in ancient times, as evidenced by the signs and symbols of ancient people, which were left as inscriptions on ritual items, stones, artifacts from burials, or on symbolic items of architecture, as well as in the echoes of magic rituals which are common almost all over the world among different peoples. By the way, it is not coincidental that rituals were connected with hair, nails, and bones, in other words, with helical structures capable of storing and transferring power, information. Information, or the dormant power as it was called earlier, was activated, awakened, by incantation, that is certain sound vibrations, or by concentrating the power of thought or attention. People use this knowledge both in positive and negative ways. Certainly, similar rituals have remained today, but they have mostly been absurdly distorted. It is already an empty imitation, its meaning lost. Anastasia. Many peoples have different superstitions, even taboos, associated with hair and nails. For instance, it is considered that cut hair and nails must not be scattered about, for they bear certain energy information about their owner and might fall into the hands of an ill-wisher capable of putting them to evil ends. Some peoples even have a spitting taboo. One should not spit right and left, because it is considered that a sorcerer might take possession of the saliva in order to curse this person. What if the spitting taboo was introduced for urban residents? Then our culture might improve. Streets would become cleaner, and perhaps people would suffer less from various disorders and diseases of unknown origin. Rigdon. Culture, of course, never hurts. However, it is not a matter of health, taboos, sorcerers, and superstitions. All of this is external, yet it stems from the internal of man himself. It is a matter of habit, the dominance of certain thinking of the individual and of everyday choice. If a person clears his mind of the ideological chaos and introduces spiritual priorities of creation into his life, then no sorcerers with their superstitions will be a hindrance. Anastasia. I totally agree with you. No wonder that examples of negative influence through such helical structures are described nearly at every turn in the popular literature of the contemporary society. Nonetheless, if there are negative examples, there should be positive ones as well. You've mentioned that this knowledge was also used in a positive way. Rigdon. Let's say that initially the knowledge was given to people precisely in a positive way. Let's take hair, for instance. Hair keeps information about a person and the connection with his physical and energy structures. In ancient times, people knew about such a connection of hair with the energy structure, which modern science does not yet understand. Now you can find only echoes of this. For example, the ancient Slavs, just like other nations though, believed that flowing hair gives magical power to a woman, or that a small lock of man's, warrior's, shoulder-length hair, taken exactly from the crown of his head, has magical power too. All this is the echo of former knowledge about the energy structure of the human being and possibilities of its proper use in life in order to help in the spiritual journey. Even a lock of cut hair retains its connection with the person. In the past, when someone from a commune was sent on a long journey for a certain purpose, this person left a lock of his hair to the commune. While he was on a mission, the commune would sit down in a circle from time to time, placing this hair in the center, and do what we would call today a meditation, prayer. In other words, people from the commune, while in an altered state of consciousness, in meditation, would give additional spiritual powers to this person through the lock of hair in order to support him on his mission. By the way, in the past, when a commune intended to provide spiritual support to a certain person, Locks of his hair had been preliminarily cut in 3 places for this purpose, and these places sort of symbolized a triangle above his head, on his temples, closer to the point above his ears, and on the back of his head. And then the commune, so to speak, meditated over that cut hair. This was used to help him block the negative state relating to the person's past and suppress surges of his animal nature. Hair was never cut from the forehead because the front part of a person and space before him were seen as a connection with the spiritual direction, with the way forward. In fact, a very real influence, albeit weak and short-term, is exerted over a person through his hair. However, such influence can only reinforce what already dominates in such a personality. In other words, through the hair of a good person, by influencing with the deepest inner feelings, another good person can transfer positive energy and strengthen positive powers inside him for a certain period of time. But of course, the main work on oneself still depends on the personality. Interestingly, in ancient times, the knowledge of such additional power was used in magic rituals solely to provide spiritual assistance to a person, whereas now this knowledge is either distorted or used in a negative way. Somehow people have forgotten that this knowledge was given to them for the purpose of helping each other. Anastasia. In some modern religions, there are rites of cutting hair. For instance, taking monastic vows in Christianity, shaving off hair among the Muslims who make a pilgrimage to Mecca, shaving heads in Buddhist monastic communities, or shaving the front part of the head among the Chinese, the Manchurians, or the Ainu as a sacrifice to God. What are these rituals based on? Rigdon. All of them are already purely symbolic actions, which in religions are interpreted as the final parting of a person with all of his past and his decision to serve the given religion, which is regarded as a sacrifice to God. In reality, if externally a person cuts or shaves his hair but does not change internally in quality, all this will still remain pure symbolism. I repeat, it is not attributes, clothes, or any outer distinctive appearances that are important, but the internal component of man. For example, the cruciform cutting of hair, or shaving the crown of the head or the forehead, this is already a distorted transfer of knowledge, an interpretation by people themselves, a purely symbolic external demonstration by a person of his connection with God, of his procession along the spiritual path, and his affiliation with this or that religion. Anastasia. So it is not without reason that people say that a person should not be judged by appearance. Going back to the issue of helical forms in micro and macrocosm, I recall that the motion of the electron in the magnetic field, which is constant in time, is also helical. Rigdon. Many natural phenomena are linked to such a motion. Note the large-scale natural phenomena, such as, for example, air cyclones, anticyclones, giant ocean whirlpools, the so-called rings, whose center may be located dozens of meters below the ocean level, regions of spiral turbulence, generations of spiral waves, and so on. The helical structure and the motion of macro objects, such as galaxies, for example. I will say even more about the spiral form in the macrocosm, namely what is unknown to science today but is reflected in ancient creation myths of different peoples. Incidentally, clever people should think about the following questions. Why, despite the obvious variety of possible pictures of the world, the main information different peoples have is surprisingly similar? Furthermore, only in a few cases, such coincidences can be explained by contact between cultures. How did the ancient people know how the universe and life in it were formed, or that the polar cosmic principles have something in common? Why did ancient people perceive the world as an eternal formation, and things existing in it as a fruit of struggle? How did they know about the existence of various spaces densely populated with various gods and spirits, 3, 7, 9, and more heavens, lands, heavenly lands, etc., about the multi-stage universe, the notion of the single fundamental principle of the universe which assigns form, characteristics, and properties to the world, but is devoid of all these features itself? Why are similarities of quantitative and qualitative characteristics of elements found in myths? And why is it that most often they speak of the 4 elements, water, fire, air, and earth? Why does, in the majority of cases, the 5th central element unite these 4 elements, and all this together is tied to the material basis of the world? For instance, ancient Chinese marked the 5 basic elements of the world with the term Yu Sin. Yu means 5, while the Sin hieroglyph means to act, to move. In other words, the 5 elements being in everlasting motion. They define the development of the world again as an interaction of the 2 opposite cosmic principles, yin and yang. In ancient Indian writings, besides the 4 elements, an important role in the universe was assigned to the soul, Atman, the mind, Manas, and also time, Kala, space, Dik, and such notion as Akasha. The Akasha substance was represented as something indivisible and pervasive. Just a single characteristic feature was attributed to it, sound. It was Akasha that, according to the Indian descriptions, connected all of the above listed substances, that is, the 4 material and the 4 non-material ones. Many sacred legends of the peoples of the world have preserved the knowledge that the human being consists of 5 basic parts. By the way, the ideas of ancient people about life and death were entirely different from the contemporary worldview. Death, according to their worldview, was not the final annihilation of man. Life and death are closely interconnected between themselves and complement one another. Death is regarded in the legends as the transition to a different form of existence. But this transition depends on the spiritual quality of a person's life, and that is why it was said that life begets death and death begets life. To die means to be born again based on one's merit, or to leave for a better world. Moreover, this transition to a different world is related to the transformation of man, as well as to crossing the cosmic waters, according to various legends, by boat, on a bird, a horse, a snake, or a fantastic creature. And so, of course, legends of the peoples of the world describe how exactly the universe will perish. Clever people should think about the question how ancient people could have known all this, and could think in such large-scale categories. After all, people of the ancient past, in most cases, never saw anything other than the place where they lived, not to mention outer space, let alone the birth and destruction of the universe. Nevertheless, knowledge about the universe existed, and the general essence on which all the cosmological myths of the peoples of the world were based, speaking in a modern language, was as follows. From the world of God, which has different names in various legends, the universal waters, the universal ocean, the world of the primordial, of the Creator, the primordial sound emerged, the mythical bird, the sound, the first logos, the Word of God. Sometimes legends mention that the world was created out of chaos. At that, we should understand that the Greek word chaos, meaning gaping, originated from the root K and the word kaino, kesko, meaning yawning, opening wide. So chaos in mythology has the meaning of yawning, a gaping space and an empty stretch. Anastasia. It's almost like the beginning of the Bible, which tells about the creation of the world. The earth was formless and empty, darkness was over the surface of the abyss, and the Spirit of God was hovering over the waters. Rigdon. It is only now that the synodal translation of the Bible has abyss. Originally, in the ancient Mesopotamian text, from which Hebrew priests borrowed the Sumerian and Babylonian cosmology, it was called the primordial universal waters, the sea. And if you look at the meaning of the verb hovering in the original, from which the translation was made, you will notice that the same verb was also applied to a broody hen that hatches its chicks in the nest. And the term the Spirit of God, Ruach Elohim in the English transcription, is derived from the ancient Semitic root and is related to the Arabic ruh. From this root, the name of the giant mythical bird ruh was formed, and this bird still appears in ancient Arabic tales. Anastasia, you're saying that this biblical story was based on earlier myths of other peoples which described how the world had been created by a big bird hovering over the primordial world ocean? Generally speaking, yes. After all, the motif of pulling the earth out of the primordial waters, specifically by a bird, is a rather widespread myth among the peoples of the world. It turns out that the whole point here is in the motion, action, and creation from above this world. Rigdon. Perfectly true. So the primordial sound gave birth to the universe shaped as a sphere, the universal cosmic egg, the golden fetus, the primary seed. On the surface of the sphere, under the influence of the forces of Allatra, the initial energy which begets life movement, matter started to form. A part of the energy started to turn into matter. Thanks to, again, the forces of Allatra, in mythology, the mother of all things, the divine feminine principle of creation, the creating viable principle, the mother bird, the will of God, the power of God's thought, matter began to interact with each other. Previously, I had already described in more detail how exactly the universe was formed, as well as what Allatra, time, space, and gravity really are. Anastasia. Yes, I included this information in the books Sensei 4 and Ezoosmos. Rigdon. Good. That means that it is now clearer what processes we're talking about. So in the places of the highest concentration and activity of the forces of Allatra, on the surface of that initial spherical state of the universe, matter started to accumulate in certain formations. The latter became the progenitors of future galaxies in which life originated. Different legends describe this in images of the appearance of the enormous first person of giants, the progenitors who formed the universe with their bodies and who subsequently, after death, were separated into parts and gave birth to other formations. By the way, within those initial accumulations, there appeared hotbeds of thermal radiation, which have remained within the microwave range even now. They are currently known by science as the cosmic microwave background radiation, the relic radiation. This is precisely the manifestation of the first effect of the forces of Allatra during the creation of the material world. In fact, it should be noted that it is thanks to Allatra that matter started to become endowed with life, and the ordering of all that exists began. And here is another very important aspect of the formation of the universe, which gives an understanding of what the universe represents now. The drive of the force of Allatra for the unified ordered form towards God set the motion of the universe from the inside to the outside and started spinning it in the right spiral, i.e. towards expansion. This is how the function to creation was set. People from the Upper Paleolithic times symbolically depicted this movement from the inside to the outside as the correct swastika, the straight, right swastika. In other words, as a cross with edges bent to the left. Such a swastika symbolizes the clockwise movement in the right direction. By the way, translated from Sanskrit, the old Indian word swastika comes from the word su, means associated with good, i.e. suasti, means the beautiful exists, good existence. Simultaneously, while spinning the universe in the correct spiral, the force of Allatra gave birth to the opposing force, which started spinning in the reverse spiral inside the universe, in the direction which was opposite to the main direction of Allatra, from the outside to the inside, bringing matter together into a unified material mind, the animal mind. Thus, the destroying function was set, an opposition to the forces of Allatra. Peoples symbolically depicted this motion from the outside to the inside as the incorrect, aggressive reverse swastika, i.e. as a cross with edges bent to the right. Such a swastika symbolizes the counterclockwise movement in the left direction. In mythology, the emergence of the opposing force is reflected in the image of the emergence of fire out of water. Anastasia. Regarding the understanding of spins of the two swastikas, the following clarification you gave previously helped me. If in a cup of tea you spin a vortex, a funnel, clockwise with a spoon, it is possible to see waves of the correct swastika form along the edges, and if you spin this liquid counterclockwise, waves of the reverse swastika will be observed. Rigdon. Correct. This is the clearest example which a person encounters on a daily basis. So this is how there appear two directly opposite forces in the universe. The greater force, spinning the universe outwards, and the smaller force, which opposes it within the universe itself. After these two forces had manifested themselves, the universe lost its spherical shape and flattened under their influence. That is, it compressed, became flatter. This point is recorded in the cosmic legends of peoples of the world as the cracking of the world egg, splitting it into two halves, out of which heaven and earth were created, and divisions, spaces, and waters were placed between them. Other legends say that the components which remained after the egg had cracked expanded and turned into the universe. Still other episodes mention the division of the world into two elements, or two deities, with directly opposite functions, the creation of an invisible pair. The spirals themselves are represented in myths as, for example, the first pair of gods with the opposite functions, one having the divine essence and the other one having a demonic one, from whom the other gods later descended. In another version of the legend, they were depicted as half humans and half snakes. At that, the creating ones, being the water deities, had bodies of distinctive green color. In the third version, there were characters that embodied order, life waters, fertility, and light. The opposite ones personified disorder, death, darkness, an unpaired creature. For instance, according to African myths, the jackal who desired to become the master of the universe. So this is how the creation of the universe was reflected in myths. It is just that modern people have lost the understanding of the spiritual side of the subject, and everything has been reduced to the level of the material perception of ancient stories. Anastasia. So this means that now the universe is expanding in a spiral due to the motion of Allatra, correct? Rigdon. Yes, and on every subsequent larger turn, its speed increases, while the time of passing the turns remains the same. So the overall motion of matter in the universe, including the overall movement of galaxies, occurs in a spiral. Anastasia. This is really important information, and it opens the view of the world from a completely different perspective. Rigdon. By the way, the word spiral originated from the Latin word spira, which means a curl, a curve, a bend of the snake. This last name came from the East, where the snake was considered to be a sacred animal and where many things related to the invisible processes of the world were explained to the people back then in the clear examples of the visible world. For instance, the spiral movement was explained through the visual example of the coiling of the snake. In spiritual practices, many things are also connected with the spiral movement of energy. For instance, in the East, in ancient India, the hidden tremendous potential power of man is symbolized by the Kundalini energy, the repository of which is located at the base of the spine. Since ancient times, this energy was depicted as a symbol of a sleeping serpent, coiled in a spiral 3.5 times. By the way, the word Kundalini is translated from Sanskrit as a power coiled in a spiral, coiled in the form of a snake. The awakening of the dormant Kundalini serpent and its activation are considered to be one of the highest achievements in spiritual practices. But in fact, as you already know, it is only another stage in the spiritual development, just another step, no more than that. I should mention that in the myths of various peoples of the world, the symbol of the snake has been associated with fertility, with the feminine creating power, with earth, air, water, fire, especially heavenly fire, as well as with wisdom. Now compare this with the information you already know, for example about cell division, the motion of the electron, air cyclones, anticyclones, and whirlpools, or with the function of spiral structures, for example DNA, which is connected to the long-term storage and transfer of information. There you have a symbol of wisdom. Yet, this is only a small part of what is known today. There is a lot of knowledge, for instance, about the Earth, outer space, and galaxies, which people have so far associated with primitive mythology, because modern science has not yet perceived the phenomena described in it in the language of associations. I wouldn't say that this knowledge has been preserved in myths in its initial form, but it can still be understood even with the existing touches of human fantasy, if one knows the essence of global physical processes. Anastasia. If possible, please give an example of such knowledge. Rigdon. All right, let's take for instance the cosmogonic myths of Europe, Asia, Africa, or America. Many of them are connected with the image of the coiled serpent. Specifically, if you get to the core of at least the legends of ancient India with which you're familiar, for example, with regard to the world thousand-headed or seven-headed in other interpretations, serpent Shesha, you can understand a lot. After all, according to the ancient legends, he not only supports the earth, but thanks to his countless coils, also serves as a bed for God Vishnu. Furthermore, the legends describe that with his countless mouths, he is constantly busy chanting the glory and the name of God Vishnu. Anastasia. Yes, Vishnu is one of the highest gods in the Hindu mythology. Brahma, Shiva, and Vishnu make up the divine triad, the Trimurti, that is 3 forms in Sanskrit. The name of Vishnu in the Indian tradition is interpreted as all-embracing and penetrating everything, as the universal revitalizing principle. Rigdon. That's right. According to this legend, it is believed that at the end of every world cycle, the serpent Shesha spits out the poisonous fire which destroys the universe. Then Vishnu falls asleep, resting on that serpent which floats in the world causal ocean. When God Vishnu awakens, he contemplates a new creation while reclining on the coils of the serpent Shesha. Then a lotus grows out of Vishnu's navel. From the lotus, Brahma, who creates the universe, manifests himself, and a new world cycle comes. Interestingly, the permanent epithet of the serpent Shesha is Ananta, meaning infinite. Anastasia, the serpent personifying infinity. Ananta is a symbol of infinity. I wonder what if we assume that the serpent's coils mean the spiral movement of energy? Rigdon, smiling. I will say even more. In some myths, the serpent Shesha is seen as an illusion of Vishnu, whereas in others as a part of Vishnu. Just read more down-to-earth myths, such as for example the one about the Egyptian serpent Nehanta that surrounds the earth, or about the Scandinavian Midgard serpent Jormungand, who according to the legends lives in the ocean and encircles the whole earth. Or take the mythology of the West African peoples, for example of the Dogon. They mention that the earth is surrounded like a rim by space with salty water. All this is entwined by an enormous snake biting its tail. In the center of the earth there is an iron pillar, and the earth's disk revolves around its iron axis during the day. Or take a look at the myth of the Indians of the central part of South America, according to which there were times when the sky fell down to the earth, and only the serpent who coiled around the sky and the earth was able to separate them. It is believed that he still keeps them separated. Anastasia. In other words, it may well be some kind of a force field with a spiral structure which keeps the two environments in balance. Rigdon, smiling. And the Indians of the Amazon basin have preserved a myth that the Boyusu snake presents itself to the world in the daytime in the form of a rainbow, as the master of rain who drinks the heavenly water, whereas at night it manifests itself as a black hole in the Milky Way. Anastasia. A black hole? Amazing. Rigdon. The knowledge exists, but in order to understand it, one needs a qualitatively different perception of the world. So getting back to our conversation about outer space, the black hole is a unique phenomenon in this world. It pulls matter to itself and destroys it while pushing away and thus preserving the information that forms matter. And this is what clever people should think about, for the understanding of this process will give a true answer to the question about the creation of the universe, and not only to it. This answer will totally change the distorted human idea about phenomena of the macrocosm and the microcosm. It will then become clear why information never disappears anywhere, and why, when pushed away by the black hole, it is concentrated in certain areas of the universe. What makes these information building blocks form ordered shapes and create matter out of nothing? Why do molecular clouds appear in the expanse of the universe as if from nowhere? And how is the electromagnetic field formed inside such clouds? What makes molecules unite in macro objects, for instance in gigantic stars? And finally, what gives birth to life, and not only life, but at times to intelligent life? At first sight, these questions seem to be difficult. However, if an inquisitive human mind compares all the previous knowledge given in your books with what I've just said, and uses the foam plastic building blocks of his brain a little, many things can change, at least in people's lives. On the other hand, I haven't said anything new. All of this was once known to mankind. Anastasia. So people knew about the existence of information which creates matter. Rigdon. Partly. For instance, in ancient Egypt, this knowledge was inscribed on golden tablets as a heritage for descendants. Later on, people called such heritage the books of Thoth, though the tablets were eventually destroyed, or more exactly melted, because most people have always valued gold more than knowledge. Nevertheless, copies of the tablets, reinscribed on papyrus sheets, or at least a part of them, have been preserved. Unfortunately, such copies have been frantically destroyed by priests at different times, no matter where they were found, for the information contained in them literally undermined the power of priests over people. Nevertheless, something remained, and this something, having been saved and rehidden in the Croatian mountains, gave the world two eminent scientists in the second half of the 19th century. But when that something fell into the wrong hands in 1936, it caused irreversible consequences, the beginning of which was later witnessed by peaceful inhabitants of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Anastasia. Yes, the proverbial human choice. Rigdon. So on the whole, although such information is important for the future, it will provoke the greatest outrage, let's put it this way, of contemporary priests from science. Anastasia. Priests from science? Rigdon. Yes, I mean those whose aspirations are directed not towards the advancement of science, but rather towards keeping crowns on their heads, and who believe that their opinion in science is unshakable. Certainly in public, they will simply fly into a rage while trying to lynch this knowledge, and laughing foolishly at the truth will hide their fear of it. Anastasia. Still, there are real scientists in the world who yearn to know the truth for the sake of the truth itself, whose consciousness is not blinded by such opinions of authorities. Rigdon. Undoubtedly, this knowledge will eventually find those who are indeed the real scientists. People will begin to verify this information, compare it, and in the end they will reach the truth. An inquisitive mind, seeing the direction and the already available knowledge, can discover on its own everything that I have deliberately left unsaid, thus opening its own way to knowing the truth. As for authorities, no authorities can exist in real science. Real science is the process of knowing the truth and not a means of attaining power. Once this information about the black hole and about the heaviest micro-objects in our material universe gets confirmed, this can be done even with modern equipment. These discoveries will not only give answers to the numerous unresolved questions of modern science, beginning with the origin of the universe and ending with transformation of particles in the microcosm. It will radically change the entire understanding of the structure of the world, including everything from micro to macro objects and the phenomena which they constitute. This will confirm the primary nature of information, of the spiritual component. Everything is information. Matter does not exist as such. It is secondary. What is primary? Information. The comprehension of this will change a lot. It will give rise to new trends in science. But the main thing is that people will answer the question of the real structure of the human being. After all, the knowledge about the human essence and the general energy structure, which is different from the physical body, is still being kept secret. Such an understanding, in its turn, will radically change the worldview of many people from the material to the spiritual one. Anastasia. Yes, this can indeed change the course of the human civilization towards true spiritual development. Rigdon, smiling. If only people could hear you. Anastasia. I'd like to believe that people will indeed hear this. After all, this knowledge is so unique. Rigdon. This knowledge is unique for a person only when he already understands much beyond the patterns of the material world, and when his soul aspires to go beyond the horizon of events. But so many people, so many times, the knowledge has been given at different times. People tend to lose it with time. And why? Because the human mind complicates the simple so much that it becomes unable to see the truth anymore. There is, as it happens, one ancient Indian parable in this regard. It dates back to the time when women not only had equal rights with men, but their spiritual wisdom was highly respected. Once upon a time, there lived a woman, a mistress named Virya. Translated from Sanskrit, this name means knowledge. She had a disciple whose name was Amrit, immortal. When the disciple had grown up, Mistress Virya told him, "You have grown up. Now you can control your thoughts and emotions and subdue your anger. Go now and see the world. You are ready to find and know the single seed of the truth." Amrit asked,
Mistress Vidya, I am grateful to you for your wise words and good deeds. They have taught me a lot. But give me at least a hint where to look for the single seed of truth.
Mistress Virya only smiled and replied, "Listen to your soul. It will lead you in the right direction." No sooner had Amrit reached the big city than he heard the news that the emperor of the land was holding a great council of sages to discuss the meaning of human life. The winner would be awarded a great prize, 100 cows with their horns adorned with gold. Amrit went to the council, hoping to get an answer to his question of where to find the single seed of the truth. But something unexpected happened. When the sages were asked what is the meaning of life, each of them answered in their own way. One woman among the sages said, "This world for people is nothing more than a temporary abode. Man is born with clenched fists, trying to conquer it, but he dies with open palms, not taking a single speck of dust from the world. The meaning of life is in the birth of man's desires, which form his fate in the afterlife." A man from the sages continued the discussion.
Man's desires are innumerable like sea sands, but his deeds are rare like granite stones. Man's deeds make up his life. His ill or good deeds become his ill or good fortune. The meaning of human life is made up of what he does each time, here and now.
Another woman from the sages replied to him, "Deeds are merely consequences of a person's thoughts. If a person acts with evil thoughts, suffering follows him like a cart's wheel follows ox's legs. If a person acts with good thoughts, joy follows him like a shade from the bright sun. The meaning of person's life lies in his thoughts." So the discussion continued until noon. Finally, one of the well-known gurus of that time, famous at the court for his learning, said,
Thoughts burst from emotions like fire erupts from lightning. The man of yesterday is different from the one tomorrow. To be able to learn from life means to live twice. The meaning of life is in the changes that come from toil and worries.
Silence followed these words. When none of the other sages replied, Amrit, who was standing among the ordinary people, decided to take part in the discussion and said,
Human life passes like a dream. In order to understand its meaning, it is necessary to wake up. Changes on the outside do good only if they come from the inner world of a person. All that exists and that doesn't exist in this world is here, in the human soul. Knowing this truth is the meaning of life.
Common people rejoiced after these words, and the sages nodded approvingly, agreeing with the wisdom that came from this unknown young man. The emperor's prize was given to Amrit, and so in just one day, he suddenly became rich and famous. After the council, Amrit was approached by the well-known guru, who until that point had gotten the better of all his opponents in a debate, and from whom this young man had so unexpectedly taken away the victory. He asked Amrit why he had come to this land, and having found out about Amrit's search for the single seed of the truth, he rejoiced.
"O young man, you are unspeakably lucky. Today, you have gained not only riches and fame, but also a true friend, and a wise teacher, myself. I am well known in this land. I teach different sciences, in which many seeds of the truth are hidden."
After this conversation with the famous guru, Amrit decided to become his student and spent all his money on learning worldly sciences from him. Soon, he became one of his best students, having mastered many languages and learned all the sciences of that time. Full of pride for his achievements, Amrit came back to the house of wisdom. Mistress Vidya was in the garden. Delighted to see her, Amrit began telling her about his travels.
When I had left the house of wisdom, something unexpected happened. On that day, the emperor of the country held a great council of sages. I went there, hoping to get an answer to my question. The meaning of human life was discussed at the council. I voiced my opinion and suddenly received the emperor's prize. In just one day, I became rich and famous. In order to know the single seed of truth, I decided to spend all the money on lessons from a famous guru. Now, I have acquired great knowledge in many sciences and can tell you about many seeds of truth in each of them.
So Amrit began recounting what he had learned. However, Mistress Vidya, having listened to Amrit's story about his achievements and the knowledge he gained, only smiled and said, "You have shown your learning. All that you have learned in the world is knowledge from the mind. It does not mean that you have found and learned the single seed of the truth. Multitude is born out of the whole. In order to penetrate the essence of the sacred, you need the ability to feel as well as awareness and understanding." Mistress Vidya picked up from the ground a fruit from the nearest tree and showed it to Amrit. "You have studied what the material world is woven from, but you missed what it is created of, and the reason why it all exists." Mistress Vidya divided the fruit in half. Having taken out the seed, she divided it in half also, showing the pulp within the seed to Amrit. With your mind, you have known the visible core of the seed, from which a big tree grows, but only through the ability to feel can you know the invisible, that life-giving emptiness from which a big tree grows. The seed is just a vessel for this creating emptiness. The life-giving emptiness is woven from the single seed of the truth, from which everything was born, and into which everything will dissolve again. When you set out on the path, you already possessed this knowledge. Thanks to it, you gained riches and fame. But you used the riches for the mind, while riches are given to understand responsibility. The riches of this world belong to this world, in which everything is transient and is subject to death. Had you used the riches for the benefit of people, you would have found and known the single seed of the truth, a part of which exists in you too.
But what should I do now?
Amrit murmured nervously.
I don't have the riches anymore to amend my mistake.
To which Mistress Vidya replied, Continue your way from the point where you stopped. Continue your way building on the experience which you already have. You have acquired worldly knowledge which people value and thus perceive the visible world. Go and teach people this knowledge and show them not only what the visible world is woven from, but also show them what it consists of and why it all exists. Amrit was surprised.
How will I show people what I do not know myself?
Mistress Vidya smiled. Become the one you don't know. Become yourself, for you have a part of the single seed of the truth in you. Human is just a vessel for the soul, the source of his essence. Find that one and perceive it. This is the most important thing. Once you perceive the single seed of the truth, you will know yourself. Amrit asked,
But how do I do this?
Mistress Vidya replied, Use your mind for the benefit of people and gain experience. When your deeds coming from feelings for the sake of the truth outnumber words said for the sake of the ego coming from your mind, then you will perceive the single seed of the truth. Anastasia. This is an interesting parable and relevant at all times. Rigdon. The problem of modern humanity is that egoism has shattered the knowledge so thoroughly that the single meaning, the purpose of this knowledge has been lost. That is why, nowadays, astrophysicists, for instance, prefer to look only up at the stars, developing incredible theories, for example, about black holes. And archaeologists and ethnologists prefer to look only down, diving into antiquity and voicing their guesses about the past. Anastasia. All in all, there is no unity in the many-sided cognition of the single whole. There is no broadening of the horizons, and most importantly, man's knowledge about himself, about his true essence. Rigdon. Unfortunately, that is so. I will give another interesting example in this regard. As I have already mentioned, there is a tribe of Dogon people in West Africa. At the end of the 19th century, when leading European countries started dividing Africa into their colonies, the territory where this tribe lived, just like their neighbors, got under the dominion of France. At that time, there was active slave trade from the African continent. Nevertheless, the Dogon were not affected because they lived in inaccessible areas. So the first person to learn about their existence was an official of the colonial troops who was making a list of savage tribes. His attitude towards these tribes corresponded to the mindset created by politicians of his country. In other words, that savages are not even human beings. The culture of these people was discovered, though just for a narrow circle of specialists from Europe, by the French African ethnographer Marcel Griaule. First and foremost, he was interested in the spiritual side of life of the Dogon, and that is why the priests of this nation eventually revealed their greatest secret to him. Anastasia. The secret knowledge is revealed to a person with a good heart and pure thoughts. Rigdon. Perfectly true. However, the world learned about the cosmological system of the Dogon not from the works of this ethnographer, but from the works of an astronomer who was also keen on archaeology and ethnography, and who managed to compare all this knowledge. So the Dogon and the kindred Bambara people are among the few peoples who had preserved the original information practically with minimal distortion, often without even understanding the meaning of this information. And the latter is such that it is far ahead of all the modern scientific achievements. Anastasia. That's interesting. Rigdon. In the cosmology of the Dogon and the Bambara, there is information about the significant primary role of vibration and spiral motion in the creation of the universe. Anastasia. The Dogon possess knowledge about the spiral motion of the universe? Rigdon. Yes. In the Dogon mythology, there's a supreme deity, God creator named Amma. One of the Dogon myths says that the world originated from the word Amma. Anastasia. It is interesting that the Dogon in Africa have Amma, while according to the Indian legends, the universe originated from the vibration of the sacred sound Om. In the Vedas, this sound is also regarded as a symbol of the soul approaching the world of God and is denoted by a special sign. Rigdon. Certainly, all these legends at one time had one and the same basis and knowledge. So, according to the mythology of the Dogon, the world arose from the word Amma. There was nothing other than this word. The first word gave rise to an infinitely small basic element of the world, which the Dogon call Kize-Uzi. It is also the millet seed Po. By means of internal vibration, the Kize-Uzi turned into the world egg. In the Dogon myth, Amma has the epithet a spinning vortex, and it is noted that its motion moves in a spiral. Furthermore, the very creations of Amma are described, and also 7 worlds, the sun and the moon, are mentioned. In particular, that the sun is surrounded by a spiral of 8 coils of red copper. The moon is surrounded by the same spiral but of white copper. Surprisingly, modern physics has not yet reached the level of scientific understanding of these questions. But that is not the most interesting thing. Going back to the creation of the world, after the Po seed had been created and the movement started in a spiral, the invisible Amma began to create signs which determine everything in this world. The 2 guiding signs which belong to Amma and the 8 main ones. Anastasia. Signs? Given that Shambhala also communicates and creates events with signs, signs are essentially a special topic. In regard to the above-mentioned legend, readers might ask, what do the guiding and the main signs mean? Rigdon. Well, first of all, the very fact that the Dogon possess such knowledge testifies to the fact that their ancestors received it through paleocontact. The 2 guiding signs are the signs which can be used only by the one whom they call Amma in their myths. The 8 main signs are the creating signs, which when you apply certain power to them, figuratively speaking, like a key to a lock, opens certain possibilities of managing the processes of both creation and destruction. It is very rare, but it happens that the main signs become available to a human being. Anastasia. Very rarely become available to a human being, but that is the Grail. I recorded this knowledge in the book Sensei 4. At one time, you mentioned that the Grail consists of 12 signs, and the Dogon mythology mentions 8 of them, excluding those 2 which are unavailable for people in principle, as far as I understand. Therefore, the Dogon either had incomplete information, or it was partially lost with time, or concealed from the European researchers who wrote down their myths. But the fact that the Grail consists of the main signs with which the world may be designed and adjusted at will is indirectly mentioned in many legends of various peoples. Rigdon. Absolutely correct. Such sacred for this or that nation knowledge is almost never fully revealed by the tribe's priests, particularly to random people. As for the Grail, one should remember that when it was hidden, it was not coincidental that the 12 signs were split into 4 parts, with 3 signs in each part. This significantly complicated the process of arranging signs and activating the Grail by sound. Signs of the Grail in a certain sequence are like a form, like a key to the lock, which when a certain power is applied, the sound formula of the primordial sound, opens otherworldly possibilities to a human. Anastasia. 4 parts with 3 signs in each part. Rigdon. Incidentally, these ancient peoples have preserved records that number 4 embodies the feminine principle, number 3 embodies the masculine principle, and their sum equals 7, which is the basis of the human being, the principle of eternal life, and perfection. Anastasia. 4 embodies the feminine principle. So since the Grail was put together using 4 parts, it means that this indirectly points at the connection with the creating divine power of the feminine principle a lot. Rigdon grinned. Why indirectly? By the way, speaking of a lot, in the cosmogonic myths of the Bambara people, which tell about the timeless initial stage of creation of the world, it is mentioned that the world originated from the void endowed with motion, Gla. Gla, in turn, gave birth to a sounding twin. As a result, a pair appeared, Gla-Gla. On the whole, after a number of conversions and transformations, thanks to the vibration, there appeared signs which were intended to be placed on objects that were not yet created in order to mark them. During the act of creation, there appeared Spirit Yo, from whom the first powerful forces, Pembo and Pharaoh, descended, which took part in the creation of the world. 22 basic elements and 22 spiral coils. It is mentioned that when these spiral coils stirred Yo, as a result, light, sound, all actions, all creatures, and all feelings appeared. The myths mention that Pembo moved in space in a vortex, and that he threw upwards that which was later named Pharaoh. Pharaoh, in turn, created 7 heavens and the spirit of the air, and he spilt life on earth in the form of water. He is omnipresent and visits all waters. In essence, Pharaoh continued to create the world. He put the universe in order and classified all its elements, created people, and taught them the word. Anastasia. Pharaoh put the universe in order, but these are the functions of the creating power of Allatra. Rigdon. That is what I'm talking about. By the way, regarding speech, in the Dogon mythology, the deities of water, the divine twins, shaped as half humans and half snakes, were called Nomo. There remain legends that when they saw the Mother Earth from the sky, naked and devoid of speech, they made a skirt for her of 10 wisps of filaments of heavenly plants. It is precisely these moist filaments, twisted in a spiral, which comprise the word, that were full essences of Nomo that communicated speech to the earth, the first language of the world. So some people should not have called the Dogon and the Bambara peoples barbarians. Those barbarians have preserved by far more information for future generations than civilized people. Certainly not without their elements of distortion, but still, this is much better than nothing. Anastasia. Yes, after all you've just said, one just wants to give everything up and leave for Africa, since such knowledge is preserved there. Rigdon burst out laughing. There is nothing to do there in that Africa. It would be the same as going to Tibet. You'll immediately find many people willing to show you the right way to Ahriman, and on top of that with your own money. In reality, everything is much closer than a person can imagine. It is all a matter of the vein of knowledge and the prevailing worldview. Look here, you have seen the world in a different light of knowledge from the perspective of the spiritual worldview. Information that used to be non-essential for you has now become important. Fragmented knowledge from physics, mythology, and astronomy has fallen into place like a jigsaw puzzle, each piece supplementing another as if it took its rightful place. Now imagine what the people who don't possess such information will think about, for example, science. After all, most of the contemporary people will not even understand what is really being said here. According to the modern worldview, signs that create the world can at best be the symbols that form the table of chemical elements, nothing more. Yet, for example, the spiral as a symbol was known already in the Paleolithic times. Its images can be found in pre-dynastic Egypt, in ancient India and China, in ancient cultures of Crete and Mycenae, and among peoples living on different continents, in Europe, Africa, and pre-Columbian America. Yet what is the situation today? What has remained of the bygone knowledge of the spiral structure of the macrocosm and the invisible world? Suffice it to go out into the street and ask anyone, or specifically experts engaged in such a science as physics, about what people know now about the spiral. As a result, you will at best get a standard answer which unfortunately reflects only the habitual template materialistic worldview of people, which does not go beyond the scope of knowledge of the visible world. Anastasia. Exactly. You needn't go far to find such examples, for not long ago I myself thought in similar terms. It turns out that the ancient people were not deprived of such wonderful knowledge about the world either. It doesn't matter in what form the knowledge was presented. It's the very essence that is important, which influences the person's worldview and consequently his life. After all, this information helps to understand that the world is managed from above, and that everything in this world is ordered and created artificially. From this comes an understanding of what this fleeting life is, what a human himself should aspire to, and how to use its power for one's own spiritual development. Rigdon. In this illusory world, everything is fleeting like a mirage in a desert. Therefore, everything that we possess in the physical world has no value, for it is passing. We must hurry to learn to feel with the soul, and to comprehend the beautiful, because everything in this material world, including human life, is nothing more than foam bubbles on the sea sand. A person senses that he is not just a two-legged creature, that there is something much greater inside him, and that his inner world is different from the world around him. Inside him there is a soul, a particle from without, from the spiritual world. It has a single vector of movement, a single desire. The soul actually seeks to escape from this world. It aspires to go to God, to its native world. However, in the material world, this aspiration, this deepest feeling that comes from the soul, encounters human consciousness. And human consciousness interprets these strong, deepest promptings differently, based on the knowledge and experience gained in this life. And here, a very important role is played by a person's dominant worldview, his knowledge of the world and himself. If the material worldview dominates in him, his consciousness is narrowed and he lacks spiritual knowledge, then numerous substitutions take place in his consciousness. That is, the personality uses this power not for spiritual development, but rather to satisfy its material desires. The power of the single spiritual feeling is split in consciousness into numerous desires of the animal nature. As a result, instead of striving for eternity, a person begins to panic and fear it, and to regard this three-dimensional world as the only reality of his existence. He wastes the power of his life on achieving gratification of his own ego in the material world, on gaining power over own kind, and on accumulating earthly wealth. However, with the death of the body, a person loses all this, leaving behind from his past life, in his after-death fate, just a bundle of negative energy, which will bring him sufferings and anxiety for a long time to come. On the other hand, if the spiritual worldview dominates in a person, and if he does not simply have the knowledge about the world and himself, but uses it purposefully and appropriately, working on himself, then he changes in quality. He moves along the spiritual vector of his life, thanks to the deepest feelings emanating from his soul. For a spiritually mature person, the death of the physical body is in essence a liberation. It is only a transition to a qualitatively different state, the state of true freedom in eternity. Anastasia. You know, many readers point out that given all the diversity of literature available, it is actually difficult to find any specific information about the soul. Furthermore, in modern consumer society, even the term soul itself is being increasingly often substituted with notions that are diametrically opposed to the soul, such as mind, psyche, human self, and self-consciousness. In the best-case scenario, readers find some general philosophy, and even then it is usually sealed in the shell of either a section of ethnology, or of religion and mysticism, or of psychology and sociology. Since ancient times, it was believed that a spiritually rich soul is the most precious possession of a true human. Theoretically, in the human society which moves in the spiritual direction, paramount significance should be given to the study of the spiritual. After all, perception of the soul contributes to the perception of any other truth, including a scientific one. There exists a vast range of idealistic and materialistic opinions about the soul, and dogmatic statements, including those of the speculative nature. However, all these are merely searches of many people at different times, starting with sages, prophets, and saints, and ending with scientists, educators, naturalists, and ordinary people. Disputes mainly took place because of lack of knowledge. Yet what is noteworthy is that people still understand that if they possess systematic knowledge of the human being, and first of all of the soul, they would be able to, while guided by the needs of the soul, control the aspirations of their mind. Knowing themselves, they would better understand all the components of their lives, such as intuition, thoughts, feelings, emotions, secret desires, motives of behavior, consequences of their actions, and so on. In this case, if this knowledge not only becomes available, but is understood by the majority, it would be possible without any difficulty to build and affirm in the world a society of kindness and harmony which people have dreamt of for millennia. There are readers who have been naturally gifted with the ability to feel manifestations of the invisible world slightly more than ordinary people. At that, they usually hide their abilities from others. Mainly, these are quiet, clever people who have already established themselves in life in the human understanding. They have brought up children, achieved a certain social status, became prominent experts in their fields, and received academic degrees. However, they haven't discovered the main meaning of their lives, what they intuitively feel inside themselves in these human achievements, and they worry about this. They try to find an answer to this question which is important to them, to understand themselves and their souls, and thus to determine the direction of the main vector of their lives. They lack knowledge in order to understand their essence, how to live in this world, and how to prepare themselves for the afterlife. After all, some of them, after experiencing the manifestations of the invisible world and gaining priceless personal experience, have already radically changed their worldview. The main question these people ask is, how to save my soul? I think that they, and even future generations which will come into contact with this knowledge, will be very grateful if you answer this main question, which is vital for every human. Rigdon. How to save your soul? Actually, there is nothing complicated here if you really strive for this in your everyday life, if you know and understand your own soul, and hence the reason for your existence. For this, you certainly need knowledge about yourself and your nature, and also about the main action in human life, work on oneself. The seeds of different sprouts of his essence are concealed in a human, but only one of them is true. Why is the human, while looking for the meaning of his coming into the world, so concerned with the mystery of life until the very departure from it? Because even though he is here temporarily, he has the power to change his nature. The meaning of human sojourn in this world is spiritual growth, the aspiration to leave the state of the material belittling of consciousness for spiritual elevation, transformation, and soaring to his purpose and flourishing of all the best that is in him. When a human acquires wings of self-development, they elevate him to the heights of perceiving the truth, qualitatively transforming his nature. Perhaps I will tell about the human internal structure in more detail. This knowledge has almost been lost in the river of time, but its echoes can still be found on the banks of the modern world. So what is the soul? As I have said before, the soul is the true antimatter, a particle from the outside, From the spiritual world, the world of God, the soul is a constituent only of the human being. It is his main potential, a portal, and each person's direct connection with the spiritual world. It is not present in plants or animals or in any other matter, including intelligent matter. The soul enters the emerging energy structure of the human being on the 8th day after the birth of the physical body of a newborn baby. If we take the structure of the physical body, then the approximate location of the soul is in the area of the solar plexus, that is the actual center of man. Yet the soul is neither the solar plexus, nor the heart, nor any other physical organ or system, including the brain, the mind, consciousness, thinking, intellect, or mental abilities. Everything mentioned above is neither a product nor a property of the soul. All this applies to the material world. Surgical removal, transplantation of various organs of the physical body, for example of the heart, or blood transfusion have nothing to do with the soul. I emphasize that it is located in the energy structure of the human being and not in the physical part of the structure. Each human being has one soul. It is single and indivisible. There is no difference between the soul of a man or a woman. The soul has no gender. Souls of all people are identical in their nature. And in this sense, you can say that people are very close and kindred to each other. The soul is not matter. It does not wear out. It does not get old or sick. It is perfect in relation to the material world, but is not sufficiently individually perfect in relation to the world of God. As a result of repeated reincarnations in the material world, the soul is burdened with information capsules. What is a human being? During a lifetime, a human being represents a multidimensional spatial object which is built around the soul and which has its own intelligent personality. The usual shape and the structure of the physical body, which is visible to the eye, together with its physical and chemical processes, as well as a control system, including the material brain, is only a part of the overall human structure which relates to the three-dimensional space. In other words, the human being consists of a soul with its information capsules, a personality, and a structure that is made up of, say, various fields of other dimensions, including the physical body, which is located in three-dimensional space. What is an intelligent personality? A new personality is formed in a new structure, a new body. The personality is who every person perceives himself to be during his lifetime, the one who makes the choice between the spiritual and the animal natures, who analyzes, draws conclusions, and accumulates personal baggage of sensory and emotional dominance. If a person develops spiritually during his life to such an extent that his personality merges with the soul, then a qualitatively new, mature being is formed. It is different from the human being and it leaves for the spiritual world. This is, in fact, what is called the liberation of the soul from the captivity of the material world, passing into nirvana, attainment of holiness, and so on. Otherwise, if in the course of human life such a merging does not happen, then after the death of the physical body and the destruction of the energy structure, this intelligent personality, together with the soul, goes to a rebirth, reincarnation, turning into, let's call it thus for convenience in order to understand the gist, a subpersonality. When the physical body dies, the human being continues its existence. In the state of transition, it has a spherical form with spiral structures. The soul, together with its information capsules, is enclosed in this formation. The information capsules are subpersonalities from previous incarnations, including the personality from the recent life. Information capsules, which are located around the soul, are sensory and emotional bundles, more specifically an intelligent information structure that can associatively be compared to a kind of a nebula. To put it simply, these are former personalities from previous incarnations. There can be many of such subpersonalities near the soul, depending on how many times the person has reincarnated. Anastasia. That means that a subpersonality is a personality just like you, which was active in the past incarnations of your soul. Rigdon. Yes. In other words, it is a former personality from a past life with all the baggage of sensory and emotional dominance, positive or negative ones, which it accumulated during its lifetime. That is, with the result of its choice during life. The personality, as a rule, does not have a direct connection with subpersonalities. Therefore, the person does not remember his previous lives, and accordingly the experience and the knowledge gained by these subpersonalities. However, in rare cases, when certain circumstances overlap, the personality may experience a vague feeling of déjà vu or short-term spontaneous manifestations of the activity of the latest subpersonality, or short-term spontaneous manifestations of the activity of the latest subpersonality, the one which precedes the current incarnation. This is particularly typical for people in early childhood. There are cases which have been recorded in papers on psychiatry when children in whom no deviations have been observed and who have healthy parents manifest short-term unnatural behavior akin to borderline personality disorder. I will give one of such examples. A 4-year-old girl started having one and the same dream. Against the background of light, a boy was calling her to approach him, but he wouldn't let her go into the light. She started complaining to her parents about this dream which was depressing her, and in the evenings she started behaving in an unpredictable, aggressive way which had previously been unusual for her. She would also become unusually strong. The 4-year-old girl would angrily turn over tables, chairs, a heavy bedside table. She would not recognize her mother, would throw a fit, and say in an accusatory way, "You're not my mother, you will die anyway," and so on. That is, the girl's words and behavior were unnatural for her, but they were quite natural for a subpersonality that had gone through reincarnation and was then in the state of hell, experiencing suffering and animal pain. The next day, the child would become normal again and behave as usual. This is a typical example of a short-term manifestation of negativism of the previous subpersonality. The best thing that can be done in this case is to actively develop the child's intellect, expand his or her horizons of knowing the world, and wait until the primary search takes place and a new personality forms. The primary search happens as a rule by the time a person is 5 to 7 years old. The fact is that in early childhood prior to the primary search, such a short-term activation of the previous personality, subpersonality, may indeed take place. The latter, while a new personality is forming, is trying to get to the consciousness and seize power over the person. However, other cases of manifestation of a subpersonality are much more frequent. This is when children aged 3 to 5, during the period when a new personality has not yet been formed, begin to talk from the position of an adult, experienced person. In rare cases, there may be detailed descriptions of their previous adult lives, which are in fact impossible to know at such an age. More often, though, a child speaks unexpectedly wisely about something, expressing unchildlike thoughts, and sometimes this mystically frightens adults. Parents should not be afraid of such manifestations. Instead, they should simply understand their nature. Once a child's personality is formed, such manifestations will pass. So every subpersonality preserves the individuality of its past consciousness in the form of the desires and aspirations which dominated it during its active life. The personality, as I have already said, has no direct connection with subpersonalities. That is, a person does not consciously remember his or her previous lives. However, such a connection between the personality and subpersonalities is preserved at the subconscious level. The latter may indirectly influence the personality and push it to certain actions, inclining it towards making certain decisions. This happens on an unconscious level. On top of that, subpersonalities, figuratively speaking, are like misty light filters, which considerably hinder the direct connection between the soul and the new personality, so to speak, between the source of the light and the one who needs it. Anastasia. Misty light filters? That's a very interesting comparison. Rigdon. Perhaps I will talk about this in more detail, but it is necessary to understand that all these processes take place at the level of energies. Therefore, I will use figurative comparisons for ease of perception. So subpersonalities are located around the soul, and one can imagine them as intelligent nebulas. On one hand, they're located close to the soul and experience the influence of this powerful anti-material structure, so to speak, the nearness of the breath of eternity, the presence of a particle from the world of God. On the other hand, subpersonalities experience the strong influence and pressure of dense material structures of the animal nature. That is, subpersonalities are squeezed between the two powerful forces of the spiritual and the material worlds. They constantly feel this enormous pressure from both sides. Therefore, each subpersonality becomes a kind of a light filter along the journey of the present personality to connect with the soul. The level of dimming of such a light filter subpersonality depends on the dominant life choices and preferences, as well as the sensory and emotional priorities that were accumulated in its past life. For example, if in his past life a person was good and kind and did much for his spiritual development, but not enough to finally escape from the material world, then this subpersonality will be more at peace and will have fewer vibrations. It means that the energy and impulses from the soul will pass better through such a light filter. However, if a person has wasted his past life on the priorities of material values, then such a light filter subpersonality will be denser in its structure due to higher vibrations. In other words, the transmission capacity of, say, the light coming out of the soul will be much worse. This can associatively be compared to a glass soiled with soot, through which true light gets distorted or penetrates less. In other words, the more the animal side dominated a person during his life, and the more material values prevailed, the harder time he will have afterwards, since he will be the bearer of a greater level of distortion. If there are many such subpersonalities with dense light filters, then it is very difficult for the now living personality to fight his or her animal nature. It is difficult to turn from the path of material dominance and feel the soul. Anastasia. This means that such a person is kind of more bogged down in matter, and it is more difficult for him or her to change the life vector towards the spiritual development? Rigdon. Yes. However, it is never too late for anyone, even for such a person, to reverse the situation, since the personality has life force and the right of choice. Otherwise, the same fate that his subpersonalities are currently experiencing awaits him. By the way, it is precisely the experience of subpersonalities that indirectly results in manifestations of the fear of death in a person at a subconscious level. What subpersonalities feel in a new personality is in fact a real hell for them, speaking in the language of religion. After the death of the physical body, the personality, which becomes a subpersonality, gains its own experience and understanding of what the material world really is, what the soul is, and what the importance of the latter is for the human being. But in the structure of a new body, the subpersonality is already in a desperate position of a chained mind that understands everything, feels a strong sensory and emotional pain, but cannot do anything, including sharing its experience with the new personality. It is equivalent to the situation when you're locked in a body, but this body does not serve your mind, does not obey you, and does not do what you order it to do. That is, it does not serve you at all, and lives on its own. You're aware of all this, but cannot do anything about it. You only sense the incredibly awful pressure, the same mistakes made by the new personality again, and an understanding of your own inability to change the direction of the vector of consumption of life energy. By the way, human fears, such as for instance the fear of closed spaces, arise exactly from this. The roots of the main causes of the appearance of such distorted spatial perception, which engender the deepest feeling of fear and panic in a person, are connected with the sector of human structure in which subpersonalities are located. Why, for example, are people attracted by the appeals to live in the body forever used by many sects and religions? Psychologists usually attribute this to the secret human desire that arises in response to the irrational fear of death, thanatophobia. This phobia has certain behavioral manifestations, the aim of which is either to avoid the subject of the phobia or to reduce the fear of it by means of some actions, adhering to religious rules and rituals, as well as showing increased interest in such information as, for example, eternal life in the body and so on. That is, a person kind of hides behind all this from his unsolvable internal conflict generated by irrational fear, which is also usually accompanied by a sense of foreboding. Where do such forebodings and such fear come from? From the subconscious. and this is connected with the oppressive sensory and emotional state of subpersonalities which already have a practical understanding of what death and reincarnation are. Figuratively speaking, the desire to live in the body forever is present in man because of the fear of inaccessibility of eternity to subpersonalities, which means their inevitable and final death. This is just one of the desires of the animal nature and its substitution at the subconscious level for aspirations of the soul. Anastasia. What if a person manages to develop spiritually during his life to such a level that as a spiritual, mature personality, he will be able to get out of the cycle of rebirths? What happens to subpersonalities then? Rigdon. They're simply annihilated. After all, it is merely an information structure. Anastasia. Regardless of whether these subpersonalities were good or bad personalities in previous lives? Rigdon. Figuratively speaking, there can be no good in your understanding subpersonalities if the personality has become a subpersonality. The personality can consciously develop spiritually and upon having merged with the soul, become free within a single lifetime. In reality, everything is simple. If a person tried to develop in a spiritual direction during this life, but didn't try hard enough, then in the next life, a new personality will have better conditions. This will expand the opportunities for its spiritual growth, but will also increase the resistance of the animal nature. Again, everything, continuation or cessation of sufferings of subpersonalities, as well as the fate of the soul and of the personality itself, will depend on the individual choice of the already new personality. Anastasia. It means that the subpersonality is just an information structure? Rigdon. Yes. Any matter, including the human being, is just an information wave. What is in front of you, for example, a planet or a bacterium, a chair or a human being, depends exactly on the information that has been put in it. But inside a human, there is a soul, which distinguishes him from any other matter. Anastasia. Can the soul be called an information particle? Rigdon. No, the soul does not belong to the material world. It comes from a completely different world, the world of eternity. However, man, in terms of his entire multidimensional structure in the material world, including his animal nature, as I have already said, is exactly an information wave. The soul is what is real in man. It is the main component upon which the entire structure is centered. Everything else is just additional information for development. After the spiritual personality matures and the personality merges with the soul, spiritual liberation, this information is simply de-differentiated, that is, it ceases to exist as an organized structure. Anastasia. Simply put, in the human understanding, this information wave gets destroyed, but in fact it is transformed into a different quality, since information building blocks which everything is made up of, doesn't get destroyed as such. Rigdon. Precisely. Anastasia. You once mentioned that a sufficiently powerful medium is indeed capable of summoning a dead person for a conversation, because actually the person does not die at the level of information. Rigdon. Yes, the human personality continues to exist, but simply in another form, as a subpersonality. If a medium is powerful enough and capable of transferring a part of his life energy, prana, to the subpersonality of the dead person to fill it with this energy, then such a subpersonality does gain temporary ability to communicate with the medium. For the subpersonality, the prana of a living person is, relatively speaking, sweet food in hell. It is an opportunity to get a chance to manifest itself for a short period of time. Thus, the medium, as people say, actually calls the soul of a dead person for communication. In fact, he establishes an informational connection with the subpersonality. And this happens only if the person has already reincarnated and the given subpersonality is present in the material world in a new living body structure with a new personality. At that, the whole contact goes unnoticed for the new personality. And if a person has gone to nirvana, no medium will be able to pull him or her from there to talk. The same is true for the person who is at the stage of rebirth before a new incarnation in the material world. Why? Because such contacts of mediums are one of the guises of the animal mind, its manifestations and connections in the material world. The spiritual world is inaccessible to the animal mind. Anastasia: Wow! This means that a real medium spends, leaks his or her prana, and all this in order to feed the subpersonality. It is an unequal exchange. A person spends valuable energy intended for his spiritual growth for some trifling information from the subpersonality. So such nourishment of the subpersonality is in fact just another trick of the animal mind. Now I understand why traditional religions oppose actions of mediums and where the legends originated about hungry, insatiable ghosts whom living people tried to bait in the human understanding. Rigdon: Yes, this is one of the tricks of the animal mind. Luckily, given the overall ignorance of people today about these matters, real mediums are not that many. They're mostly imitated by people who entertain the unsuspecting public with their purely psychological tricks. Anastasia: A belief has survived to the present day that dead people must not be remembered in a bad way, and if you do think about them, then only in a good way. If a dead person comes in a dream, it is believed that his or her soul has not calmed down. How true are these beliefs? Rigdon: I would specify that if you think about the dead, you should do so only from the perspective of the spiritual nature of the living, from the perspective of spiritual love, which is constructive for the living, and not from the perspective of sorrow for the past. Besides, it is necessary to understand the processes that take place in this case. First of all, it is not the human soul as such that is referred to in all these cases. As a rule, it was not only his relatives who knew nothing about it during his lifetime, but even the person himself. What is meant here is exactly the person's personality, which was well known by the community, and which became a subpersonality after the death of the body. The soul itself, when it is reincarnated, does not return to the place of its previous imprisonment. However, the subpersonality, as an intelligent informational structure of the material world, even when it is locked up in a new body, can use the energies of the new body, mainly when a new personality has not yet matured. When it gains power for a short period of time, it can visit, thanks to its projections, those places and those people to whom it was attached during its life. Subpersonality can also manifest its activity when living people start thinking about it, the dead person, giving it the power of their attention. What does this mean for a living person? Unfortunately, I cannot disclose all the details here, as they say to the general public, since it is known that knowledge multiplies sorrow. However, I will say the following for the general understanding of the gist of these processes. The point is that when someone starts recalling a dead person, the following happens. By putting their attention, non-localized fear, and authentic emotions, grief, despondency, and depression, which arise as a result of thinking about the dead person into this process, the living person, speaking in terms of physics, imparts an additional charge to the subpersonality, transfers power. Due to that, the subpersonality becomes active. In other words, the process of recalling a dead person by the living is similar to an instantaneous transfer of charge, power, from one elementary particle to another, regardless of time or space. The subpersonality remains in the new body, but its projection immediately manifests itself when this charge is transferred. More specifically, it comes into contact with the personality of the person who is thinking about it. The latter feels this connection, such an exchange of information, with the subpersonality of the dead person at the subconscious level. In fact, the living person feeds this contact with his or her own life energy. One should not expect anything good from it, because such a subconscious exchange of information with the subpersonality only reinforces the surges of the animal nature in the person. As a result of such an information contact, the living person begins to feel melancholy, heaviness, and sorrow, gets caught in a loop of thoughts. If he had been alive, this would not be happening to me, or this would not have happened if she had been alive. He wouldn't let them treat me like this, etc. In reality, the animal nature simply disguises the consumer desires of this person, for example, the desire to feel important, under the notion of lost love, generating in him longing for the past, fear of impending death, and so on. This brings suffering both to the person who recalls, manifesting in him the dominant thoughts from the animal nature, and to the subpersonality whom he is recalling. On the one hand, such contact is a touch of life-giving power for the subpersonality. On the other hand, such a living charge gives it a clear awareness of its own inactive position and the state of hopelessness. And this only adds torments for the former personality, which has become a subpersonality. Besides, such a provocation from the animal nature additionally burdens not only the subpersonality itself, but also the personality of the person in whose energy structure it is located. Perhaps for ease of understanding what such contact with a living person means for the subpersonality, I will give a figurative example. Imagine a person walking in a burning hot desert. He is already doomed. He is almost on the verge of death. He is tormented by pain and raging thirst. And then a small drop of water falls on his lips from the sky. It does not quench his thirst, but on the one hand, it gives him an illusory hope of life, or rather memories of his bygone life. And on the other hand, it gives him a clear understanding of the fact that death is inevitable. This realization further reinforces torments and sufferings of the doomed person. Anastasia. Yes, truly, we do not know what we're doing. So it means that by recalling them, we actually bring suffering to our former relatives, and we ourselves suffer from that as well. And what if we look at history? How historical public personalities must be suffering, or rather they're already sub-personalities, whom the living people recall for many centuries and even millennia. It turns out that such mass reminiscences aggravate their suffering even more. Rigdon. If people, while dominated by the animal nature, remember them and put their emotional power into such thoughts, then of course this significantly burdens both the sub-personalities and the ones who are thinking about them. But there, they got what they deserved according to how they lived their lives here. Anastasia. Well, yes, considering the fact that history too is being written not about the spiritual nature prevailing among the peoples of the world, but about domination of the animal nature in mankind, who ruled over whom and against whom the wars were waged. All right, could you tell us please how the following phenomena can be explained? In a paper on ethnology, I've read about superstitions and cases connected with Siberian shamans. Powerful shamans asked their relatives to rebury them 3 times after their death, once every 100 years. People pass this information from generation to generation. If a burial didn't take place for some reason, then the shaman started to invisibly haunt the living generation of his descendants and threaten them with disasters. If the new generation didn't respond to this, then the local population suffered various misfortunes such as epidemics, loss of cattle, natural disasters, and so on. This was the case with both good and bad shamans. It was also mentioned that if people treated the memory of good shamans with respect, then they in turn protected them from any disasters or personal misfortunes. Rigdon. We must differentiate concepts here. In this world, both forces of the animal mind of the material world and forces of the spiritual world are at work. Manifestations connected with forces of nature mostly relate to actions of the animal mind. As for the human subpersonality, which during its life as a personality, while developing supernatural powers, reached a certain level of influence over people, it can only provoke a surge of the animal nature in people, affecting them mostly through their subconscious by means of an exchange of information. Any subpersonality preserves the ego, its self-identification. It has experience, knowledge, and the skills of influence on the material world, but it does not have life force. It is not the dead shaman who creates disasters among people, but the belief of people themselves in this superstition. This happens at the expense of the power of living people. Besides, we must not forget about activation of power, the signs with which the shaman worked during his life, and spirits of this or that locale which are also controlled by the animal mind. However, this is another topic, not for this conversation. Anastasia. This means that subpersonalities remember everything. Rigdon. Yes, they are intelligent structures, and they're very scared and tormented by the future reincarnation, which on one hand extends their agony and on the other hand brings the final death closer. That is why it is very important for the living personality to do everything possible and impossible in life in order to unite with its soul. The objective of the animal nature during the personality's life is to divert the latter from the spiritual nature by any means, whether in thoughts, wishes, actions, or deeds. It matters not, so long as man covets the material, earthly, and mortal. The animal nature will use any means to achieve its end, including such manifestations of subpersonalities. There is no good in the animal nature. It is mortal. That is why its intention, just like that of any intelligent matter, is to gain control over other matter and use its life force for its own purposes. The animal nature does everything possible in order to change the direction of life vector of the personality and distract it from the spiritual nature. It does not disdain to use any means, its entire arsenal, and that, first and foremost, is aggression, attack. It is a search for the person's weak spot, where he or she can be mentally bitten and emotionally hit, or simply tempted with another sweet illusion. It constantly imposes new directives on a person or activates the old ones. The animal nature is dead man's dictatorship. Anastasia, you have hit the nail on the head about dead man's dictatorship. As they say, the earth is a coffin for every dead man. Everything that a person desires in this material world is indeed transient and mortal. Rigdon, the clever tricks of the animal nature are varied. If a person does not understand himself, he has a hard time in this life, and still harder afterwards. And it's not about external conditions, but rather about human choice. Life passes very quickly, and the worst thing about human existence is not the death of the body. The worst thing is when a person has lived his life in an illusory oblivion of this world and understood nothing, when his personality has not evolved in the spiritual aspect. Then absolute inevitability comes for him. Here you suffer during your life, whereas there you will suffer for centuries and will have no chance to change anything, since there will no longer be an instrument for this, as opposed to the personality which is in the body. For the subpersonality, such a situation is equivalent to the plight of a hungry person who is standing and watching an abundance of different food behind the glass without being able to reach it. Food seems to be so close, but the glass prevents him from taking it. That is when questions start pouring from the subpersonality's egoism, such as, "Why me? I've been so good." Because you were choosing momentary pleasures, material things, instead of eternity. Because in your thoughts you secretly lost it for power over others, pleased your animal nature, and acted against your conscience. Because you were wasting each passing day, both in deeds and in thoughts, on your egocentrism. And such becauses are many in all the days of your short life, wherever you look. Anastasia, yes, this is sad. Yet many people simply cannot imagine living differently other than worrying about matter. Although people themselves are not bad, and they suffer from one and the same fetters of the animal nature, they blame these sufferings on the stereotypical reasons and responses imposed upon the society. Everybody lives like that. These are the times we live in. Such is my fate. You cannot escape your fate, etc. That is, people behave passively when it comes to transforming themselves and their destiny, while others, on the contrary, are active, but in the wrong direction. I've met people who by their nature have, it can be said, innate leadership qualities. Practically since their childhood, They have felt the inner power, thanks to which they can influence people and foresee events. By the way, how can one explain such innate power in a person? Can it somehow be connected to the person's previous life? Rigdon. Cases can certainly vary. However, if we speak of a person's innate talent, this means that in the past incarnation of this soul, the personality developed spiritually and achieved certain results in self-development and in understanding of this world. In other words, there was a good leap in the spiritual growth, but it wasn't enough for leaving the system of Ahriman, for breaking the cycle of rebirths. Nevertheless, in a new life, a new personality with such a soul has certain advantages in comparison with other people. Human is born with a great energy potential, which if used properly, contributes to faster spiritual growth of the personality and gives it real chances to merge with the soul and leave the circle of rebirths. There are many such talented people. They feel that they're different from everyone. Since childhood, such people are quite sociable, have leadership qualities, the innate gift of influencing people, a certain level of sensitivity to events and manifestations of subtle energies, etc. However, there is another category of people with great potential. In childhood, as a result of conditions they got into, they grow up withdrawn and distanced from the outside world. And only later on, as adults, they develop their full potential. Anastasia. Obviously, such a gift is a great responsibility? Rigdon. Yes, and in the first place for the person himself. Those born with great spiritual potential should understand that there will be an equally strong opposition from the animal nature side, and it will do everything to use this power for its own purposes. If knowledge which explains these moments is lacking in the society, if numerous thinking patterns are set like traps in the format of the animal nature, then such gifted people, following priorities of the society, start spending their unique power on implementation of programs of the animal nature. They notice that they can solve certain seemingly difficult issues quite easily. They understand that they have influence over others. It is easy for them to be leaders in any group. But without proper knowledge of themselves, as a rule, they start using their gift either for selfish purposes to implement programs of their animal nature, or in general for the system which exists within a program of the animal mind. Thus, they become absorbed in matter, choose it more often, and develop this direction in their lives. This is how the animal mind deceives them. The animal nature activates in a person. A subtle substitution of the spiritual vector of life for the material one occurs, and this innate power is spent in favor of the animal mind. In very rare cases, such gifted people, overcoming strong opposition of their animal nature, become spiritual leaders, for instance. I mean not those who possess religious power over people, but those who truly follow the spiritual path, really helping others develop spiritually and free their consciousness from the captivity of matter. But mostly, they use this gift to build a career for themselves, gain power, to accumulate material possessions, and so on. As a rule, such people become leaders in society. Some become public figures, others become businessmen, still others turn into crime lords, etc. Sometimes they simply surprise the people around them who cannot understand how and why it happens this way in life, when a clearly intellectually weak person, in their opinion, one without higher education, builds a financial empire which has an enormous influence. In fact, this person simply has a great inner potential and a narrowed consciousness which is directed towards material priorities because the animal nature constantly dominates in him. If such a person broadened his horizons and chose spiritual priorities in life, that is, if he radically changed his inner direction of movement from negative to positive, then he would be able to achieve much in his spiritual development, consciously transforming himself for the better, for the spiritual. He has more than a realistic chance of achieving spiritual liberation and leaving the circle of reincarnations already in this lifetime. Although every living person, by the way, has such a chance. It is a personal choice, purposefulness, self-development, and his perseverance of spiritual goal that play the decisive role here. I emphasize that such changes are connected solely with the transformation of a person's inner world. If a person tries to change their external conditions without changing internally, that will not do any good. Anastasia: I guess like the most people, when they're left alone, such people too feel the burden of matter and everyday problems from time to time. They obviously understand that everything they have achieved on the walk of life is not genuine. It is not the result which their soul desired, and that all this is mundane and superficial. Does it happen that the animal nature completely seizes control over such gifted people? Rigdon: It does, but in such cases, these people turn into really selfish, aggressive mutants. There is no other name for such creatures. But this only goes to prove that subpersonalities have practically no influence over which vector of his or her own development the new personality chooses during life. Let us put it this way. Even if the subpersonality had achieved significant spiritual heights back in its day, and all it lacked was only one step to nirvana, the final escape from the circle of rebirths, this does not mean that the subsequent personality will make this step. As a rule, the opposite usually happens, since such personalities, with a spiritually evolved subpersonality, are exposed to more attention from the animal mind already in early childhood. As a result, instead of continuing their development in the spiritual direction and achieving the final fusion with the soul, that is spiritual liberation, escape to nirvana, these people waste their gift, their valuable power inherited from the previous personality, on an illusion imposed by the animal nature. In the end, instead of the intended leap forward in a spiritual sense, the person falls back, thus burdening his personality and the soul. Naturally, he ends up in the reincarnation circle again, only in much worse conditions this time. And as a result, this personality will have to experience death, become a subpersonality, and then suffer in new bodies for a very long time because of his fatal mistake. Anastasia: So they spend this power not on a leap into eternity, but on ruling over their own kind in this mortal moment, which passes very quickly. Rigdon: Yes, it is foolish to give preference to mortal matter when just a footstep away from spiritual eternity. The body will die anyway, but what will you be left with? Intelligent material structure's fear of inevitable destruction is exactly the main reason due to which inner opposition to God and His world coming from the animal nature appears in a person. Such an opposition appears where the spiritual and the material worlds collide or intersect. This phenomenon is described in some religions as a battle between archangels and fallen angels. But in reality, these are mere associations. This does not mean that someone somewhere is waging a heavenly war for the human soul. All this is taking place here and now, inside every person, and the battlefield is his consciousness, thoughts, emotions, and desires. Their preponderance in favor of either the spiritual or the material means victory or defeat of the personality in the momentary battle for the soul, and eventually for the right to merge with it and transition to eternity. It is scary to lose the battle, but fatal to lose the war. Why does man fear God, by turn loving him and then hating him? Because everyone, due to repeated reincarnations of their soul, knows subconsciously that there is a spiritual world, there is God, and spiritual beings serving him. The latter are called angels in legends among people, but they do not look the way people imagine them in the associative categories of religion. These are beings of another dimension, which is different from the three-dimensional world. After all, that reality cannot be described in words. Any attempt of such an interpretation of that world will be associatively linked to this world by human thinking, and so will distort reality. And if the subsequent transfer of this information is then carried out under the dominance of the animal nature, while you yourself, having encountered it repeatedly, have seen what form these legends eventually take and how they're fleshed out with extra details. Let's take, for instance, the tales of God's judgment. In fact, everything is simple. Each time after death of the material body, a person, or rather the personality and the soul with subpersonalities, has a meeting with representatives of the spiritual world and gives, so to speak, an answer for the life lived, after which man's further destiny is decided. Hence various legends among the peoples of the world about God's judgment, the afterlife fate of man, and so on. Yet how everything is twisted and how it gets dished up in those very religions and various beliefs. All this misunderstanding takes place also due to the fact that during its life, the personality has no access to the memory and experience of subpersonalities, and the person does not know the whole truth about himself. If the life of a human personality didn't start from scratch every time with memory of past lives blocked, there would be no conditions for making the choice. If people consciously remembered all the reincarnations of their soul and the unbearable suffering which their subpersonalities are still experiencing, I assure you that all people would have long ago become angels. But unfortunately, the memory of past lives is blocked. Each time a person has to plunge into this world again for the sake of independent, conscious, spiritual maturation of his personality. Still, what is good about such a clean slate of the new personality's consciousness? First of all, the fact that priorities are inscribed on it anew, which determine the dominant choice during the life of the new personality, regardless of previous merits of subpersonalities. That is, if the person drastically changes his life vector in favor of the spiritual nature, directs his dominant thoughts to the spiritual channel, and disciplines his consciousness, then he, the personality, will get a real chance to save himself and his soul in his life. After all, in such a case, he will start to qualitatively transform himself for the better and to live in the spiritual world. However, if human, the personality, again wishes to get caught in the fetters of material thinking, with thoughts of the animal nature invariably dominating in him, then such a personality will have only one route: to become a subpersonality, for the person will be spending the power intended for liberating the soul on the never-ending desires of the material world. Do you understand the fundamental difference between the life of a person in whom the material dominates versus the one who is dominated by the spiritual? When the material dominates in consciousness, a person lives by the material world, only occasionally thinking about the soul. Sometimes he may even try doing spiritual practices. He usually regards the latter as one of his hobbies or as a means of helping to develop superpowers in order to strengthen his influence on people, and so on. At that, such a person naturally does not bother much to work on himself and tame his animal nature. But when the spiritual dominates, the personality in its new quality lives by the spiritual world, by its love for God, abiding in it constantly. In this state, the person looks at all the tricks of the animal nature with humor, knowing their nature and foreseeing its further attacks and subsequent actions. And they no longer burden the personality, for a person does not fall for them, because in his thoughts and feelings, he lives already by the spiritual world. As for the material world, he only comes in contact with it since he continues his existence in the physical body, doing good deeds. Anastasia. Yes, indeed. One who is in love is in God, and God is in him, for God is love. Rigdon. A truly holy human lives by this. Anastasia. The knowledge about subpersonalities is valuable, but in a person it may give rise to fear that he won't have enough time within this life to develop to a state of complete spiritual liberation of himself and his soul, and will therefore become a mortal subpersonality. Rigdon. Well, first of all, such fear can be caused only by egoism, that is, the animal nature. Secondly, you yourself have witnessed the person receive the knowledge, so to speak, from scratch, just like everyone else in the group. But he became so inspired by those seeds of the truth and desired to unite with the spiritual world so strongly that it took him only 2 years of responsible work on himself for the spiritual world to accept him. And this despite all the unfavorable living conditions he was in compared to the rest of the group. So where there is a will, there is a way. And thirdly, when love for God prevails in a person's life, any fear vanishes on the way to achieving the desired goal. I will give you a figurative example for understanding the essence of spiritual deeds. Imagine a person at war defending his motherland. He loves it so ardently and deeply that he is ready to fight for it with all his strength, stop at nothing for victory, and do everything possible and impossible for the sake of one goal, to liberate his motherland. He is ready to die for the love of motherland. He doesn't care what will happen to his body. The main thing for him is the feeling that he is experiencing, which leads him into battle and makes him fight triumphantly. And this feeling of love does not leave him even when he is taken prisoner by the enemy and knows that he is destined to die in agony because he is filled with the feeling of true love for which he has lived and for which he will die. So everything depends on the person. If he is filled with true love for God, by which he lives every day, then there is no room for any doubt in him. He has only one goal: victory for the sake of liberating his soul. Anastasia. Yes, victory at any cost. Rigdon. So saving his soul is the main deed in the life of a human, his main goal, the meaning of his existence. The salvation of the soul is the real service to the spiritual world and not to the material one. Save yourself, and thousands around you will be saved. And there is nothing difficult here, as long as there is a wish. One should simply start with the basic, work on oneself. The human brain is like a computer. The output depends on what you put in. It will work in the direction of the goals you set and the programs you install in it. During life, its memory accumulates the experience of various associative sensations, perceptions, thoughts, feelings, and so on. These associations are mostly linked to impressions received from the surrounding world. Why is it very important for the modern person walking on the spiritual path to constantly broaden his horizons, read more, get acquainted with various information, and enrich his background knowledge in various fields? Because then a person will have more associations, an improved memory, and a comprehensive perception of the world. After all, the subconscious, out of which associations are drawn, is similar to a cupboard. What you once put in there is what you will later find. The material structure of the brain holds images, holograms, which it received during the lived life. For example, when a person receives new information through eyesight or hearing, an excitation of neurons takes place in a certain area of the brain. The brain processes the information, and if we use the categories already known to you, an excitation of certain information building blocks occurs. The brain detects what it is based on the previous knowledge and experience. This encompasses everything: sound, sensations, knowledge, and so on. Figuratively speaking, the brain operates as a search engine in the computer. For instance, if you type in the word kindness, it will return all the files with information containing this word. In general, the brain searches for what is similar to the associations that are in the contents of the cupboard of our subconscious. At the same time, it also stores new information with its characteristics, replenishing its cupboard with it. If a person is too lazy to improve his knowledge and develop analytical skills, limiting himself only to what mass media presents to him ready-made, he becomes an ideal object to be controlled by priests and politicians through his own consciousness. Because of his own laziness, the person consciously narrows his horizon of knowledge. And when one's brain is barren of associations, the majority of which are often looped on material priorities, such a person becomes spiritually weak. It is easier to control and deceive him and instill certain mindsets in him. Actually, that is why priests and politicians seek to bring a person to the state of narrowed consciousness. In such a state, he is convenient for their control. Furthermore, it is enough to put certain associations and role models into his consciousness, and the person becomes an obedient puppet in their hands. Anastasia. That's right. If you demonstrate to a person how bad everything is, he will replay bad things in his thoughts, inadvertently focusing his attention on them. He will revive and actualize negative situations, recalling the relevant associations. After all, like attracts like. At the same time, if good things are demonstrated to a person, if his attention is drawn to the spiritual aspects of life, if examples of kindness, morality, culture, good manners, and a spiritual way of thinking are shown to him more often, then he will be forming his worldview already in this direction. Rigdon. People by their nature are suggestible and initially inclined to imitate. At that, they always strive for something new, often without knowing what in particular. By the way, why is a person always lacking something and is searching for and learning new things? Because the soul pushes him to search for its native spiritual world. But different light filters in the form of subpersonalities and the animal nature which dominate in human consciousness distort the vector of the search. A number of problems in man's spiritual quest are created also by the associative perception of the material brain. After all, the spiritual world is different from the material one, and everything that a person perceives here, as they say, with his five senses, is the perception of only a small part of the three-dimensional world of the material environment, which is furthermore viewed through the prism of associative material thinking. In other words, by thinking in categories and associations of the three-dimensional world, man tries to understand what the spiritual world is. Anastasia. Through the prism of material thinking? Well said, and the essence is expressed so accurately. Rigdon. Yes. As you know, the human brain is tuned to the frequency of the animal nature from birth. Although it does not mean that one cannot change these settings later. One can. The brain is programmed to several states of consciousness. But change is possible only through personal desire and aspiration of man himself. For the most part, people do not even know about all this. That is why, during their lives, they behave just like any other intelligent matter. When a person encounters knowledge which broadens his perception of the world, the first thing that triggers in him is the animal nature. Roughly speaking, the animal nature rears up, revealing the primary vice in a human, pridefulness, so as not to lose its power over man. The person thinks that he already knows everything and can do it all, but when he plunges into the knowledge, he understands that this is far from the truth and that such initial judgment was wrong. Anastasia. Yes, pridefulness is a bane of many people, and everyone is prone to it in varying degrees. I believe it is important for each person to know the secret enemy in the face, at least in order to understand oneself and one's nature better. You once mentioned in a conversation that pridefulness is a manifestation of governance of the animal mind in a person. Rigdon. That is true. It is very difficult for a person to realize that what he considers to be his own thoughts, which form his self, are a mere result of his choice between the will of the spiritual nature and the will of the animal nature. This is particularly difficult to understand for people who, since their childhood, have lived in a society with the corresponding consumeristic priorities, such as, for instance, priorities of materialistic psychology and related values. It is just as difficult for those whose consciousness is limited by a single religious, philosophical, or some other concept built on the principles of dominance of the values of the material world, which have been covered up by spiritual postulates. It is pride that motivates many thoughts of a human. Pride is a feeling. A feeling as such is a force, energy. This is the basis on which the dominant thought arises. It is very important what a thought is colored with. Desires of the animal nature or desires of the spiritual nature. After all, this determines whether the feeling of, for example, pride will turn into pridefulness, and hence a sense of self-love, exaltation of self above others, or into the feeling of noble internal honor for your own deeds on the spiritual path in aspiration for God. Here, perhaps we should delve into the human nature, into the origin of his deepest aspirations and their projections in the world of matter. In the life of a human, it is very important what kind of feelings a person begets with his choice and accumulates throughout his life. Why? Because with this baggage, with this information, or figuratively speaking, with this self, the personality, he is to leave for beyond after death of the body and answer for this choice of his. Now let us look at the mechanism of origination of a feeling. The initial impetus of any feeling comes from the deepest inner force, which comes from the soul. Since the soul is a very powerful particle from the non-material world, it always has one vector of movement, one wish, to escape from this world into its native world, which people call the spiritual world, the world of God. This initial impetus from the soul is the basic principle of generation of the powerful deepest feelings. If one uses this power purposefully on the spiritual course, then it will be sufficient for the person, regardless of the past, to leave the cycle of rebirths during his or her life. When such a deep feeling arises, our material brain begins to react to that power, and consequently to interpret these feelings through our consciousness in its own way. That is, the person, guided by his associations, begins to interpret the arising feeling according to the thinking pattern that he is accustomed to. At this stage, it is the person's worldview that plays a very important role. This includes everything that has been put into his consciousness since childhood, the entire accumulated life experience, the formed behavior and thinking patterns, including those shaped by mass media, which became rooted in his subconscious, as well as his personal scope of knowledge, the ability to control thoughts and focus his attention. The person's dominant worldview determines how and where the power emanating from the soul is spent. After all, consciousness often simply splits and distorts this inner single power, the deepest feeling, through the prism of dominant thoughts. Anastasia. Can this process be compared, for example, to how a sunbeam is refracted in a triangular glass prism, i.e., to the decomposition of the beam into a multicolored rainbow spectrum? Rigdon. Absolutely. This process can be figuratively compared to light dispersion when a single wave is divided into several waves of different lengths. Consciousness, with the accumulated experience of its associations, is like a prism which divides the single force and directs it to numerous small constituents, thoughts, adding hues to this force. Whatever is dominant in the person's consciousness, such is the shade of thoughts, such are the desires. Thanks to this force, thoughts from the animal nature make desires themselves hyper-colorful and attractive in an illusory way. That is, in essence, they do not correspond to reality once realized, because they're hollow. Simply put, the dominant thoughts on which attention is focused direct the power of that single deepest feeling towards implementing a person's desires. Anastasia. As they say, force will always be force. It is the person's choice and where he directs this force that matter. Rigdon. Absolutely right. Take for instance the feeling of pride or of hatred. There is a contemporary proverb, love and hate are just one step apart. As of today, neuroscientists have already confirmed that when the feelings of hatred or romantic love arise in a person, for some reason one and the same areas of the brain become active, even though these feelings are fundamentally different. When scientists reach scientific understanding of the force that lies at the basis of the dominant thought, they will understand why this happens. In fact, everything is simple. After all, it is not a matter of external circumstances or the fact that someone has affected the person's megalomania, offended, said or did something wrong. The matter is solely about the inner feelings of the offended person himself. It is just that the animal nature, which is dominant in the consciousness of this person, uses the same power of the deepest feelings, only colors it into other thoughts with help of the imagination, presenting everything as a negative situation. Furthermore, this invented sketch story is then filled in with different associations which the person has gathered from the behavior pattern imposed onto him in similar situations. And there you have the subject of a conflict. There are times when the animal nature simply distorts or substitutes notions. For example, a person starts complaining, "I do everything for others, but nobody does anything for me." This is precisely a substitution. The animal nature is a consumer. The spiritual nature is the benefactor. If you trace the root of the offense, you will find it inside yourself. External resentment towards someone is a result of you losing to your animal nature. Resentment indicates that you were wrong towards first of all yourself. Distrust in yourself and doubts arise from not knowing the truth. Ignorance of the truth from reluctance to look inside yourself. For the truth is there. The truth is life or death. Fear of the truth, which comes from the animal nature, distorts it, trying to postpone it. But the truth is inevitable, no matter what choice the person makes. Not even a dungeon will deprive a luminous soul of freedom, and no earthly power will set free an animal doomed to death. Anastasia. So in essence, it means that in conflict situations, people waste their power intended for spiritual growth? Rigdon. And they waste it foolishly, choosing the animal nature for which they will subsequently have to answer. The ancients, while explaining the spiritual journey of human, figuratively compared the body to a boat in which person sails the ocean of illusions, heading for the lighthouse of the soul. The animal nature and the animal mind, on the other hand, were compared to an all-pervasive enemy who seeks to occupy man's mind with temporary unimportant things and distract from the eternal, from the light of the soul's lighthouse. After all, a predilection for the illusion of matter narrows the outlook and limits the mind to the problems of the boat, not extending further than 1 meter from its edge. This is how man's enemy tries to lead a person astray from the right direction. However, one shouldn't be deluded by the ocean of illusions and the short stay in the boat. When a person finishes his voyage, he will abandon the boat on the shore as something temporary which is no longer needed for his journey and is subject to decay and destruction. Everything visible will disappear and turn into nothing, the way a burning candle disappears. Only the one who is not attached to the visible things takes care of the soul. As wise people said, save your soul, for its catcher is not sleeping. Keep guard over every hour and each minute, and use your life for the benefit of saving your soul. Anastasia. Only the one who is not attached to visible things takes care of the soul. That is really so. It is precisely the visible which to a large extent tempts people in their thoughts. The discovery of invisible facets which are present in them and which are perceived through the deepest feelings helps them not only to feel the world of the soul, but also to desire it more than anything in the material world. I've met many people who are walking the spiritual path without surrendering to their animal nature. Yes, sometimes they do lose to it at certain moments, but then they realize this and gain valuable experience of avoiding such traps of it. Such people often ask how to protect themselves against attacks of the animal nature and how to prevent their manifestations, how to recognize them, and avoid development of a negative situation in themselves. Rigdon. One simply needs to know the mechanism of attacks of the animal nature, their origin, and learn how to control oneself. Note that when a person stays on the spiritual wave, develops himself, and does spiritual practices, he has an expanded state of consciousness. In meditations, for example, he feels that his consciousness kind of goes beyond the usual facets of perceiving the world. And most importantly, the person experiences feeling of joy, happiness emanating outwards from the soul. That is as though from within him, from the depth of his feelings to the outside surrounding world. It is this feeling that the brain identifies as feelings of heavenly happiness, joy, and freedom. Consciousness becomes clear, sharp. All the earthly problems seem trifles compared to this feeling of native home, of immense peace and eternity. Accordingly, the mood also becomes cheerful, elevated, and actions become filled with power. Now let us examine what happens to a person when the animal nature attacks him. Attacks of the animal nature can be different. You must know your enemy by sight, as they say. To begin with, let's examine the violent attack of the animal nature, which is based on resentment, a sense of dissatisfaction with oneself, or excessive self-criticism, under the common slogan of "Life didn't work out," the victim position. First of all, such a violent attack of the animal nature can be described as an external pressure. If you look carefully from the perspective of the observer from the spiritual nature, From where this pressure stems, which can be sensed even at the physical level, you will feel it coming exactly from the outside, from top to bottom, as if pressure from the side of the head or from the back to the chest. As a result of such a violent attack of the animal nature, within a short period of time, one turns from an active individual into a passive person, becomes disoriented. He seems to lose some kind of a foundation, a base under himself. Negative images, thoughts, and far-fetched problems suddenly surface and start playing in his consciousness, drawing and focusing his attention on them. When this happens, a person experiences a state of dissatisfaction and emotional stress, which manifests itself mainly in standard patterns. It gets unpleasant and uncomfortable inside, as if something is getting compressed inside the chest. It is difficult to focus on any work, because extraneous thoughts are constantly distracting him to muse on one and the same sore subject. Resentment, or as they say, an emotional pain, arises. Bad thoughts weigh one down. Self-blame and self-torment for something begin. A tangle of negative thoughts, associations, and emotions appears. In general, attention becomes focused on the problem which is being intensified by the animal nature. Person's consciousness narrows down to the point of this problem. He starts seeing only this problem and nothing else. For example, a person turns on the TV set, trying to distract himself from these thoughts. But consciousness, as if on purpose, clings and focuses his attention on those fragments of programs which touch on his sore subject. Here's another example. A person in this state begins a discussion with somebody on unrelated subjects. But eventually he does not even notice that consciousness still unwittingly takes the conversation into the channel of the same contrived problems. If a person experiences such a state, he must understand that this obsession with negative thoughts and such a depressed state of consciousness is actually the beginning of an attack of the animal nature. Anastasia. In other words, the person sort of reacts to the situation one-sidedly. Rigdon. Absolutely, he simply loses a holistic perception of the picture of the world. His consciousness narrows. A person becomes obsessed with a certain problem. Figuratively speaking, before this he would see a wide range of colors, but during an attack of the animal nature, he is focused only on the black color, while other colors cease to exist for him. He does not seem to notice them. What is the purpose of this violent attack of the animal nature? Its goal is to block the connection of the personality with the soul, which is why there is a kind of pressure from the outside to the inside. During such an attack, figuratively speaking, the signal from the soul does not reach the consciousness of the personality in its pure form, as it happens in spiritual practices, and is significantly distorted through the activation of contaminated filters. It is important to know that the animal nature mostly catches the human at his own weaknesses, for it is aware of all of the person's weak spots, of his past and present, of all his secret dreams on which he once focused his attention, wishing for this or that benefaction of this world for his precious self. And what is more, the desires which burden the spiritual way do not appear in a person, or rather in his new personality out of nowhere. These are mostly traditional, materially inclined behavior patterns, which dominate in the surrounding society, which is why the majority of people are dominated by such qualities from the animal nature as egocentrism, envy, immense greed, and pity for their precious selves. Anastasia: Yes, man gets very quickly infected with motivations from the animal nature. Rigdon: By the way, I would like to mention that during an attack of the animal nature, a person sees himself only as being a good person. He is supposedly super in all respects, and everyone else is nothing less than a creepy scum. When a person is in such a state, you'd better not tell them directly that they themselves are to blame because their negative qualities have manifested. Otherwise, such people will immediately direct all this negativity in your direction as well. His animal nature will immediately begin to aggressively defend its positions. The fact is that while in such a state, a person does not consciously perceive your explanations and observations regarding his personality. Why does this happen? First of all, because the person's consciousness is narrowed at this moment, and because he is obsessed with his own egoism. In this state, nothing and nobody exists for a person other than me, myself, and I in various guises. Anastasia: Well, the animal nature is a true master of laying the blame on somebody else and inventing external causes should you just give it a chance. Another favorite technique of the animal nature is to slip a thought to a person that will lead him in a vicious circle. It could have been completely different if only. By the way, readers often ask why this kind of looping of thoughts happens, even if a person only feels worse because of this. Rigdon: For two reasons. First of all, this is the work of the animal nature. It creates internal conditions for the choice of the person. And what the personality gives preference to in its short life, the will of the spiritual nature or the animal one, good or bad thoughts, is the right of the personality itself. However, the priorities the person chooses daily form his afterlife destiny. Secondly, the looping of negative thoughts is just one of the techniques of the animal nature with which it draws man's attention to itself, making the personality serve the whims of the animal mind, thus wasting life energy on mortal things. The fact is that during such a looping of thoughts, a person engages in self-blame, becomes angry, and is constantly thinking about the past. Simply put, his consciousness narrows to an emotional, one-sided point of perception of some personal problem. At the same time, he does not even understand who, why, and for what purpose has set this very direction of thinking in him. And it is not even a matter of a specific contrived problem. Once this problem is solved, another one will surely appear. The truth of the matter is that it is necessary to learn to control oneself. Then there will be fewer inner problems, since it is those that external situations grow out of in a person's life. Anastasia: That's true, or else such running around in circles will continue until the end of life. It is just like in the proverb, you pull and he pulls. No matter who wins, both will fall. Rigdon: Sometimes for half his lifetime, the person will nag at himself because of some missed opportunities as far as improving his life in the material world goes. He dreams of such unrealized happiness, and sees it only in a good light for himself, where his own importance, megalomania, is satisfied and takes the first place in his dreams. A person does not take into account that the animal nature is simply drawing another ideal illusion for him, and that his dream, once realized, would look entirely different from what he imagined. In this state, man does not understand that had everything happened differently, nobody knows what kind of a person he would be today, and whether he would have the conditions and opportunities that he now has, since each step in life implies changes and entails a chain of events which shape the future of a person. Anastasia. Well, unless human begins to understand his nature, it will be difficult for him to realize what his true happiness lies in. Rigdon. There is another type of attack of the animal nature, the soft and subtle one, based on pridefulness. It is exactly the opposite of the violent type. During such an attack of the animal nature, a person thinks that he has everything under control, that he is so cool, that everyone around him is praising him. But if you look at this situation from the perspective of the observer from the spiritual nature and analyze these moments of self-admiration, then it becomes clear that all of them are based on self-obsession and egoism. Man's consciousness narrows in the same way he is similarly focused on his precious self, only this time in another direction. Metaphorically speaking, like a Narcissus, he notices nobody around him other than himself, and the pressure is again felt from the outside to the inside, only it is not violent, but subtle, endearing, satisfying, with a sense of enjoying the outer. Anastasia. What other traps can be expected from the animal nature? Rigdon. The ways of its influence are diverse. For instance, you're doing an important task that will influence many people and their lives in a good way in the end. Already at the first stages of implementation of this task, the beast, the animal nature, starts planting ideas that require you to spend the same amount of efforts and time on them as on the main task. These ideas, which are really not important at the moment, begin to divert your attention with a multitude of their issues that require an immediate solution. Thus, you will simply get caught up in these problems, and as the saying goes, there will be much ado about nothing. But in the end, if you evaluate the efficiency rate of your actions, it will become clear that the mundane actions have not shown such a significant result as the initial action, which you abandoned, could have done. Yet, the time has been lost and efforts wasted. So this is a subtle substitution. Here's another version of an attack of the animal nature from the substitution of notions repertoire. For example, you have managed to notice an attack and were able to hold your position. But suddenly, some sort of panic starts inside. Something like, "Help! I urgently want into eternity. What is to be done? How can I be saved immediately?" This is another subtle substitution. Unfortunately, there are many such substitutions. It happens that while under the influence of the animal nature and not bothering much with working on himself, a person only boasts about his spiritual development accomplishments in front of others. He thinks mistakenly, out of arrogance, that he is watching out for his animal fully armed. But in reality, this situation resembles the fable about the wolf and the hunter. Once upon a time, a wolf decided to go on a sortie alone so that he could later boast to his pack that on his own he went hunting for the human himself. At the same time, a man decided to go hunting alone so that he could later boast to huntsmen that he went hunting a wolf all by himself. So both of them went, the wolf and the man, and both of them were afraid, shivering from fear in the night. Both of them got saddled on the edge of a forest, having leaned against a worm tree. So they sat until dawn, pressed to each other back to back, out of fear, soothing themselves only with the thought of how they would boast to their fellows that they were hunting all alone. They were warm and cozy, and they both were infinitely glad they had remained safe and sound. The wolf was happy that the hunter didn't get him, and the hunter was happy that the wolf didn't get him. Anastasia: well said. Many people do not bother about real work on themselves. They only soothe themselves with flattering thoughts. Later, they're surprised why they haven't got any significant results in their spiritual development, though they were hunting their animal many times. It is surprising how many subtle substitutions there are. The impression is that it is not only you who is learning more, but the animal doesn't sleep either, that it is constantly improving itself on where else it can catch you. Rigdon: that is correct. The funniest thing is that the animal nature has standard same-type programs. People step on the same rake, and everyone thinks that they're the only ones who get hit on the forehead. Each person thinks that he has it worse than everyone else, and that it is just his obstacles that are the most difficult to overcome. But all this gloom is another trap of the animal nature to get a person to focus his attention on its purposes. By knowing these tricks, however, one can easily foresee and avert another attack, avoid traps. The most common programs of the animal nature are based on pridefulness, egocentrism, and fear. These negative feelings cause envy, jealousy, grief, resentment, self-pity, the desire to control and discuss others, to blame someone, fear of changes, fear of diseases, loss of the close ones, fear of loneliness, of the approach of old age, death, and so on. Here, the same processes of narrowing of consciousness take place which I have already mentioned. But as they used to say in the ancient times, he who climbs a high mountain laughs at everyday bustle. If a person seriously wants to take care of his personal spiritual development, he must first of all discipline his thoughts. As often as possible, he must be aware of the emotions he is experiencing and of his way of thinking. Analyze their nature and the mechanism of emergence. He must be able to rise above the circumstances and the mundane. He must be able to perceive the world from the perspective of the observer from the spiritual nature, and not from the usual perspective of the observer from the animal nature. The animal nature is constantly presenting a person with a big illusion about what humans' inner world is, putting an emphasis on the personality's ego and what the outer world, which should supposedly be serving this ego, is in its interpretation. From the perspective of this illusion, it imposes on the personality erroneous opinions about the world and other people, thus distancing the person from perceiving the truth. In reality, everything is different. Anastasia: you're right. One can say that we all are an illusion in this world until we start working on ourselves spiritually. When we start developing spiritually, then we understand that this world is also an illusion. Having practical experience of work on myself in each day, I have already realized on a deeper level how important it is to understand just who it is in you that is observing this world, and based on what this observer makes conclusions. Rigdon. Note that the observer will never be separated from the observable, for he will perceive the observable through his own experience. In fact, he will observe aspects of himself. While talking about the world, in reality, a person will voice an opinion of his interpretation of the world based on his way of thinking and his experience, but not of the complete picture of reality, which can only be perceived from the perspective of higher dimensions. Anastasia. It is obvious that such observations in the usual state of consciousness will be made by a person with the help of comparison and judgments about similarities and differences of objects in relation firstly to himself. Rigdon. Quite right. Comparison mechanisms have been built into human's nature to enable him to learn, receive and process experience, acquire skills, borrow a behavior style and so on faster through imitation and associative way of thinking. Because of this, a person can be taught various actions and behavior patterns, and he can also discover the surrounding world very quickly. However, all this is associated with identification and contrast, in other words, with comparison. After all, there must be a comparison for a judgment. And here, a lot depends on what dominates in the personality as an observer, spiritual nature or animal nature. When spiritual nature dominates, comparison plays a secondary role. It is only needed for the transfer of your spiritual experience through known associations. In a spiritual practice, the cognition process happens due to the feeling of intuition, expanded consciousness, and an inner understanding of all the processes that are completely new for the person, where there is no need to compare anything, where there is simply clear comprehension of all the processes which cannot be explained by logic. A person feels he is a part of the spiritual world, a part of a big whole, of the true reality. When animal nature dominates, a personality entirely immerses itself into the game of illusions of the material world. It is constantly comparing itself to someone based on some attribute, intellectual, professional, appearance, type of a person, and so on. To better understand, let's examine a typical situation. When in such a state, what does a person usually think about his neighbor or a colleague at work whose salary is a bit more or whose position is a bit higher? As a rule, he compares them with himself. For example, he's just like me, how am I worse? And so on. Pridefulness from the animal nature also triggers the mechanism of envy, which provokes a wave of aggression and anger. The person blames his inner blunders on the people around him or indulges in self-criticism. The animal nature tends to amplify the thoughts of self-suppression and self-oppression in a person, that he, once again, as compared to others, is doing something wrong or is worse off than the rest. In this case, one must remember that it is not the animal who is the critic, but that conscience is your best aid. Anastasia. What exactly pushes a person to judge someone? Rigdon. First of all, those dominant characteristics from the animal nature that he has inside himself. One must pay attention to this when such judgmental thoughts appear. Secondly, numerous egoistic illusions, behavior patterns, as well as work of the animal nature, which cause emotional surges that push a person to judge someone. The patterns of such type, for instance, as "I can do better than someone else," "my opinion is the only right one," and so on. In other words, they're based on egoism, the wish to secretly rule over other people and give orders to them, and to build one's own illusionary empire of influence. Basically, all these are tools with which the animal nature controls and manipulates a human being. Thirdly, a person is pushed to judge someone because of the attempts of the animal nature to find and come up with problems that do not exist in reality, but the thoughts about which will make the person hold a negative mindset for a long time. The latter helps in forming the habit of negative thinking of the personality. In other words, whatever a person talks or thinks about, everything will be bad and negative for him all the time, and most importantly, he will endlessly keep judging it. What is it fraught with? This process focuses and keeps a person's attention on these thoughts for a long time. And attention is power, the beginning of creation. The focus of attention has the ability to concentrate and accumulate certain types of energies, the surge of which gives rise to action or creation of something, emotions, thoughts, actions, events, in the visible and the invisible world. This, in its turn, creates man's destiny both during his lifetime as well as after the death of the physical body. Whether the result of this action is positive or negative depends on the person's choice, his priorities, the everyday habit of his way of thinking, and on how much he is able to control and discipline his thoughts and emotions. Anastasia. And in what ways does the animal nature cause the so-called states of unfounded aggression in a person? Rigdon. The states of unfounded aggression are particularly frequent when man loops his thinking on his own pridefulness and pays much attention to the struggle for domination of his authoritative opinion among friends and people close to him. Naturally, such a person is dominated by the animal nature, which makes him dependent on its programs and patterns. In this case, man becomes easily manipulated by the material mind through the system of consumeristic values, where satisfying the animal nature's endless needs becomes of paramount importance. Anastasia. Why do people care so much and brood about someone else's opinion of them? Rigdon. Evaluating oneself and others and the resulting comparison actually originates from the animal part of human. This is the ancient instinct to be the alpha male or the alpha female. The animal nature always strives to look bigger and more beautiful in the opponent's eyes. That is why a person is so concerned and broods about someone else's opinion of him. Typically, this is limited by the desire to seem rather than to be. The person is worried, what will others say? But he does not even pause to think about who exactly is going to judge him. Humans' fear of the opinion of other people's animal nature comes from pridefulness and conceit. Why? because in this case, another person's criticism is viewed as downplaying the significance of one's own ego. At the same time, all of this is part of a single process, the fight for domination and power over other people. Hence, resentment grows, as well as depression and aggression. Anastasia, please tell the readers what must be done to avoid all these situations. Rigdon, the human being, the personality, is located in the body, and the body is the home territory of the animal nature. If you know about possible attacks, you can always undertake a counterattack. It is like in reconnaissance. If you have to confront an enemy who is far superior to you in forces, it is important to know the quantity and quality of its force, deployment, tactics, and techniques of its actions to create an effective counteraction. It will then increase your chances of victory. You must control the processes of comparison in your mind. As often as possible, you need to ask yourself questions of such nature as, for instance, where does the envy come from? What and who am I comparing? Is this comparison appropriate? People cannot be identical. Everyone is unique and different in their characteristics in terms of build, genetics, in character, talents, the level of diligence, and so on. People have specific features not only in their visible, but also in their invisible structure. Simply put, everybody is different. Each has his own. Everyone carries his own cross, has his own destiny. It is better, of course, to use the following motto when the animal nature shows itself. Don't compare, don't be prideful, and don't be jealous. It is better to treat any situation from the perspective of the observer from the spiritual nature. In other words, separate it from the thoughts and emotions of the animal nature. You must accept situations and people as they are, because every situation and every person in it is some kind of a teacher. You must be able to learn positive lessons from any circumstances, even negative ones, to be satisfied with what you have. After all, the root of the feeling of satisfaction is not in the external world, but in the inner world of man, in his deepest desire. If a person wants to become a spiritual personality, then all his wishes must be about the spiritual zeal. It is important for a human to remember that the aspiration to seem does not mean to be. The main thing is to rely on the inner, on that which is coming from the soul. To live not for the sake of the opinion of other animal natures. Conscience is the best judge. By making a personal decision to keep a watch on your thoughts, it is very difficult to allow yourself to slack off. In human, the purity of inner revelation before himself is important, since he's never alone. God is always with him. Often, when people do not bother with the analysis of their own actions, as well as with control and discipline of their thoughts, they begin to interfere in someone's life with advice and preaching. We must remember that people talk not about what worries their conversation companion, but about what they themselves would like to sort out. As a wise man once said, while teaching someone, learn yourself, and one day you will understand what you have been teaching. One must not always interfere with the lives of others, but it is always necessary to give the right of personal choice to every individual. Everyone chooses the life for which they will later be responsible. Being an example and taking responsibility for your thoughts, words, and actions is worthy of a human. Giving advice when you're not asked and preaching when it is not wanted means to commit an act of violence upon a personality, even if it's a lazy and misguided one. Life takes from each according to his abilities and gives to everyone according to their merits, and not the external ones, but the internal ones. The more you change your inner world, refine yourself and your personal qualities, the more these changes are projected onto the outside world. While in the state of domination of the spiritual nature, man understands himself, analyzes his thoughts and actions in a calm and clear state of mind. Any external situation and provocations of negativity from others serve as a signal for personal work on himself, as gaining certain experience in self-perfection. After all, as a rule, provocations come from the corresponding impulse originating from the person himself, so one must keep his thoughts, words, and emotions under control. Inner doubts cause external chaos. Solid knowledge begets calm and order. When a person learns to control himself, he will not wait for a push from the outside to get moving. He will follow the path of self-perfection on his own. It should be remembered, the wise man learns even from his enemies. The purpose and objectives of the animal nature are to distract a person by various means from the main thing, spiritual development, and to catch his attention in his weak spots. The ways the animal nature attacks are different, but there are common elements. Always, these traps are based on selfishness in one form or another, either masochism as a mental self-flagellation and self-pity, or narcissism, i.e. self-admiration. These are the two main extremes of the animal nature. Always, when the animal nature attacks, the flows from the inside out disappear, and there appears pressure from the outside in, which can be clearly traced at the level of feelings. If you, as a personality, aspire to spiritual liberation, you simply suppress such provocations. And the latter is very important, because when you notice or feel the start of an attack, you have already won half the battle with the animal nature. After all, the power of the animal nature lies in its stealth. Knowing this, you can always take countermeasures. Figuratively speaking, it is like in martial arts. If you're mentally and physically better prepared than your opponent, if you know the methods of his fight as well as his habits, if you foresee the slightest signs of an attack and properly react to his favorite hits in a timely manner, then you have time to deliver counterattacks and therefore have more chances of victory. You must anticipate a strike and move aside in time. But if you do not even suspect that the animal nature is your opponent, thinking that it is your partner, well then of course there is no point in talking about your chances of winning. After all, you will perceive his assaults and aggressive attacks as your natural state without understanding why and what for life castigates you so much, and you will constantly be caught up in its slightest provocations without distinguishing your real from the imaginary. The more you constrain yourself to self-discipline and the more you oppose the thoughts of the animal nature, the more you gain power over it. Here it is like in war. Either you get the enemy or he will get you. Your task is to win at all costs, here and now. Time is fleeting, and you must be fast to do all sorts of good, and be firm in your intention to save the soul. When a warrior is secretly in the enemy's camp, He will not think about delicacies or luxury or entertainment. He will be focused on victory. The warrior will keep watch 3 times as much, for he is in the enemy's camp. He will think about how to win this moment of the war. A true warrior keeps his deepest feelings away from the sins of the visible world. He does not look with envy, partiality, or jealousy at someone else's things. He does not give free rein to his imagination, distorted by the illusions of the world. For illusions of the world are the enemy's camp, and woe comes from being tempted by them. The warrior will not give free rein to anger when he loses the current battle, for no matter how singed he may get by the enemy during the confrontation, all will be for the warrior's benefit, for his spirit will become stronger and more prudent, and his subsequent deeds will become wiser. Anastasia. And how can you unblock the state of narrowed consciousness imposed on you by the animal nature? Rigdon. Realizing that you're under an attack of the animal nature, it is always possible and necessary to unblock this state. In other words, to take the following actions. Actually, the animal nature also has its vulnerabilities. It is afraid of 2 things: the transience of time and the death of the body. So the first thing you must do during an attack is to mentally step away from the attachment of yourself to the body, to look at it from the perspective of the observer from the spiritual nature of the expanded consciousness, as if you were looking at the earth from space. You need to realize that time is fleeting and all passes very quickly, that your physical body is mortal, just like all its desires and needs. Next, it is necessary to expand your perception of the world and analyze the situation from different angles from the perspective of the observer from the spiritual nature. Approach the question about your inner in a self-critical way, using the existing knowledge about man and the world, and get to the bottom of the secret desires of your animal nature. As a rule, the basis of its many desires lies in the thirst for power over someone or something. It merely camouflages this desire with various subtle pretexts. And of course, after that, you must carry out the inhibition of neurons excited by such aggression. In simple terms, you must do spiritual practices. For example, the lotus flower, the description of which was given in the book Sensei. Thanks to this practice, the holistic perception of the world gets restored, the limitation of consciousness is removed, and the depth of feelings emanating from the soul is manifested. In other words, a surge of deep feelings from the inside to the outside happens. Naturally, following such a change in the state of consciousness, a person switches to a positive perception of the world. The brain, decoding this information, comes up with a range of associations colored in positive emotions. So a way out of the narrowed state of consciousness is connected with active counter-arguments, understanding of temporariness and mortality of matter, the choice of life course for the spiritual orientation, and the use of appropriate tools to tune it to the desired positive wavelength. Often, it is the basic argument that people lack, words to convince themselves to come out of a narrowed state of consciousness and see a broader picture of the world. That is why it is important to work on yourself in each day, and to understand all the responsibility to yourself. It is necessary to remember that as long as consciousness, or rather a personality, is unstable in its dominant choice, the person wavers and dwells in his doubts. To be steady on your spiritual path, you must know exactly what you want to achieve in your life and what your ultimate purpose is. If there is no purpose, there is no life, for life is a purposeful movement. Anastasia. Some readers have observed in their letters that while doing spiritual practices or saying prayers, they sometimes have a sudden feeling of panic and fear. How can this be explained? Rigdon. It depends on the person, his attitude to and understanding of the processes that take place inside him. Because when you know exactly what is happening with you, you can always take adequate measures to overcome any situation. Subpersonalities, for the most part, are unfriendly towards the soul and its world, the world of God, because of the prevailing choice of matter in their past lives. In spiritual practices, when the meditator seeks union with the soul, the following manifestations may happen. The person seems to have managed to stop the thought process, that is, to remove thoughts and tune himself to contact through feelings with the soul. But there may be another manifestation of attack of the animal nature. For no apparent reason, there appears absolutely unjustified panic and fear. The person begins to feel as if he is losing control over his body. A little more and he will die. Where do the roots of this fear grow from? Exactly from these subpersonalities, optical filters that are filled with fear before the power of the soul, because they experienced reincarnation and understand their doom, inevitability of death of all that is material. Anastasia. What is to be done when such fear arises? Rigdon. When this happens, for example during meditations, you just need to go towards the light of the soul, no matter what, and to delve to a deeper level of feelings, ignoring the panic. Then this fear will disappear. After all, fear begets doubts. But in order to achieve spiritual heights, you will need purity of your sincere faith. It is often doubts and fear to part with the familiar life that restrain a person. There is an interesting parable in this respect.
One day, a man fell off a cliff, but while falling, he managed to catch hold of a branch of a small tree which grew out of the rock crevice. Hanging in the middle of the cliff, he realized the hopelessness of his situation. It was impossible to climb to the top, and there were only boulders at the bottom. The hands holding the branch grew weaker. The man thought, "Now only God can save me. I've never believed in him, but it seems that I was wrong. What do I lose in my situation if I believe in him now?" And he began, calling upon God with all his sincerity in prayer. "God, if you exist, save me. I have never believed in you, but if you save me now, from this moment on, I am always going to believe in you." So he called out more than once. Suddenly, a voice came from heaven. "You will believe?" "Oh no. I know people like you." The man got so frightened and surprised that he almost let go of the branch. But after coming to his senses, he prayed even harder. "Please, God, from now on I will be faithful to you above all, and I will do all that is your will. Just save me." But God was not agreeing. So the man began praying and persuading God even more passionately and strongly. Finally, God took pity on him and said, "Well, so be it. I will save you. Let go of the branch." "What? Release the branch?" exclaimed the man. You think I'm crazy?
So is in life. Human life is, in essence, hanging over a precipice. And even though he understands the mortality of his position, he keeps clinging with both of his hands to the branch of doubts of his animal nature, afraid to lose it and to surrender to the will of God. So when you are interpreting associations after a meditation, it is important to analyze who exactly in you is so afraid of eternity. A similar method of self-examination on the topic "Who am I?" and related techniques have been used for a long time in the spiritual and mystical schools of different peoples and in different religious systems. They have been known since ancient times, and they were especially common among many people in ancient India and the countries of the East. They were practiced, for example, by the ancient yogis, Sufis, and shamans. This technique, as you remember, involves unwinding thoughts on the topic "Who am I?" in a meditative state, where it is necessary to ask yourself a new mental question after each of your mental answers, and to observe what thoughts come, to feel their nature, and to ask yourself more often, who is the one that is answering in me? It is advisable that all thoughts flow smoothly, without much reflection or concentration. When a thought comes, we meet it immediately with a question and see it off with the first answer that comes to mind. But the main thing is to submerge deeper and deeper into yourself. Anastasia: Yes, this is an interesting technique of recognizing thoughts and sensations in order to understand yourself and who dominates in your consciousness. It does help to sort yourself out, to separate grain from chaff. I remember the guys sharing their impressions about this technique. So many variations could be heard. They had so many ways to corner their animal nature. They asked, "Who am I?" Who is asking the question? Am I a body? But the body is mortal. I'm a student, but student is a status. I'm the one who is learning, but who is learning? I'm a human being, but who in me is calling me a human being and why? I'm a human being who loves people, but who in me loves? I have a body, but who are you who has the body? The body is not me, but I'm in it. And who is this I? Oh, go to hell. I is the I, the whole and indivisible. So the animal nature also has a sense of humor. This is a very good exercise that helps get to your deepest I, to your fears and problems. Rigdon: Yes, the animal nature is both an adversity and a school of wisdom. Being aware of whose side such thoughts come from where this or that problem appears, this or that root of fear, you realize how to get rid of it and how to control your conditions. If this meditative technique of self-examination is done correctly, afterwards there appears acuity and clarity of consciousness. As I have already mentioned, there are significant differences between the surface feelings emanating from the animal nature and the deepest feelings emanating from the spiritual nature, the true feelings of manifestation of the highest love. For example, in order to immerse yourself into the state of convergence with the soul during the spiritual practice Lotus Flower, and to experience the deepest feelings, first of all, your sincerity and your openness to God are needed. You must simply go towards the light of the soul, no matter what. In this meditation, You build up the deepest feeling of love for God. In other words, the force emanating from the soul is used for its intended purpose. Note that a genuine and correct spiritual practice is work with the deepest feelings and not with thoughts. During these moments, the only thing that dominates in a person is the spiritual desire, same as in the soul. Anastasia. For the personality, it is the contact with the pure flow of force coming from the soul that is important. Rigdon. Of course, this gives more spiritual powers to the current personality. It begins to feel more of the world of the soul, the world of God, and to understand the essential difference between this world and that one. Incidentally, this is also reflected at the physical level, at the level of the body, because when in this state, a burst of energy takes place. There is a strong surge of endorphins and other hormones of happiness, and the person's physical and psychological conditions improve substantially. This is especially noticeable during deep meditations, when all of the person's masks and images fall away, and when an exchange of information between the personality and the soul takes place. I call your attention to the fact that this does not happen in every meditation, but only in those that are connected to the work at the level of the deepest feelings and are aimed at awakening the soul. For example, the lotus flower spiritual practice. The person gets filled with the feelings of the world of the soul, of the world of God. Ideally, the meditator gets so deeply immersed into a spiritual practice at the level of feelings, by virtue of turning off all his thought form perception and completely abstracting his mind from all the thoughts, that he starts to directly perceive the flows of the force emanating from the soul. During such deep meditations, the personality feels that world and the processes which have no analogues in the material world. This is why that world, the world of God, the world of the soul, cannot be described in words. It can only be felt. In such a deep meditative state, one begins to understand and feel what true freedom is. He becomes internally independent from the directives of the animal nature and from the aggressive influence of the surrounding material world. He becomes stronger spiritually and begins to realize that this material world is not his native world, that it is an aggressive and dangerous environment for his soul. But of course, all this happens only when a person does spiritual practices in a responsible way, when he systematically monitors his animal nature, controls his thoughts, does good things in the outside world. That is when he's thoroughly engaged in developing himself internally and in accumulating the baggage of good deeds, thoughts, and feelings. But as a rule, such people are very few. Most of the people who try to do spiritual practices are faced with a certain distortion that occurs at the level of the material brain, or rather consciousness. This is exactly what I spoke of earlier. Apart from the subpersonalities that serve as optical filters through which information flows pass from the soul, there are also, so to speak, associative optical filters of the brain. Essentially, these are our associations that are kept in the memory's cupboard, which stores our life experiences, impressions, and so forth. The overwhelming majority of them are related to the three-dimensional world. The thing is that human consciousness from the time of birth of the body is tuned to perceive this world, although it is programmed for different states and modes. By changing the state of consciousness, a person can switch to other programs of perception. So associative distortions occur as the brain processes the information received during a meditation. If a person is not at all prepared for such a perception of information in an altered state of consciousness, due to sporadic spiritual work of this personality just from time to time, the brain, while interpreting the received information, will give output at the level of associations which are available in the memory and of the overriding priorities of the familiar world. In other words, the received information upon processing will be distorted by the associations of the material world. A similar thing, but with a lesser degree of distortion, happens to those who are trying to meditate systematically but do little self-development as far as tracking the thoughts of the animal nature goes. Anastasia. That's the problem. People who become involved in spiritual practices do not yet quite understand the point here and what creates conditions for soulful joy. They do not yet distinguish between thoughts and feelings in their consciousness, which ones are from the animal nature and which ones are from the spiritual nature. They're better at understanding the joy that they experience on a particular occasion in the material world is more understandable to them because there is acquired experience. However, spiritual practices during which contact of the personality with the spiritual world happens and the understanding of what the real spiritual joy is, just like everything new for the living personality, require first of all active practice by it, and also diligence, patience, belief in oneself, and a sense of purpose. In other words, they require obtaining new experience, moreover, in a state of consciousness that is unusual for a person. Rigdon. That is true, which is why it is easier for beginners to perceive the basic information through associative examples, parables, and so on. Perhaps I will once again explain all that I have said about the optical filters by using imagery for better understanding. The soul is like a clear spring, a well. When you feel the soul, when you maintain constant contact with it through feelings, then the most important spiritual deeds in life, good deeds, helping others, happen as if someone is helping from above. Things go well even when circumstances seem to be not in your favor. And most importantly, you feel and understand this support at the deepest level, as if you know this in advance. But when the animal nature begins to dictate to you its rules of the game, usually quietly and unobtrusively, the connection through feelings with the soul gets lost, or rather it becomes impaired. Figuratively speaking, the more your attention is captured by the game of the animal nature, the larger the surface area of this clear spring that gets covered by a coating. And the deeper you plunge into everyday problems, viewing them through the prism of your animal, the thicker this coating becomes. Accordingly, the latter makes it more difficult for the personality to connect with the soul and naturally with God. You start to have fears suggested by the animal nature. A lot of empty fuss appears, and you become burdened with numerous problems. You cease to understand all the importance of spiritual work on yourself. you begin to unjustly blame or resent the people around you. When you notice these things, know that this is another attack of your animal nature, and it is necessary to take urgent action to restore the lost connection with the soul, to break through this, figuratively speaking, built-up thickness of coating. And when you get to the clean water, the contrived problems will disappear, and you will understand the most important thing again and see your main goal. The personality is just an embryo of an individual consciousness of a possible future spiritual being. In and of itself, it represents nothing spiritually. The soul, however, contains great potential. But without the fusion of the soul with the personality, this potential can be wasted. It is only when, relatively speaking, a resonance of vibrations, a kind of fusion, impregnation of the soul by the personality happens. Only then a new immortal spiritual being is born, with an individual consciousness and great spiritual potential. In this lies the meaning of human existence, either victory of life or defeat by death. Anastasia. Yes, the winner is not the one who has death, but the one who has spiritual life. Rigdon. Absolutely. What is spiritual life? Life is a sequence of events where each moment is a link in a chain, like a film frame of the footage that captures all the thoughts and deeds of a person. Sometimes you watch a good movie and get positive impressions from it, as most of the frames in it are bright and vibrant. And sometimes you watch another film and it creates a depressing mood because most of its frames are dark and gloomy. So it is important that your life film is full of light and brightness, and that it has as many good film frames as possible. And every frame is a moment here and now. The quality of each frame of your life film depends solely on you, because you make your life either bright or dark with your thoughts and deeds. Each moment lived by you cannot be erased or cut, and there will be no second take. Spiritual life is precisely the saturation of each frame with kindness, love, and good thoughts and deeds. The main thing is to clearly orient your life towards the spiritual nature, to do spiritual practices, to expand your horizons of knowledge, not to yield to provocations of the animal nature, and to create in yourself a feeling of true love for God. And of course, to do good deeds more often and live in good conscience. This is daily work and a gradual victory over oneself. All of this makes up your path, which no one will walk for you, and no one will do the spiritual work for you. Anastasia. Yes, once you said words that got etched in my memory. No one will save your soul for you, and no one other than you will do this spiritual work. Please tell the readers how a person should approach spiritual practices if he sincerely desires his spiritual salvation. Rigdon. For the person seeking to unite with his soul, it is important to treat each meditation as the biggest and the most important celebration of his life. Also, even while doing a well-practiced meditation, it is necessary to dive into it to the maximum, and each time to try to reach a new level of feeling it. Then the person will develop rather than mark time, and each meditation for him will be interesting and new in the range of feelings and enthralling in perceiving and mastering it. Many people mistakenly believe that it is enough just to learn how to do a certain meditation technique, and that is all. Something good should happen to them, like in a fairy tale. No, this is a mistake. A person will change for the better only when he himself aspires for it, when he makes the spiritual a top priority of his life, when he controls his thoughts each second, tracks manifestations of his animal nature, does as many good deeds as possible, lives with only one main goal: to come to God as a mature spiritual being. Meditation is just a tool with which you must toil for a long time to make something good out of yourself. Besides, this tool is many-sided. For example, man will not be able to fully comprehend, that is to thoroughly know, the lotus flower spiritual practice. An entire life will not be enough. Any meditation, just like wisdom, is limitless in perceiving. Meditating is boring only for those who are lazy or exalt themselves out of pride. I have mastered this meditation, I want another one. I repeat that meditation is a tool, and one who sincerely wants to reach spiritual heights and is not too lazy to work on himself can attain the maximum even during this life. Anastasia: this is all true, but I encountered many people who, instead of not losing valuable time and hurrying to change themselves, look for an example of a spiritual person in life. In other words, someone who has already changed himself. For them, it is important that somebody is already living like this, according to the spiritual canons and the way of thinking, and not somewhere out there, but here, in the same conditions as they have. For many, this is significant. Such people believe that if they behold such an example, it means that they will be able to live this way too. Rigdon: I have already said that it is typical of people to imitate and have associative thinking, but it is more important to become human yourself and not to waste valuable time looking for someone who aspires to do the same. Human as a personality will be of a much better use to himself and to the society when he becomes an example for others. Working on his internal problems, overcoming the obstacles of his own animal nature, and at the same time living for the people and for the good of people, person paves his own path. All is in the hands of people. One's desire and aspiration does not depend on life's external factors. For some reason, people live in the illusion that someone should come to lead them, do everything for them, and only then will they all be able to live happily. Everyone is waiting for a leader from the outside, but the person, just like society as a whole, should not focus on the external material, but should rather be guided by the inner spiritual. There is a parable in this connection that tells the story of the happiest and the richest man. In one village there lived a man. He stood out among people because although he lived in poverty, he lived with joy, always selflessly helping others, doing what little he could, sometimes with a word and sometimes with a deed. There were rumors that when he was alone, he praised God, sincerely thanked him for the rich gifts he had favored him with. These rumors reached an eminent priest. The priest decided to visit the man. to find out from him for which rich gifts he praised God. The priest came to the shabby shack where this poor man lived and said,
"Good day to you."
The man replied with a smile,
"I really do not remember a day that was not good for me."
The priest was surprised by this answer because no one had ever answered him this way. So he decided to say the greeting in another way.
"I just hope that God gives you happiness."
The man too was surprised and said,
"But I've never been unhappy either."
The priest thought that the poor man simply was not taught how to conduct a high-style small talk and said,
"What are you talking about? I'm just wishing for you to be fortunate in life."
The man got even more surprised and sincerely replied,
"I've never had ill fortune, good man."
The priest realized that this poor man did not even recognize his eminent person and hurried down to business.
"All right, well, I wish you everything that you wish for yourself." "That I wish for myself?"
The man laughed.
"But I do not need anything. I have everything I want." "How so?"
It was the priest's turn to be surprised.
"But you live in poverty. Even rich people need many things and wish for much, so the poor are in a greater need."
The man said,
"These people are unhappy because they are looking for earthly happiness and live in fear of losing their illusions and being miserable. Unhappy is the one who seeks his fortune in the illusions of this world. After all, there is only one true happiness here, to be firmly united with God and live by His will. I am not looking for temporary well-being because I am thankful for what I have, for what has been given to me in life by God. I gladly accept everything, both what people call misfortune and what people call sorrow. I thank Him for favoring me with rich gifts."
The priest scoffed.
"But God has not given you anything. It means that you thank Him insincerely."
The man uttered,
"God sees me. He sees all my temptations and all my opportunities. He always gives me that which makes me spiritually perfect."
The priest asked,
"How do you live then?"
The man replied,
"My concern in each day is only to be firmly united with God and to live according to His will, that my life would be totally united and aligned with the will of God. So goes my day, and in each night. Going to bed, I'm going to God." "Where have you found God?" "In the place where I found the truth when I had left, like clothing, all the things of the world on the banks of my doubts, and went into His waters of enlightenment, in the purity of my thoughts and good conscience."
The priest hesitated, for never had he seen such a poor man who would say such words.
"Tell me, do you speak so out of your own conviction? Are you going to think the same way if God sends your soul to hell?"
The man shrugged his shoulders and said,
"Every day I hold on to God, with my whole inseparable embrace of my soul. My sincere love for Him is immense. My embrace is so strong, and my love for Him so boundless, that wherever God sent me, He would be there with me. And if He is with me, why should I be afraid? My life is where He is. For my soul, it would be sweeter to be out of heaven with God than in heaven without Him." "Just who are you?"
the priest asked with surprise and fear.
"Whoever I may be, I am happy with my life, and truly, I would not exchange it for the lives and wealth of all the earthly rulers. Every man who knows how to be a master of himself, how to rule over his thoughts, and who is in a strong embrace of love to God, is the richest and the happiest man in this world. Say, poor man, who has taught you such wisdom?" "I have only one teacher, God. Each day of my life I try to do good in this world. I pray, I practice in having righteous thoughts, but at the same time, I always take care of one thing: to be firmly united with God, with His boundless love for me. Only the union with God makes me spiritually perfect. It is life in the love of God that teaches me everything.
Every person is a personality which first of all carries spiritual responsibility for everything that it does and chooses in life. Most people do understand what responsibility is. They take responsibility when they solve everyday ideological, household, financial, and other issues. Basically, they make this effort not for themselves, but for their families, for the future of their children and grandchildren, for their friends, for their loved ones, and so on. So it is in the spiritual as the main task of each person. You must take responsibility for your own spiritual destiny and do everything possible and impossible in your life to unite with your soul and find the real freedom from the material world. There is no need to wait for anyone. You must act yourself, and start first of all with yourself. You yourself must be a good example for others, and then positive changes in you and in the society will not keep themselves waiting. Anastasia. Yes, there is truth in your words which touches and moves the soul deeply. Spiritual love, which knows neither measure nor boundaries, conquers all. You know, I have noticed that readers of all ages are asking the same question: what is true love? Bearing in mind the information you had imparted about this question earlier, now I understand that in today's society, this notion has been substantially tampered with and distorted in the meaning and essence. Wherever you look, it becomes quite obvious that in today's world, a lack of the real feeling of love is felt by almost everyone. Children, teens, the young, the elderly, single, married people, and people who are not bound by matrimony. Rigdon. I shall not say that in today's society the keys to this concept have been completely lost. They do exist, but they're hidden under layers of misunderstanding, under the armor of materialistic worldview. But to find them, people need to know at least what they look like. Another thing is that in a consumer society, everything is done to ensure that people, for the most part, would not find these keys, that they live without this knowledge in suffering, guided only by the animal instincts. Why? Because true love frees man internally and gives the most precious gift from heaven, the real freedom from this material world. This is a very powerful force that awakens the soul. This is the shortest direct path to God. Anastasia. Could you recount more about it, at least about things that can be said in public, in open access? After all, there are many smart people for whom a hint is sufficient, a tip on the direction in which to search, so that they could independently come to an understanding of the essence of this matter, so that they could find the keys. Rigdon. I can go into more detail, of course. Unfortunately, people consider love to be anything, from the selfish instinct of the alpha male and the alpha female, to relationships between spouses, parents, and children, and to moral responsibility to their kin, society, country, and so on. But all these are conventions. True love is a very powerful force, much greater than people imagine. it can be said that the current understanding of love is limited in the minds of most people by the stereotypes from childhood. For the masses, this is mostly a game within certain conventions, taking into account local traditions. Regarding these issues, the society has always possessed information that was both accessible and inaccessible to the public. The accessible information focused on government and public interests. It was spread among the masses to propagate certain stereotypes that were favorable to the structures possessing the restricted information. Classified information was used extensively in a variety of structures associated with power, especially of the religious and occult direction. It was based on specific knowledge about the invisible world and made it possible to gain additional power and influence over the masses. An important role in this information is given to one of the most powerful energies in the human body. Conditionally, let us call it the sexual energy. The accessible information regarding this issue, as a rule, is either looped on man's animal nature or is limited in a certain way by taboos with primitive explanations that draw people far away from the essence of the question. As a result, a person either falls into frenzied lust and lechery or suffers from mental self-criticism and excessive restrictions during the bursts of this energy. This happens because a person does not understand his nature and lacks sufficient knowledge about this power. In both cases, he ends up not getting the long-awaited happiness and inner spiritual peace, but feels as a rule emptiness or overexertion. Sexual energy is one of the most powerful forces influencing an individual. You can see its power if you trace the corresponding conscious or subconscious interpretation of desires in person's thoughts. Simply put, if people had thought about the salvation of their soul during the day as much as they think about sex, everyone would have already become saints a long time ago. Power is power, and it all depends on who uses it and how, what one concentrates his attention on. If a person uses it in the context of domination of the animal nature, it turns into a cult of self-significance, lust, aggression, and evidence that you're an alpha male or an alpha female. In the consumer society, everything boils down, like in a children's game, to the unfailing possession of the most beautiful toy that everybody wants. After a person is fed up with this toy, another chase for another beautiful toy begins until a person sees something even better. There is no end to such desires. Note that the same desire to possess the best and the most attractive is manifested in both men and women in other areas: cars, apartments, clothes, and so on. The root of all this is the animal nature, which is always seeking power and acquisition of the temporary, the finite, and the earthly. And in a global sense, the winner is the animal mind, which in such a way, with another set of illusions, makes people spend life energy on and give attention to the mortal instead of focusing on their spiritual salvation. Anastasia. Basically, people feed attention to their enemy, who is in fact killing them. Rigdon. Yes, For any intelligent person, it is logical to assume that since a human has sexual energy and it is manifested not only in connection with the instinct of procreation, but it also has powerful psychological, physiological, and other influences on him during life. This means its creating power occupies an important place in both the visible and the invisible human structures. After all, what is a surge of hormones? It is the formation of chemical compounds as derived from the work of energies, that is, of more advanced physics. Moreover, thought is the activator. By the way, the word hormone, hormao, when translated from Greek, means exactly I excite, I bring into action. Hormones, as biologically active substances, start producing changes in the organism, affecting all the vital processes in the body. And we are talking about what is already known to people at the level of physiology, that is, the visible world, visible matter. Now imagine what this force represents to the invisible world, in which subtle effects and transformations take place, and from which, in fact, everything is born. In the spiritual aspect, sexual energy is the force and the conductor to the deepest feelings, let's say into the world of mysteries of the Supreme. This special knowledge, one way or another, is present in many traditional religions and beliefs of different peoples of the world. Perhaps I will explain this in more detail. True love is the person's deepest feelings, which cannot be expressed in words. It is the power of the soul, its state of love for God. True love between people begins when one person experiences the deepest feelings of love for the soul of another person. When, as they say, one sees the essence of another, when there is wonderment in silence. Do you see the difference? This state is very different from the usual common sexual burst of a human being who is also dominated by the animal nature, when a person wishes to possess, dominate, and use another person for his own selfish purposes. It is significantly different from a psychological concept that is expressed as the domination of some instant moods, shaky feelings, or many greedy wants. All of this often happens when a person is under the illusion that he supposedly dominates over someone or gives all of himself but does not get a reciprocal feeling, when he demonstrates constant torment in his behavior in the name of some ideal which is in fact invented by him, although in fact he is not experiencing real selfless love, but is trying to show his alpha significance to himself and to others. In relationships, all this sooner or later turns into misunderstanding and tension, generates hatred and enmity, as it is based not on the real deepest feeling, but on the desires of the animal nature. Again, in such a case, a person starts blaming everyone and everything but himself. However, all this shows that he is just asserting his own ego and that he does not actually know how to love, but demands such love for himself. That is, war and peace begin first of all in consciousness. The human's problem is that he does not want to work on himself to produce real spiritual love on his own, the same love that his soul feels for God. After all, for the rapid spiritual growth of the personality, It is like vivifying moisture for a ripening ear of grain. True love is a generous inner gift which one person presents to another because of an abundance of the deepest feelings. Such love can be given when you forget about yourself. It is about this love that they say that it is patient, forgiving, not envious, not prideful, not self-seeking, and thinks no evil. True love is restoring the unity of souls. A loving person sees kinship in the other and the beauty of his soul. When a person is in a state of true love, he sees more not of the superficial beauty, in other words, mental or physical beauty of another person, his talents or abilities, but of the inner beauty of his spiritual nature. In this case, he begins to see another person from a completely different angle. That person also undergoes a noticeable transformation. Imagine if the latter behaved aggressively towards the outside world. All of a sudden, someone sees not an evil, but a kind person in him. Instead of his bad qualities, he notices the good ones. That is, he notices his spiritual beauty, which is also in him, but which was not dominant in his consciousness. Thanks to this sincere feeling, the person not only begins to open up, but also to change for the better, with his consciousness dwelling in a full chalice of love. People who wish to follow the spiritual path should not waste time waiting for someone to come one day and sincerely love them. They should learn how to unfold love inside themselves, love for God, for the soul, and then it will be reflected in the surrounding world. It will let them see people from the perspective of their spiritual beauty. Everything is actually closer than people can imagine. Anastasia. Yes, there is an impression that basic knowledge of what true love is has been lost. The masses were only left with traditions without understanding the essence. For example, in the Orthodox tradition, during the wedding service, there is a prayer asking the grace of heaven to come upon the man and the woman who decided to unite their destinies and to transform human relationships into heavenly ones. Bearing in mind what you have just said, these are not mere words. Rigdon. Absolutely. The point here is in the very essence, the mystery of the soul. When two people show true love towards each other, when they're united in their deepest feelings, even the physical union, bodily communication, the connection of the human flesh, only helps, as they say in the Orthodoxy, to reveal to them the real mystery, which is the act coming directly from God and leading to Him. This is a miracle that surpasses all natural relationships and states. There is a deep meaning here, and enormous power is hidden in this mystery. It is the spirit that is primary here, not matter. Matter is just an additional means. Anastasia. Yes, love conquers all. I have to ask you several more of the reader's questions, which at the moment, unfortunately, are still traditional. Is it possible for the modern human to change? Rigdon. Quite so. It's just that a human does not know much about his abilities. Anastasia. What can hold a person back from learning? Rigdon. It is mostly fear from the animal nature, fear of the unknown, that excites imagination the most. But this fear exists only until the unknown becomes known. In order to know the unknown, You must be interested in it, and you must expand the scope of your thinking. Otherwise, how can a person see anything new if his thinking absorbs only that which is familiar to him and sets the corresponding confining frames for incoming information? A narrowed outlook and lack of deep understanding of the world also give rise to fear in man, from the animal nature, to come into contact with the eternal and lose that temporary which he has now. Figuratively speaking, that very branch which that man from the parable is clinging to, which I mentioned earlier. Anastasia, you said that in order to know something, it is necessary at least to make an attempt to start learning it. Rigdon, yes, it is for a reason that the ancient sages used to say that in order to know the world, you must know yourself. And to know yourself, you need to get away from the usual patterns of perception. After all, our inner world is much bigger and more interesting than we're used to thinking it is. Its beauty, scale, and depth cannot be known only with the usual perception. Diving into the depths of the unknown, for example while doing meditation techniques, one can see and feel that which has always been with you and which gives you a comprehensive understanding of the world. The deepest feelings, or the so-called sixth sense, the sense of intuition that can be developed with certain meditative and spiritual practices, allow you to perceive more information than consciousness which is limited by logic. They anticipate a situation, giving extensive knowledge about it from the perspective of the observer from the spiritual nature. After all, the real world, and not the narrow spectrum that we can see with our sight, is so multifaceted and varied that it is irrational to study it only from the perspective of a three-dimensional space. Human's multidimensional structure enables the observer from the spiritual nature to work in various altered states of consciousness and to be in different places at the same time. This, in its turn, makes it possible to be in various alternative states and dimensions. In other words, to see or to have a variety of options in different realities. For a human, this variety of potential unrealities is manifested as long as he does not make a certain choice. The latter manifests one of the many interrelated realities with which the meditator comes into resonance. In other words, while in meditation, a person is already making changes to the given reality with his choice. Meditation is like life itself, in which personal choice creates this or that future. And there is nothing surprising here. It is just different as of today unexplored physics. However, research in this direction is already underway. Understanding or resolving certain scientific questions generates even more of them. For example, the answers that quantum physics finds raise questions in biochemistry, biophysics, and so on through a complex chain of interconnection and interdependence of this complex world. As it is known, the macrocosm is the reflection of the microcosm. In order to understand the structure, well-coordinated work, and possibilities of a macro object, it is necessary to start with studying and understanding its microcosm. Anastasia, as of today, experiments have proven that human, thanks to his phenomenal abilities, can change the polarization of light rays, the electromagnetic field, and properties of water, as well as deflect a laser beam, read information off of other objects, and so on. That is, if we consider a human, or at least those of his abilities which science can prove today, then in order to understand the mechanisms of such phenomena, it is necessary to study not only the visible, but most importantly the invisible human structure? Rigdon: absolutely. Any material object consists of a set of chemical elements. If we speak of a human, his body holds the entire periodic table and many other undiscovered chemical elements. But what is important is that if we delve into the microcosm of a human, we will find that the number of chemical elements will decrease and their interaction will become more complex. For example, if we get as deep as the size of a molecule, we can see that the number of chemical elements is reduced to just a few. With further immersion into the microcosm of the atom, chemistry disappears and quantum physics at the level of elementary particles remains. Elementary particles show properties of the boundary condition here. One and the same particle can be matter, particle, under certain conditions, and it can also be energy, wave. Besides, a number of hidden surprising properties are revealed. The interaction of particles regardless of distance and transfer of energy, and much more. But quantum physics, we can say, is also limited. It stands on the threshold of two worlds where matter, particle, transforms into energy, wave. With further immersion, quantum physics disappears and a brand new yet unknown world begins. The multidimensional world of energies, and still further, the world of information, of the very fundamental building blocks of information referred to above, which creates matter, form, and life itself. There is this paradox, I would call it the paradox of a human. Take, for example, a middle-aged person who weighs 70 kilograms and is 1 meter and 70 centimeters tall. So if we put together all the elementary particles that make up that person, they will not even fill a small thimble, and their weight will be less than 1 gram. But if we rearrange the elementary particles in their places again, according to the information structure of this person at this point in time and at a given point of space, we will again get a large and heavy middle-aged person who weighs 70 kilograms and is 1 meter and 70 centimeters tall. Anastasia: this is surprising. Rigdon: the question is, what happens to his volume and mass? Anastasia: perhaps the same thing that happens to the donut hole when the donut is eaten. It turns out that the weight of a person is also an illusion? Still, I'm curious, what creates an illusion of weight then? Rigdon: this question has an answer, but it is beyond comprehension of modern physics. However, it is based on knowledge about the universe's information building blocks of which I spoke earlier. Let us put it this way. According to a certain plan, various combinations of information blocks are created. As a result, different forms of living or non-living matter and so on are formed out of the same chemical elements. The variety of options of arranging information and the very primary origination of energies in the process of observation is created by, let us say, a super observer from the other side. People call him God, the Creator, the Supreme Intelligence, the one who, according to the mythology of the peoples of the world, created the universe and manages it. It is this super observer that determines how the information will be compared, and consequently, which of the energies or of its components will be converted in an elementary particle. And then, depending on that, what exactly will be manifested and created in the material world. Figuratively speaking, a stone beneath your feet or a star above your head. After all, everything around us, including ourselves, is composed of the same elements, yet connected according to different programs. And these informational programs, these primary energies, are just a manifestation of the plan of the one who created everything. The form and the combinations are different, but in spite of this, everything is interconnected with each other. All the living and the non-living interacts. That is his will. That is his idea. A human contains a particle of the one who created everything. People call it the soul. Its existence in this form, enslaved in matter, is a part of his plan because it makes no sense to create something without observing it. Just as it is valuable for a person to observe his spiritual transformations, so it is valuable for God to observe the souls. Precious is the one who has returned to him. At the same time, the freedom of choice remains with human himself. A person is free to choose any path. However, everything is temporary and mortal except for the path to eternity. It is precisely the personality that, upon spiritual development and fusion with the soul, becomes an observer from the spiritual nature, which, like its creator, can, thanks to his own observation, change many things in the material world. For example, he can change not just his destiny, but also the destinies of other people, and can create changes in the surrounding world. Anastasia. But how can the observer make changes with his observation? Rigdon. To make the answer to this question clear, let us take a journey into quantum physics. The more scientists study questions posed by this science, the more they come to the conclusion that everything is very closely interconnected in the world and exists non-locally. For example, elementary particles are interconnected. According to the theory of quantum physics, if a simultaneous formation of two particles is provoked, they will not only be in the superposition state, that is in many places at the same time. A change of the state of one particle will also lead to an instant change of the state of the other particle, no matter how far it is located from it, even if this distance exceeds the range of action of all the natural forces known to modern mankind. Anastasia. What is the secret of this instant interconnection? Rigdon. I shall explain in a moment. Let us, for instance, take a look at the electron. It consists of information building blocks, or pograins as they were called by the ancients, which define its basic characteristics and determine its inner potential, among other things. According to modern concepts, the electron moves around the nucleus of the atom as if along a stationary orbit, orbital. To be more specific, its motion is already presented not in the form of a material point with a predetermined path, but in the form of the electron cloud, a conventional image of the electron smeared throughout the whole volume of the atom, which has areas of thickening and discharge of the electric charge. The electron cloud, as such, has no clear boundaries. The orbit, orbital, is referred to not as a movement of the electron in a particular line, but as a certain part of space, an area around the nucleus of the atom which preserves the highest probability of the location of the electron in the atom, atomic orbital, or in the molecule, molecular orbital. It is the difference between the inner potential and the external charge that creates such orbitals. The quality of the inner energy, potential, characterizes a material object. In other words, using the language of modern science, such electron shells, orbitals, of atoms determine electrical, optical, magnetic, and chemical properties of atoms and molecules, as well as most of the properties of solid bodies, depending on the number and the position of electrons on them. The shape of the electron cloud, as we remember from chemistry classes at school, may vary. So as it is known, the electron can exist in two states simultaneously in the material world, as a particle and as a wave. It can manifest itself in different places at the same time, again according to quantum physics, leaving or rather disappearing from its nuclear orbit. The electron moves instantly, that is, it disappears here and appears on another orbit. But the most interesting thing here is what scientists do not yet know. Consider, for example, an electron of the hydrogen atom, which is an element that is part of the composition of water, living organisms, and natural resources. It is also one of the most common elements in space. The atomic orbital that surrounds the nucleus of the hydrogen atom is spherical shaped. This is what the present-day science can detect. But scientists do not yet know that the electron itself is twisted into a spiral, helix. Moreover, this helix, one and the same, can be both left-handed and right-handed, depending on the charge's location on it. It is thanks to the spiral shape and the change of location of charge concentration that this electron easily changes from the particle state to a wave and vice versa. Here is a figurative example. Imagine that you have an orange in your hands. Using a knife, you carefully remove the whole peel from it in a circle, like a spiral, moving from one of its vertices, let us say conditionally from point A to another one, point B. If you separate this peel from the orange, then in the usual folded state, it will be spherical shaped, echoing contours of the orange. If stretched, it will be similar to a wave-like rope. So in our figurative example, the orange peel will represent the electron helix on the surface of which there is an external charge in the area of point A, while the internal charge is in the area of point B on the inside, on the white side of the peel. Any external change in point A on the orange side of the peel will lead to the same instant internal change, but opposite in force and influence at the point located on the white side of the peel under point B. As soon as the external electron charge decreases, the helix becomes stretched under the influence of the internal potential, and the electron changes into the wave state. When the external charge reappears, which is formed due to an interaction of waves with matter, the helix compresses and the electron changes back into particle state again. In the particle state, the electron has a negative external charge and a left-handed helix, and in the wave state, it has a right-handed helix and a positive external charge. And the whole transformation happens due to azoosmos. The observer from the perspective of a three-dimensional world can see the electron as a particle if certain technical conditions are created. But the observer from the perspective of higher dimensions, who will see our material world in the form of energies, will be able to observe another structure of the electron. In particular, the information building blocks that make up that electron will only show the properties of energy waves, of a stretched helix. Besides, this wave will be infinite in space. Simply put, the position of the electron is such in the overall system of reality that it will be located everywhere in the material world. Anastasia, could you say that it will exist regardless of whether we see it as observers of a three-dimensional world or not? Rigdon: yes. In order to understand this, let us consider another example with a mirror. Suppose that several fundamental information building blocks form a structure that represents a local point, some object. We put it in the middle of a room in which a multitude of mirrors is placed at a certain angle, in such a way that it is reflected in each of them. So the object is in the middle of the room, and it is reflected in every mirror. Also, we see it, and therefore information about it exists in our minds. In short, the information about the object exists simultaneously in several places. If we remove one of the mirrors, we will not observe this object in that place, but when we return the mirror, it will reappear. So in fact, information about it has not disappeared. It is just that we see the object under certain conditions of manifestation of information, and once conditions have changed, we no longer see it. Objectively, however, this object continues to exist in that place in terms of information. The reflection may have a continuous flow, so it means that this object exists in each point of this room, and incidentally, not only of the room, but also of the space outside the limits of the room, regardless of whether we see it or not. According to quantum physics, the existence of the electron in the particle state depends on the very act of measurement or observation. In other words, the electron, which has not been measured and is not being observed, behaves not as a particle, but as a wave. In this case, there is a whole field of probabilities for it, since it exists here and now in many places simultaneously, that is, in the superposition state. At that, despite the fact that the electron has multiple positions, it will be one and the same electron and one and the same wave. The superposition is the ability to simultaneously exist in all the possible alternative states until a choice is made, until the observer makes a measurement, a calculation of the given object. As soon as the observer focuses his or her attention on the behavior of the electron, the electron, immediately collapses into a particle. That is, it transforms from a wave into a material object, the position of which can be localized. In short, after the measurement, so to speak, after the choice of the observer, one object will exist only in one place. Anastasia: Wow, that is interesting information. The findings of quantum physics, as it turns out, are valuable for those who are engaged in self-perfection. This explains, in a way, why a person fails at meditation. After all, what contributes, so to say, to the materialization of the meditation process, meaning to the transition from the wave state to the material state in which energy once again acquires properties of matter? It is observation and control from the animal nature. In other words, meditation fails when the mental processes which are typical of the usual everyday state of consciousness become active. In this case, the brain is always trying to identify something and localize the object of observation. This situation develops when the personality does not immerse itself sufficiently into an altered state of consciousness during a meditation, or when it loses control over this state. This allows the animal nature to intervene in the process of observation. Consequently, associative images appear and the truth is lost. The wave transforms into matter, but as soon as you turn off the brain with its thought processes and fully enter into a meditation, thanks to a manifestation of your deep feelings, then an expansion of consciousness takes place, and the matter observed from the spiritual nature turns into a wave. You merge with the true reality of the world. You become one with it, and at the same time you feel all of its diversity, like there are many of you and you are everywhere. This is when real meditation takes place as the process of cognizing the truth. Rigdon: Absolutely. The world of the animal nature is the world of dominance of matter and its laws. The world of God is the world of perfect energies. When you meditate, when you're in an altered state of consciousness, you then become a part of the process, a part of the divine manifestation here. As soon as the observer from the animal nature activates, it seems to you that you gain control over matter, while in fact it is matter, the animal mind, that gains control over you. As a result, you become a more manifested material object. In fact, you turn into a corpuscular object of general matter, corpuscle from Latin corpusculum, meaning body, the smallest particle of matter, and obey its laws. If you switch to the wave state, you become a part of the divine manifestation in this world, that is, an observer from the spiritual nature. That is why it is said, "What you have more of in you, so shall you be." In the state of meditation, ordinary perception disappears. The consciousness of an experienced practitioner, particularly if we consider his or her state in the lotus flower spiritual practice, expands beyond the boundaries of the familiar world. The person feels that he is simultaneously everywhere. You can say that the superposition in quantum physics, the acquisition of the wave state, is the same as the acquisition in a meditation of the state of exit to higher dimensions in which matter is already absent. The superposition in the state of meditation is when you see, meaning that you feel the whole world and its diverse manifestations with the deepest feelings. But as soon as the observer focuses on an object, his consciousness becomes narrowed and limited by the observed object. That is, once you make a choice and focus on specific details, the wave transforms into matter. After all, when you concentrate on details, the comprehensive perception disappears and only details remain. Thoughts from the animal nature are a kind of a tool, a power to materialize objects, while feelings from the spiritual nature are a force for expanding consciousness and accessing higher dimensions. Anastasia: yes, how complex this world is and how obvious in it can simple things be. Rigdon: now regarding quantum physics, on the one hand, the notion of the observer has expanded the boundaries of scientific knowledge, but on the other, it has brought them to a dead end. After all, the perspective of the super-observer proves that there exists a tremendous force which can influence from the outside the universe, all its objects, and all the processes taking place in it. Anastasia: so in fact, this is another way to scientifically prove the existence of God? Rigdon: yes. Human has a soul, as a part of the divine power. The more he transforms his inner world and the more his personality fuses with the soul, unfolding before God, the stronger he becomes spiritually and gets the ability to influence the physical world from higher dimensions. And the more such people, the greater this influence is. The super-observer is God, who can influence everything. Human, as an observer from the spiritual nature, is the observer who can interfere in the processes of the world and change them at the micro level. Of course, certain manipulations with matter are accessible to people from the perspective of the observer from the animal nature, but a person gets the real power of influence only when his observer from the spiritual nature activates. Anastasia: when you do spiritual practices and have an expanded view of the reality of the world, you realize that this is a fact. Incredible wonders made by those who at different times and on different continents were considered holy serve as proof of that. Because for them, it was easy to stop the elements, to change the structure of water, to cure any disease, and even to resurrect people from the dead. Rigdon: of course, people cannot even imagine what abilities are embedded in them. Observation is the first step to knowing the hidden secrets. We influence a particular situation, its possible outcome, and a resolution in the world that is invisible to us by the fact of contemplating from the perspective of the observer from the animal nature or from the spiritual nature, since we make a choice. Each situation is a kind of an answer not only to your presence in this place here and now, but also to how exactly you are observing yourself in this moment. Anastasia: in essence, we observe a part of ourselves in what surrounds us, and it is not the reality of the world that we judge, but the way we interpret it according to our experience and our understanding of the world. Rigdon: that's right. By expressing something about the world, we essentially express something about ourselves. A good listener will always hear a lot more about the speaker than he intends to reveal about himself. Anastasia: In other words, one way or another, we see the outside world through a kind of rose-colored glasses of the observer from the animal nature. The less we work on transforming our inner world, the worse it is for us, because what will grow more in this case is just the experience related to the domination of the observer from the animal nature, which means that we will get an even more distorted picture of the perception of the world. Rigdon: yes, this incidentally can be traced even from the perspective of the existing knowledge about the brain, consciousness, person's way of thinking, and the way his worldview is formed. As a rule, in a consumer society, certain mindsets are instilled into a person from birth that the world is material, and supposedly this is the only reality existing for humans. I have already said that our brain is set up in such a way that it adapts to various stereotypes very quickly. Moreover, it will thereafter rely on them until the person chooses some new ones. Thus, a person begins to build his life from childhood, in essence based on the wrong mindsets and a one-sided view of the world from the perspective of the observer from the animal nature. He simply ignores anything that does not correspond to his mindsets and his personal choice. He chooses a kind of a very narrow life range of perception of the world and himself, while not even interested in anything more. As a result, people use commonplace associations and become quite predictable in their actions and intentions. What does that selective information from the outside world, the larger part of which comes from vision, represent? What we see, according to that very quantum physics, is an illusion generated by the geometry of space. In the usual state of consciousness, we perceive the world not from the perspective of a detached space observer or another observer, but from the perspective of the observer who is steeped in this three-dimensional world and is placed at specific coordinates at a given point in time. That is why we will perceive the world one-sidedly only from this point, and there will be distortions in this case. We see even our bodies as a three-dimensional image perceived by our brain that is tuned to a state of consciousness that is habitual for us. If we change the state of consciousness and, for example, look at our physical bodies in the state of meditation, we will see the aura and the shells that correspond to it, basically a completely different structure. While doing more complex meditations related to observing from higher dimensions, you can see your whole structure on a larger scale, including the parts located in other dimensions. All this, accordingly, will expand our understanding of the energy structure of a human being. In addition, we must take into account that the brain is located in the cranium. In other words, it is completely isolated from the external environment. It has no direct contact with the light of the surrounding physical space. The light that enters the eye is simply converted into an electrical signal, and it is this signal that the brain analyzes and decodes, figuratively speaking, in its darkness. In other words, our brain does not see the real picture, or rather the illusion of the geometry of a given space, but only a signal converted from the outside, an electric copy of the image visible in the limited range of perception. Anastasia: generally speaking, this is an electric copy of the state of the observed objects of a moment that already passed. Moreover, This copy cannot be called even a fragment of information out of the variety of the visible and of course the invisible world. And man still delusively thinks that he knows this world and understands it. Rigdon: Yes, man believes so out of the habit of thinking from the animal nature. But he must ask himself the question, who exactly is thinking in him, and what is consciousness? The brain is a bio-device, exceptional in the complexity of its structure and functions, including defense, that has an astronomical number of elements and connections between them, and does not have direct contact with the environment. The brain is overabundant. In other words, it is capable of performing immeasurably more complex functions than necessary for living on planet Earth, for example. The brain is constantly at work, both night and day. It only changes its states, for example, to sleep, wakefulness, and so forth. It has an inherent constant self-reorganization of its system. It usually remains stable for 0.5 to 2.5 seconds. Then some variable and flexible links activate, others get turned off, while the rigid links are constantly working. The brain kind of gets bored from the monotony. There is an ongoing thought process. Processing of different information in it takes place around the clock. The brain is a mediator between consciousness and the world. It receives and tries to decipher codes, in other words, various signals, including those coming from the five senses. But it is especially important to note that the brain is capable of receiving many other signals, not only from the visible, but also from the invisible world. What serves as proof of this for the present-day scholars are the experiments conducted with the participation of people who engage in certain meditative practices while altering their state of consciousness. These are Buddhist monks, the Siberian shamans, the clairvoyants, and so on. Besides, this experimental group includes people who have manifested unusual abilities sporadically and spontaneously, which include telepathy, thought transfer, prediction of the future, telekinesis, the ability to move physical objects and change their shape by thought, and so on. In general, these abilities are inherent in any person if developed. Anastasia: This is in fact evidence that a person in possession of basic knowledge is capable of successfully exploring the world in an altered state of consciousness without leaving his room, with his eyes closed, and without the help of technical resources or known sensory organs. Rigdon: Note that such knowledge will be much more informative and richer than that obtained by a person in the usual state of consciousness. Why? Because his consciousness begins to work in a different mode. You can trace how brain activity reorganizes itself in an altered state of consciousness, even with modern equipment. When human thinks in the ordinary state of consciousness, the activity of the nerve cells in different areas of the brain appears similar to a starry sky, in other words, scattered. But when a person is in an altered state of consciousness, then an entirely different picture of brain activity forms. The stars sort of line up in the form of peculiar star clusters of a particular form, spheres, clouds, streams, and beams with a clear direction. In addition, attention should be paid to the structure, shape of the human skull from the inside and the tissues adjacent to it. The frontal, parietal, and occipital bones, with their special relief, deserve particular attention. This is sort of a biological prototype of concave mirrors that can focus, absorb, and reflect waves of different frequencies. This design serves as a good resonator, from the Latin word resono, I sound in response, respond. In other words, it is capable of accumulating and focusing the energy of vibrations and strengthening it. Anastasia. This information is quite interesting. As we know from the example of modern radio engineering, concave mirrors have the properties of receiving and transmitting antennas. Rigdon. Quite right. So the brain is, to a large extent, a unique biological device that performs many functions and serves as a receiver and transmitter of information, not only from the outside visible, but also from the invisible world, including man's inner world. When a person starts meditating, he gives a mental order engaging these or those chakrams and activating subtle energies which activate certain areas in the energy structure. Thanks to such mental order, the brain of the physical body, too, reconfigures itself into the operating mode of an altered state of consciousness. We can say that quite an interesting process takes place in deeper meditations. The meditator practically executes stopping of thoughts, and the information in its pure form is obtained due to the force which people since the ancient times called the sixth sense or intuition, intuitive knowledge. And learning in this way is much deeper, richer, and more varied than the usual apparent perception of the visible world. After all, the observer from the spiritual nature perceives the energy processes with feelings, wholly and clearly, experiencing the true reality. Thanks to this, it becomes obvious for him after meditation that there is a significant difference between what the human brain stereotypically perceives as reality in a three-dimensional world, and what in fact reality which shapes the events of this world is. For such an observer, it is not a problem to extract information that is way ahead of the current scientific understanding of certain processes in this world. So the outside world for the brain as a bio-device is just multiple copies which it perceives according to the task assigned to it by the observer, in accordance with the inner world and the choice of the observer. Each person lives his reality according to his choice and inner perception. Anastasia. Yes, now I have an even deeper understanding of why we should strive to live and gain first-hand experience with the perspective of the observer from the spiritual nature. Only then there is a real chance not to waste your life on numerous misconceptions, not to get stuck in the illusions of observations from the animal nature, to change your destiny and shape the reality of your spiritual salvation even during this life. After all, what we think about is what will be created, manifesting one or another reality for us. Rigdon. In his knowledge, a human can go as far as he himself believes he can. The more persistent he is to move away from his limiting mindsets formed by the animal nature, the more apparent his influence on reality will be. Having formed in life a strong perspective of the observer from the spiritual nature, a person can understand his deep interconnection and interaction with the whole world. Human, as the observer from the animal nature, registers the objects that are important for him in the surrounding world, reinforcing their importance for himself by the power of his attention. Giving importance to this or that object depends on the outlook of a person, his experience in cognition of the world and himself. Once a person begins to rely on external circumstances, he begets motion, which makes him anxious and manifests multiple illusions that grasp his attention even more. Human, as the observer from the spiritual nature, looks impartially at the world. His support in life and the significant object is the soul. After all, it is impossible to know the truth of the external without knowing the truth of the inner, because then there is no observer to whom all the secrets of the world are open. Anastasia. You know, there was a point in my life when I perceived many of your words more intuitively than consciously. They were inspiring and helped me to live and overcome human difficulties. But when advanced practices started, especially those related to the invisible structure of a human, this greatly expanded the limits of my perception of the world and contributed to acquisition of an extraordinary spiritual experience. It provided an opportunity for the spiritual contemplation and self-discovery in the deepest feelings. Thanks to this experience, I realized the value of the knowledge that you are giving us. Indeed, experiences in meditation cannot be put into words, but they fundamentally change the attitude towards the surrounding world when you really feel something more valuable than the whole material world. The most interesting part is that since this practical breakthrough, the quality of meditations has changed. Especially, I would like to note the versatility of the lotus flower meditation in relation to the work with the deepest feelings and the wonderful practical basic knowledge about yourself that enables one to know the energy structure of a human in the meditation pyramid. By the way, is it possible to tell the world about this meditation? And if so, I would be very grateful to you if people could learn about this primordial knowledge directly from you. Rigdon, of course. The pyramid is far from the limit of perfection, although it is a very effective meditation that helps you to feel your true inner self and also to understand human's complex structure that is little known to the present-day people. However, before speaking about this meditation, I think it is worth familiarizing people more with the knowledge concerning the invisible structure of a human. Since ancient times, different peoples have possessed this knowledge. I cannot say that it is completely lost nowadays. Some mentions of it have partially remained, but in what form is another question. Although there is no reason to be surprised, man's sophisticated mind is capable of much more. As I have already said, the human is something far greater than just matter. In his structure, he is very complex, not only on the physical level, but also on the level of energy. Observing humans' physical structure, even with modern equipment, we can see only a part of its construction, which exists in 3 dimensions. Moreover, if we consider the overall construction of a human, whose structure for the most part relates to the invisible world, we can find that at the physical level, it has much weaker protection than at the level of subtle energies. The overall structure of human is designed in such a way that the soul is protected better than the body. The body is just an additional removable material shell created for certain conditions of existence in the universe in the geometry of the three-dimensional space. It is temporary and mortal. It is a kind of a biomachine controlled by the personality. In other words, by the one who is constantly making choices reflected in the events of his life, as well as his spiritual development in general. Changing bodies during the reincarnation is like a renewal of this additional outer shell. Figuratively speaking, it is like regeneration of the skin in the physical body, or a change of clothes in everyday life. Naturally, interaction occurs between the energy and physical parts of the human structure, different processes of exchange of energy and information. As I have previously said, everything in the world is interconnected. The world is multidimensional and has different parallels. Human in the invisible world is an informationally complex, space-oriented entity that exists consistently in 6 dimensions simultaneously. It is difficult for a modern person to understand, but I hope that with the development of qualitatively new physics and biophysics, science will discover this fact as well. Human steadily and simultaneously exists in 6 dimensions that constantly influence each other. But a human has a chance during his life to unite his personality with the soul, to gain spiritual maturity and escape into the 7th dimension, nirvana, heaven, i.e., to achieve spiritual liberation and even to know higher dimensions if he wishes to. For comparison, a bodhisattva as a spiritual being existing freely during the earthly incarnation in the human structure of the body. As a spiritual being, bodhisattva can go to the spiritual world at any time, unlike the human soul that is enslaved in the construction. Steadily exists in 72 dimensions simultaneously. This is the exact number of dimensions in the global universe. In short, a bodhisattva temporarily exists in a construction that is located in the 6 dimensions of the material world, just like every human. But instead of a human soul, he has a perfect spiritual being from the world of God, which steadily and simultaneously exists in 72 dimensions and can make changes in them. Anastasia. Yes, that is a good example that gives an understanding what unique opportunities a human has for spiritual development in the course of his life and why each moment of life is so valuable. You've mentioned that the universe has 72 dimensions. I think readers will be very interested to know that the number of dimensions in the universe is limited. I remember you explaining before about the azoosmos, parallel worlds, the parallel paradox, about the difference between the concepts of parallel dimensions and parallel worlds. Rigdon. Yes, parallel worlds and dimensions are not the same things. There can be a multitude of parallel worlds. One way or another, they're intertwined with different dimensions. But all this exists in one global universe. What is a parallel? I shall explain with a figurative example from people's lives. Each person lives his life as if in his own everyday reality, in his microcosm, which for some moments intersects with some other realities in other people's lives. In other words, his individual consciousness lives separately, as if on its own parallel, but in a world that is common for everyone. Other people with their lives, thoughts, the inner world, and the external environment live parallel to him, and he is not even aware of their existence. Same with parallel worlds. They are many. Some come in contact with one another, others exist in parallel, remaining individual. But all of them are included in the system of 72 dimensions of the global universe. These 72 dimensions are generally represented by subtle and coarse energies, which constitute certain energy fields forming a particular dimension. There are no clear boundaries between them. The same energies may be present in one dimension and in another and in a third one. All the dimensions are interconnected and separate at the same time. The difference is, we might say, in the energy architecture of each dimension. In the dimensions dominated by more subtle energies, even the smallest change can produce global changes in other dimensions which are dominated by coarse energies, consisting of subtle energies. The 71st dimension is one of the most complex in the energy structure, and the 72nd dimension is the most sophisticated, the highest, and the most universal dimension of the universe. From it, you can affect any dimension or parallel and produce any changes there. In other words, influence the exoosmos directly. It is the highest dimension that an individual spiritual mind can cognize thanks to its development in this universal world manifested through the divine sound. Although the 72nd dimension is the most complex, it is quite simple at the same time. It is connected with the first dimension. The first dimension is in essence the primary impetus, exoosmos, that carries all subsequent changes to other dimensions and affects all matter, including time, space, gravity, and so on. Without the exoosmos, there wouldn't have been any movement, and therefore there would not have been life. This knowledge has existed since ancient times, although in those associative forms that were understandable to the people living then. For example, in ancient India, China, and Egypt, the knowledge about the geometry of space and about the structure of the universe existed since ancient times. The sacred symbol of the 72 dimensions was a snake biting its own tail. Moreover, its body was depicted in the form of 72 rings, or rather links of the body, which symbolically implied dimensions of the universe. The snake's head symbolized the complex energy architectonic of the 71st dimension transitioning into the 72nd dimension. The snake's bite of its own tail symbolized the transition of the complex into simple and the connection of the 72nd dimension with the first dimension. Anastasia: Yes, I have repeatedly encountered this ancient artifact in archaeological works dedicated to the culture and life of different peoples of the world. I believe that readers will be interested in learning an essential detail, namely how the snake's head is supposed to be positioned, clockwise or counterclockwise. After all, there are different variations in different cultures. Rigdon: The original position of the snake's head was precisely clockwise as a symbol of creation and development. The schematic representation of the number of dimensions in the form of scales rings was respectively from left to right. A circle, snake's coil, was also the symbol of the creating and spiral movement of the universe. The clockwise correct swastika. In other words, movement according to the main action of the forces of Allatra, the supremacy of matter over spirit. In the ancient times, the symbol was often used in the decoration of temples as a sacred symbol that narrated the divine knowledge. The head of the snake was painted counterclockwise, as a rule by the adherents of the material mind, the animal mind, as a symbol of a small force that drives the universe inward counterclockwise, the reverse swastika, in the direction of destruction and annihilation. These people, while obeying the will of the animal mind, proclaimed for themselves the supremacy of matter over spirit, and embodied into reality the principle of domination of the material power. Anastasia. In essence, this is a substitution of the sign from plus to minus. I have often seen such a snake whose head is directed counterclockwise in architectural scenes from Freemasons. Rigdon. This phenomenon was quite common, for example, in the Middle Ages, during the surge of alchemy, when the direction of the head of this ancient reptile was often depicted counterclockwise as a symbol of artificial containment or regression. On the other hand, such details were only known in the narrow circles of initiates. The masses were presented with a quite plausible interpretation of this concept, so the common people paid little attention to the rotation of the head in this or that direction. And that is too bad, because symbols and signs play a significant role in the life of a society, even when the society does not suspect it. But some portrayed the snake's head counterclockwise knowingly, while others, because of the basic human confusion, loss of knowledge, or incorrect copying of the ancient information based on which the given plot was sketched. For example, the same can be seen today in the symbolic representation of the world in the form of the legendary ancient Indian serpent Ananta. According to the Indian mythology, the universe is a giant global snake biting its tail and winding itself around the creation in a ring. Inside the ring, it was carrying a giant turtle, on whose back there were 4 elephants supporting the world. In the center of the world was the inhabited land Jambudvipa, reminiscent in form of a blossoming lotus flower with Mount Meru in the middle of it. The symbol of a snake biting its tail was quite common with different peoples in the ancient times. In myths, it was associated with the image of the universe, with the act of creation of the world or sustenance of the earth. For example, in the mythology of the African peoples, particularly in the Dahomey mythology, there is this archaic character, EW2037, the rainbow serpent. According to the myth, it appeared first and existed before all others. This snake supported the earth by curling up and biting its own tail. According to another myth about world creation, the serpent EW2037 accompanies the head of the pantheon of gods Mau Lisa as a servant. Moreover, it is mentioned that during the act of creation, this snake carries the mentioned God in its own mouth, in other words, in the jaws. Anastasia, that means that the supreme God of the Homie produced creation of the world from the jaws of the snake. So this is a direct reference to the knowledge that God actually creates from the 72nd dimension. More precisely, at the intersection of the 72nd and 1st dimensions. It's amazing. It turns out that the people of the Homie also possess such knowledge. Rigdon. Unfortunately, this West African nation, like many others, no longer possesses such knowledge, but has only partially preserved some of the information to our times in its legends that had been passed down to their ancestors long time ago. Although in former times, such knowledge was given to different peoples on different continents that were geographically disconnected from each other. Anastasia. Yes, the symbol of a snake biting its own tail can be found not only in the mythology of the ancient peoples of Africa, the Dogon people, the Egyptians, but also of Asia, the Chinese and the Sumer, of North America, Aztecs, and in the myths of the ancient cultures of other continents. Rigdon. With time and the human interpretation, the symbol of the serpent biting its tail acquired the meaning of all-encompassing unity, of all in one. It has become a symbol of eternity and infinity, marked the beginning and the end, Alpha and Omega, creation and destruction, and also self-renewal of natural cycles, cyclicity of time, of birth and death. This symbol of the universe, immortalized in the ancient Egyptian images, later appeared with Phoenicians and the Greeks, who came up with the name for it, Ouroboros, which in Greek means devouring, absorbing its tail. Then this word came into common use of alchemists, and the meaning of this symbol has undergone an even greater distortion. In today's world, at the suggestion of Kabbalists, this symbol came under the interpretation of depth psychology. In this version, twisted by the human mind, it is already regarded as a basic archetype that symbolizes the prehistoric unity of the masculine and the feminine, serving as the beginning of the human individuality when I is immersed in the unconscious, from which the conscious experience is not yet differentiated. In general, the farther away from the original knowledge and the greater the immersion into an abyss of material human logic, the more the truth is lost. Although this does not mean that this truth is unknown today. Take the present-day priests who have access to the ancient knowledge. They're trying to hide the truth from the masses in order to maintain their power over these masses. But originally, the knowledge was given for all people. Anastasia. Yes, everything is simple in this world when you possess knowledge. Concerning the mention of 72, surprisingly, in fact, the number 72 is a combination of numbers, 12 times, cycles by 6. Rigdon. Absolutely. This number is interesting in many ways. In the ancient Egypt, for example, there was a thorough knowledge of the geometry of space, exact numeric values for measuring angles of geometric shapes. The latter formed the basis of knowledge in the implementation of various projects in construction and architecture, including the unique ones, due to which certain conditions for changing the physics of space were formed. A clear example is a set of the Great Pyramids in Giza built during the times of ancient Egypt. Although the true purpose of such complex architectural objects, the angles of which are accurate within a degree, built with certain materials and specific complex architecture, is probably only clear to those who have knowledge about the interaction of fields, about subtle energies and the principles of operation of other dimensions, and also about the influence that signs have on the world. But this is not the point. The main thing at the moment is that this knowledge existed in ancient Egypt. Anastasia, you once spoke of the ancient Egyptian god Osiris, of his activity speaking our language as of the Bodhisattva, and about the fact that the ancient Egyptians associated number 72 with sacred religious symbols. Rigdon, that is correct. The ideas of the ancient Egyptians about the sacred number 72 are also related to the level of perception of the Bodhisattva as a spiritual being associated directly with the world of God, who knows the essence and who is able to control and use the integrity of 72 dimensions. That same Osiris was portrayed not only as a human, but also as a lotus flower, initially with 72 petals. Some images of him had knowledge about the universe encrypted in them. For example, in certain stories, the white robe, in which Osiris was portrayed as the supreme judge of human souls in the afterlife, was covered with an interlacement of a certain number of nodules that were lotus buds, originally 72. Later, when these stories were redrawn numerable times and copied by people who did not know about the sacred knowledge depicted there, this number changed, and the apparel of Osiris was pictured like that of a mummy, in other words, in a way that was more understandable for the average person's mentality. But then again, if you possess the knowledge, then even with those texts that came down through millennia to the present generations, thanks to the temple paintings and the graves of the ancient Egyptians, it is possible to understand what they're all about, as they say, to separate grain from chaff. Anastasia, it is no wonder that reading these texts today, their translation and interpretation causes great difficulties for professionals. After all, in order to understand what the ancient Egyptians wrote about, we must at least move away from the consumerist way of thinking, and at best have a fundamentally different worldview, a qualitatively different level of knowledge. Rigdon, yes, otherwise there will be the same confusion as with the medieval Kabbalists. Today it is not a secret that Jewish priests borrowed much knowledge from other peoples, including the Egyptians, having interpreted it in their own way and then having presented it as their religious teachings. So the number 72 was associated by Kabbalists with the idea of the unutterable name of God, which can control all levels of the universe. For medieval Kabbalists, this secret name was the main subject of study. In fact, this number has nothing to do with the name of God, but the idea that this is the essence of the universe and that it contains all the forces of nature in it is true. Their mistake lay purely in human issues, namely in the wrong translation and interpretation of the information about the ancient Egyptian knowledge and signs, which were then modified by them and presented as a Kabbalistic idea, mark of the name of God. They believed that the one who is able to correctly pronounce this name is free to ask anything he wants of God. In fact, this is a limited understanding coming from the human mind. Such a perversion of knowledge is typical of people when they begin to interpret the spiritual knowledge from the logic of their animal nature. Anastasia, you are right. People are foolishly craving absolute power, exchanging eternity for an illusory moment. Rigdon, unfortunately, people yield to illusions imposed on them by the animal mind, not delving deeper and ignoring their most important asset, the spiritual essence. Let's consider at least the following example. The ancient Egyptian legend of Osiris and Seth was passed down to the present day. In its time, it was interpreted by the minds of the ancient Greek philosophers of the wealthy classes. It tells that Osiris taught people a new world outlook, farming, healing, building cities, mining and processing of the copper and gold ore, in general, all the attributes of civilized life. Seth, the younger brother of Osiris, who was considered an evil god of the desert, was jealous of the glory and power of his brother and wished to rule in his place. Seth came up with a clever way to destroy Osiris. Executing it, he came to Osiris with his 72 accomplices. Their plan worked, and they destroyed Osiris. But thanks to Osiris's wife, Isis, the evil was subsequently punished and justice was restored. As a result, Osiris resurrected, but this time as a judge of human souls in the afterlife. So this is what I want to say on this subject. People often think from the perspective of their human desires, losing sight of the important things. Since number 72 represented the level of knowledge of Osiris, Bodhisattva, the opponents of the spiritual world began to attribute it to themselves in order to underline the strength of their opposing force. That is why later, in the structure subordinated to the archons, circles were formed, the size of which varied within the limit of 72 chosen priests, and so on. But this human way of thinking is ridiculous because the quality of the force of a spiritual being is beyond all comparison, especially with regard to the quantitative number of people whose consciousness is dominated by the animal nature. In this legend, and the form in which it reached us today, the priests tried to show the masses that gods behaved in the same way as humans. By the way, this idea was especially actively disseminated through ancient Greek legends about the gods of Olympus, and it is no accident that they were later promoted all over the world among different peoples. Why was it done? In order to instill an idea into the masses that wars, which in fact are conceived and organized by priests fighting among themselves for the earthly power, are normal because gods are supposedly doing the same, that evil is also supposedly natural because it is a characteristic of gods. In other words, priests convince people that if there is a king above you who wishes power and sends people to war, this is normal because gods do the same. If there is an evil boss above you, this is also natural, and you, the plebeian, have to listen to him and obey him. As a result, all this forms a subservient public consciousness and leads people away from the real spiritual path. And for a generation of priests, such an ideology is a convenient excuse for their greed for wealth and desire for power. That is why today, this information is subconsciously hammered into people's heads almost from childhood. It can be found in textbooks of various civilized countries. That's how spiritual knowledge is perverted and substituted with material aims and concepts in order to enslave the masses. Anastasia. People seem to be lacking the determination to shake off all the husks and live by conscience, as their soul suggests. You have mentioned that not only can people achieve spiritual liberation during their lives and reach the level of the seventh dimension, but also to know higher dimensions. Rigdon. Absolutely. Everything is interconnected in the universe. Human, thanks to his unique energy structure, is connected with all 72 dimensions. However, it is one thing to be connected without even realizing these invisible connections, and another to consciously know all these dimensions, moreover in one's new spiritual quality. A spiritually developed person can know all the 72 dimensions and reach the level of a bodhisattva during his lifetime. But as I said, a person who has known the seventh dimension ceases to be human. He becomes like a newborn unit of the spiritual world, an immortal spiritual being with an individual consciousness and great spiritual potential. In other words, a being who is released from the circle of reincarnations and who can leave his temporary shell, the physical body located in the three-dimensional physical world, and consciously go into the spiritual world at any time. Imagine what changes will occur in him during his cognition of all the dimensions of the universe in his qualitatively new state. But again, such rapid spiritual development is only possible during his lifetime. Unfortunately, in practice, such people were few in the history of humankind. While exploring higher dimensions, a person, let's say, gets to know not only the artificial creation of the universe on a deeper level and a larger scale, but also the idea of God, the power of the spiritual world, and his communion with him. A person evolving spiritually to the level of a bodhisattva passes 72 hypostases in the spiritual development, 72 mirrors. Of course, this way of exploring the world conceived by God is not easy, and for such a spiritual path, the right precise tools are needed, just like in science. In other words, the knowledge of certain meditative techniques which enable gradual spiritual development. It is clear that this path is not for everyone, but still, a person who is craving the spiritual truth is able to master it. The legend of Seth and Osiris warns precisely that you must not step onto this path while possessing human logic from the animal nature and desire for immense power and earthly things, for it will end in punishment for such spiritually immature people. But even a great spiritual journey starts with little, with the first steps. You must practice spiritual awareness and not an understanding coming from egoism and mind filled with dreams of fulfillment of the earthly desires. If a person wishing to develop spiritually limits himself only to such desires as, I want, I'll become, I will, but in reality does nothing and does not change in his daily life, then no good will come of it. But if a person is really engaged in self-education and self-development, constantly refining himself with discipline, self-control, and spiritual practices, then eventually he learns how to control his emotions, his behavior, and his thoughts. It is only when a person masters an altered state of consciousness that is new to him and stabilizes in taming his animal nature that the invisible world will start revealing its secrets to him. Spiritually refining himself further and learning about the processes of the complex world of the universe from the perspective of the observer from the spiritual nature, a person unfolds like a many-petaled lotus flower, enriching himself with wisdom and knowledge. When he realizes the complexity of this world, he simultaneously comprehends its simplicity in the light of the unfolding eternal truth. Evolving spiritually, man may waver in his choice until he passes the sixth dimension in his spiritual development. In the seventh dimension, he loses all doubt as a new spiritual being, and only the truth remains, and just one, the spiritual vector of further development. In the ancient times in the East, the stages of learning the path of a bodhisattva by man were figuratively compared to a blossoming of the lotus flower when it grew out of the muddy water, showing a mature, pure white flower over its surface. The beginning of a person's spiritual path was compared to a lotus seed that sprouted on the bottom of a swamp or a lake, which signified the three-dimensional material world. Man's spiritual growth, his fight against the animal nature, the removal of doubts and the earthly desires, work on the discipline of thought, and mastering of spiritual practices, was likened to the growth of the stem, its passage through the thick muddy water as it thrust its way to the surface. Merging the soul with the personality and the spiritual liberation when the seventh dimension was attained, when a new spiritual being was conceived and it became noticeable to the spiritual world, was compared to the appearance of a bud above the water's surface. In other words, its manifestation in a completely different world. And most importantly, the accessibility to the bud, undistorted by the muddy waters of the direct rays of the sun, the power of the spiritual world, under which the bud began to unfold its snow-white petals. Every new opened petal personified spiritual attainment of the next dimension by the personality. And this process went on until human learned all 72 dimensions. In other words, until all the 72 petals unfolded fully and a magnificent lotus appeared in all of its divine beauty under the shining rays of the mighty luminary who created it. So with human, who upon having reached the level of a bodhisattva, stood in all his spiritual wealth before the one who created this divine seed and gave him eternal life. Anastasia. This is a very impressive and accurate comparison. Once during a discussion of the results of one of the spiritual practices, you had clarified one important point about why in the ancient times an opened lotus petal epitomized the embodiment of the spiritual comprehension of the next dimension. Could you tell the readers about it as well? Rigdon: Of course. Rigdon: Of course. Even today, the cognition of each new dimension by man can be compared to the process of growth and unfolding of new lotus petals, which appear, grow, and gain momentum in their development, even though before this, their projection was only in the laying of the genetic program of development of the given flower. Same with a human, who during the cognition and mastering of each new dimension manifests in his structure a new petal, which figuratively speaking is responsible for the relationship with the given dimension. Naturally, the lotus flower is a conditional comparison, so to say, to gain an understanding of the essence of the process. But if we speak about reality, then the manifestation, development, and improvement of the variety of interrelationships which have been built into him initially take place in the energy structure of a human during his spiritual development. Anastasia. Many people simply associate their existence only with the third dimension without understanding their true potential. But when you realize even a small fraction of it, you also understand the great responsibility for your life, and to what extent everything is interconnected in it, including with regard to dimensions. Rigdon. That is true. I have already said that when a person is born into a body in this material world, the state of his consciousness is tuned to the wave of the animal nature, to the basic perception by the new personality of the information of the material three-dimensional world with physical sensory organs. The task of the person who has embarked on the path of spiritual development is not only to learn how to switch to a different state of consciousness independently, but also to explore the world in a capacity that is new to him, expanding his abilities, understanding the fundamental difference between the material and the spiritual worlds. In other words, to make his conscious choice. Indeed, everything is very closely interconnected in the world. But what does a person know about the world? Let's just say that as of today, certain fields of the third dimension have been studied to some extent. For example, the physical fields, acoustic, electromagnetic, gravitational, and so on. Note that we are speaking about the dimension with which each person has identified himself since childhood, and considers it as native, familiar, and largely known. But does a person know that in essence these fields consist of coarse energies? In their turn, these coarse energies consist of the so-called subtle energies, which unfortunately have not been studied by the modern science as of today. But the thing is that these subtle energies, are a part of the fields of the next dimension. Thus, interchange and interinfluence occur between dimensions. A simple example is a human thought. Why is it that scientists still cannot track its origin? Because its formation is connected with subtle energies of a different dimension in which man also exists, or rather in which a part of his energy structure is located. While in our dimension, it is coarse energies that are manifested. So to say, the derivatives of this surge, which are the ones recorded by scientists observing the firing of neurons in the brain. In general, it should be noted that all the dimensions, space and time, are related to each other. They originate from and consist of various combinations of the very conditional building blocks of the universe of which I spoke earlier. Anastasia. Yes, today science knows little about other dimensions, but already there is information that makes intelligent people start thinking. For example, It is interesting that man sees his body in this particular shape and not in another, because his vision is adjusted to the perception of electromagnetic waves within a certain range of frequencies, or as physicists say, in the range of the visible light, in the infrared or the ultraviolet spectrum, in the light that is not visible to the eye, or in the Kirlian photography, man will look somewhat different. Rigdon: Undoubtedly. In short, with modern equipment or certain meditation techniques, one can see different forms of light, man's electromagnetic field, the form of the aura, and so on, and the whole ambiguous form of a person can be seen in three-dimensional space, which in combination with time makes up four-dimensional space, but in five-dimensional space, from the perspective of the interaction of subtle energies, a human appears already differently, in the shape of a pyramid with a detached top. In the sixth dimension, there is a small enhancement of the pyramid. It is important to note that the power of the animal mind is limited only to 6 dimensions, which make up the material world of the universe. Roughly speaking, the material world comprises only 5% of the universe. From the 7th to the 72nd dimension, there is a world of energies and information that also forms the material worlds of the universe, as well as perfects energy structures thanks to the movement and power of Allatra. And beyond the universe, there is the world that is qualitatively different from it, the spiritual world, the world of God, which as a matter of fact, a person can get into as a new spiritual being. At that, it is sufficient for him to reach the 7th dimension, escaping from the material captivity, in order to cross over to the spiritual world afterwards at will. But let's get back to the material world. A human being, even with the dominance of the animal nature in him, is capable of perceiving, interacting on the energy level, and consciously influencing matter up to the 6th dimension. Usually, a person seeks to develop such supernatural abilities in himself for the sake of gaining power over his own kind in the 3-dimensional world. This is the main desire that makes a person successful at it if the animal nature dominates. Although this dominant desire remains virtually unnoticed by the consciousness of the person who is in the state of submission to the will of the animal mind. At best, the person tries to justify it even to himself with noble reasons, supposedly showing care for other people and helping them. Anastasia. In other words, these supernatural abilities can be present not only in the people following the spiritual path and maintaining the dominance of the spiritual nature in themselves, but also in those who are going in the opposite direction and live under the rule of the will of the animal nature. Rigdon. That's right. They can be, for example, psychics, magicians, sorcerers, people with paranormal abilities. In other words, those who are capable of submerging down to the 6th dimension in an altered state of consciousness, and from there, influencing the lower dimensions and weak structures to manifest energy activity and make certain transformations, influencing the 3rd dimension from the perspective of higher dimensions, the 4th, the 5th, and the 6th, naturally affects the coarse matter of the 3-dimensional world at the level of information. However, while exerting such influence, the person himself is not fully aware of why he is given this power and what he is really doing, what changes he is really making, and whom he actually serves. Such energy influence, even from the sixth dimension, but from the perspective of dominance of the animal nature in man, does not indicate spiritual development. Anastasia, you once said that if a person does not develop spiritually, then his energy structure in the subsequent dimensions above the six is simplified. Rigdon, for the observer from higher dimensions, any person in the first dimension represents, speaking in human associations, an ordinary dot. In other words, nothing. It is important to note that a person who does not develop spiritually, despite the fact that his structure is much more sophisticated in the material world, and in the sixth dimension it has the shape of a pyramid, in the seventh dimension his energy structure looks like a nebula, or rather a blurred spot which becomes further simplified in the subsequent higher dimensions. And finally, in the 72nd dimension, a spiritually undeveloped person represents, just like in the first dimension, only a dot, nothing. And in this lies the answer to the most important question of any human. I hope that intelligent people will understand it. Observing from the seventh dimension of the material world is already like, so to speak, contemplating the mighty waters of a swamp by the one who is standing on the shore. Just like the material world, the swamp is a natural cleaner of the system, a filter for cleaning water. In other words, that which forms the basis of life. Complex processes take place in its depth, but the observer is only interested in their result, which appears on the surface of the murky waters. Many people who have lived their lives in vain, unable to succeed in using their spiritual chance, are like bubbles floating to the surface, filled with the void of desires of the material world. Their fate on the surface of the water is set and predetermined. Upon touching a qualitatively different environment, the bubbles burst, turning into nothing. But there are those who, having merged with their soul during life, are like a beautiful lotus bud, appearing on the surface out of the murky waters. This snow-white flower captivates the observer's attention with its purity and novelty. The observer admires the beauty of the flower and gives it his attention, watching the process of the unfolding of each petal. A lotus flower is qualitatively different from an empty bubble of air, for it has already become an integral part of another world. Another way of saying it is if a person develops spiritually and his aspirations and desires are connected with the world of God, in other words, the spiritual nature dominates in him, then eventually he will be able to escape the restrictions of the material world, 6 dimensions, during his life, and enter the 7th dimension. In this case, his energy structure becomes more complex in the 7th dimension. If we speak about these complex energy processes in associations that are understandable for the mind of a resident of a 3-dimensional world, then a person's structure transforms from the pyramidal shape to the shape of a cube set on one of its corners. In other words, the energy structure of such a spiritually liberated person is qualitatively different from the pyramid-shaped energy structure of an ordinary person in the 6th dimension. And the further a person delves into spiritual self-development, the more complex his energy structure becomes. Such a transformed energy structure of a human is impossible to miss for those who have true spiritual vision. The pyramidal energy structure of man occupies much more space than the physical body. and the cubic one occupies 10 times as much. This unique phenomenon is hard to miss at the level of energy, even from the perspective of the observer of higher dimensions. As they say, true holiness of human will not escape the sight of the observer from the spiritual nature. But unfortunately, in the human society, such a transformation is very rare. By the way, in the ancient times, the people who attained the seventh dimension and received spiritual liberation during lifetime were symbolically portrayed in the shape of a cube, often with a mark painted on one of its corners. A supreme being from the spiritual world was also marked with the same symbol. Anastasia. Yes, this is indeed a very interesting topic. In regards to this, there exists rich and varied archaeological material that confirms the existence of such symbolism among many ancient peoples living on different continents. Rigdon. Of course, we will return to this subject many times in the course of the conversation. Unfortunately, as of today, a lot of the original information has been lost or forgotten. Therefore, many discovered artifacts which recorded the ancient knowledge in symbols and signs are still not completely understood by scientists. Anastasia. You're right. In order to understand this, one needs to have basic knowledge. I remember when you first told us about humans' energy structure, for me it was not a mere revelation, but a real shock, which later, in the process of analysis of the information and its deep understanding, developed into a mature, brand new view of the world. I'm sure that others will not be indifferent to this information. Could you tell the readers more about man, in particular how his energy structure becomes more complex in each subsequent dimension? Rigdon. In order for people to realize what their energy structure represents in 6 dimensions and how it is all interconnected, I will give a simple associative example. There is a children's toy, a kaleidoscope. This is a tube inside which mirrors and colored stones are placed at a certain angle. As the tube is rotated, you can observe varying combinations of patterns. The more mirrors there are, the more complex the observed patterns and shapes are. So in our case, the mirrors are dimensions, and the stones are the main parts of the energy structure of a human. Their number is constant, but any qualitative change in the process of spiritual perfection leads to a more complex transformation of the whole structure. If we view the structure of a human being in the first dimension, one-dimensional world, then it will look like a dot similar to a star in the sky. And if you zoom in on this dot and then delve into its structure, you're able to see the entire complexity of the energy structure of a human being. In other words, to trace the connection from the first dimension to the last through the whole successive chain of dimensions. Figuratively speaking, it is similar to contemplating stars. If you look at it with the naked eye, it will just be a barely visible point in the sky. But if you look at it through a spyglass, it will be visible as a rough, bright circle. And if you observe it through a powerful telescope, then it will be a sufficiently complex space object with volume and its own natural processes. And in the second dimension, two-dimensional world, the structure of a person will have a shape of a cross, in the middle of which there will be a circle at the intersection of its lines. Well, and everybody knows what a person looks like in the third dimension. Anastasia. That is so. But even in this example, you understand how complex human structure is, even in the three-dimensional world. After all, what I see in the mirror is far from all that there really is, both inside of me and outside, if we take into account not only the inner life of the organism as a closed environment, but also the weak energy fields that it produces. In today's world, people do not know much about how their body is organized in the three-dimensional world, not to mention more. So for them, it may be surprising to hear the information about a simultaneous and stable existence of the person in 6 dimensions. Although in a way, you can understand those people who have lived most of their lives believing this world to be the only reality. Many questions from the mind arise if one does not have practical spiritual experience. How can this be? Due to what these connections occur, and so on. Rigdon. In such cases, as a rule, the animal nature activates first, not wanting to lose its power over a person, immediately creating a lack of acceptance and incomprehension in him, and forcing him into the old and familiar stalls of thinking of the citizen of a three-dimensional world. However, it is impossible to fully know the higher dimensions and get personal experience while remaining in the limited state of consciousness of the observer of the three-dimensional world. In this respect, I will give a simple example. Imagine that you're observing processes that are happening to residents of a two-dimensional world. In the human understanding, a two-dimensional world represents a plane characterized by length and width. In short, residents of a two-dimensional world do not understand what volume is. Imagine that they see a translucent space object in the form of a cone or a sphere approaching their world. What will they see? Instead of a cone, they will see a two-dimensional shape that is a circle and a point in the middle, and instead of a ball, they will see just a circle. Why? Because their thinking is tuned to the perception of a two-dimensional world. The concept of 3 dimensions is beyond their comprehension of the world as creatures living in two-dimensional space and observing from it. In other words, they do not see the real picture because it is beyond their dimension, beyond their usual state of consciousness, which has specific limits. And now, let us get back to our three-dimensional space. Today, people behave in the same way. They explore the world from the perspective of a resident of three-dimensional space. But man, unlike other creatures from other dimensions, has a unique energy structure, thanks to which, by developing himself spiritually, he is able to know other dimensions and see the world as it is in reality, and not in the narrow range of the limited perception of the world as part of three-dimensional space. Anastasia. In general, what people usually see around them, perceive in each day, including themselves, is not such in reality. Rigdon. Absolutely. Our brain, or to be more precise, its usual state of consciousness, is a kind of a barrier to knowing more, knowing what lies beyond the three-dimensional space. After all, man's usual state of consciousness, as I have already said, is programmed from birth to the limited perception of a three-dimensional world. To put it more precisely, even partially of a four-dimensional world. Three-dimensional space and time are meant here. The fourth dimension, time, as a factor of measurement, is hardly understood or perceived by man. In other words, in three-dimensional space, we perceive ourselves constantly here and now at a given point. In everyday life, The brain does not notice this movement in time, the very azoosmos with cause and effect relations. Man notices the general movement of time, perhaps only when he assesses himself, for example while looking in the mirror, or compares his photographs of 20 years ago with how he looks now. But our brain, while in a usual state of consciousness, does not notice the constant movement of time, of life itself as azoosmos, an inner impulse of energy. However, this does not mean that a person cannot perceive it at all. After all, the human perception depends first of all on the dominant world view, the stability of the state of expanded consciousness, on the database that man inputs into his brain and constantly updates, and that is why it is important to expand your intellectual horizons. Secondly, such a perception depends on self-development, on systematic experiences of altered state of consciousness, meditations and spiritual practices, thanks to which man independently learns about the world outside of the three dimensions, and not with the mind's logic, but with a more perfect instrument of his, the intuitive sense, the sixth sense. Anastasia. Yes, such sayings of people from the ancient times as when man changes the whole world changes, know thyself and you shall know the whole world, are not empty words. This is a reality, the fullness of which man can acknowledge during the practical process of spiritual self-discovery. You once mentioned, while talking about altered states of consciousness, that human consciousness has many levels. Rigdon. That is right. The fact that consciousness has many levels allows the person as an observer, even from the animal nature, to embrace with his perception from the second up to the sixth dimensions, specifically in an altered state of consciousness. Man cannot consciously perceive the first dimension. For him, it will just be a dot, nothing. But this nothing holds everything. The first dimension is the azoosmos. In other words, the initial inner impulse of energy. As a rule, man does not consciously notice the beginning of this change, impulse, especially at the level of the first dimension. Concerning the first dimension, I will give a metaphorical example that will be understood by many people today. It is related to the work of computers, or rather to the movement of the blinking screen indicator, the cursor. By the way, the word cursor comes from the Latin word cursorius, which means messenger, speedwalker, fast runner. When you do something on the computer, for example, you edit text, you move this pointer indicator, an arrow or a dash, on the display screen by pressing certain keys, or with an optical and mechanical manipulator, a mouse. After all, while doing it, you're not thinking how exactly it moves. You just do it almost automatically, because you're focused on your work. It only seems to you that the cursor moves naturally when you control the mouse, for example, to select or move the text, correct it, or open a new window. But what is really happening? The screen consists of pixels, that is, these small colored dots, which if magnified will look like squares, like a graph paper notebook, each of which consists of 3 colors, subpixels, red, green, and blue. Combining these 3 primary colors at each point makes it possible to reproduce any color on the monitor screen. The more pixels there are in the same area of the screen, the better and sharper, more detailed, the image on it will be. What is a pixel? It is just an element of a photosensitive matrix the smallest element of a two-dimensional digital image in a pixel grid, and bitmapped graphics on the monitor screen. This is a set of electrodes. What is displaying image on the screen? It is in fact control of electrical voltage that is applied to each electrode, light-emitting diode. The size and direction of the vector of the electric field, in its turn, is controlled by the software component and the processor of the graphics card. When you move a mouse with your hand, the electrical signals from the optical sensor go via USB, a device for transmitting information, to that part of the computer circuitry that is responsible for processing them. The processed signal is sent to the video card. Then, according to its program, it changes the characteristics of the electric field applied to specific electrodes, LEDs, on the screen, pixels. Accordingly, their light intensity changes. For example, some become black and others white. For you, it creates an illusion of the cursor's movement on the screen. In other words, you only think that you're moving the cursor. In fact, thanks to the work of electronic circuits and programs, you're only changing external conditions for the electrode, LED, and it acquires new properties for itself. And because of that, the light passing through it acquires other characteristics, frequency and intensity. If the cursor is located at a given point at a given moment in time, then by performing an impulse, having moved the mouse with your hand, you create conditions for changing the optical characteristics of the dot. Anastasia. One can say that in a way I trigger the jump of the cursor from one point to another, from one pixel to another. Rigdon. Yes, the movement of the cursor is in essence a figurative example of the prototype of unnoticeable motion, life, of the material body in space and time, thanks to the azoosmos. Azoosmos is a jump of information from one information building block to another. An information building block pulls in the information and passes it to another information block. In other words, it transmits the information through itself. Those pixels serve as information building blocks in our conditional comparison, but you as an observer, thanks to your freedom of choice, trigger this movement in one direction or another. All this movement happens according to the change of information and goes unnoticed by the person who does not see the complex mechanism of change and transmission of information. In our example, you just move the mouse, and for you, there is a natural movement on the screen. You do not see how the cursor picture jumps from one pixel to another, how voltage changes in each electrode. For you, the cursor arrow almost instantly moves to another position on the screen. Same in life. The movement of any material object through information blocks goes unnoticed by a person. He does not see how exactly this initial movement happens at the level of the first dimension. For example, we see a person walking in a certain direction. What really happens is that information, with all its complexity of interconnections, is flowing through information building blocks thanks to azoosmos. Even if we watch a man sitting motionless, in fact, this is just an illusion, because actually, a very rich, intensive informational exchange is taking place, which is his life, his movement, which remains unnoticed either by him or by us. Anastasia. In other words, a person may not realize the full complexity of the world's influence on him and his influence on the world, but changes at the invisible level are happening constantly. Rigdon. And the higher the dimension, for example the fifth or the sixth, from which a person instigates these changes with his choice, the more significant these changes will be. Anastasia. The main function of the first dimension is the initial inner impetus of energy. Could you tell the readers what is the main function of the second dimension? Rigdon. For a person, in his perception, the functions of the second dimension, two-dimensional space, represent nothing more than a kind of storage and transmission of information in which signs and symbols play a significant role. Although functions of the second dimension are much broader, here is a simple example. Any record presumes storage and transfer of information. What is a script, whether pictographic, ideographic, hieroglyphic, or alphabetical? It is a sign system of recording human thoughts which allows one to capture them in time and transmit them over distance through conventional notation. In other words, it is a notation in the two-dimensional world which involves storing information in certain symbols and signs. For example, a cake recipe or a manual for construction of a nuclear power plant or a flowchart for manufacturing a nuclear bomb, and so on. If you were able to read the recipe and made no attempt to do anything, then nothing will happen. However, if you can read, that is, you understand the notation of symbols, and then you apply appropriate force, following the instructions, and act, then you will invariably get the result recorded in this recipe or manual. The same is with the sign of the second dimension. If you add energy to it, acting out of a three-dimensional world, it will start working. As a result, according to our example, after applying energy and acting upon the information from the second dimension, we will get either a cake or light in the house, or the result that will destroy our house in the third dimension. Anastasia. So generally speaking, the third dimension is the dimension in which you already apply force and energy and begin to create. Rigdon. For a human, yes. In this regard, it is important for people to understand what kind of information they give their attention to in each day, to what they apply their life force, how exactly they subsequently waste it, and what they can really achieve. After all, today most people observe themselves and consequently assess their lives one-sidedly, only from the perspective of thinking of a resident of three-dimensional space. A modern person does not even realize that the origin of his thoughts is related to a completely different dimension. However, he is constantly living in his dreams and thoughts, while the surrounding reality for him is the reflection of his mental activity to some extent. He is wasting his life energy on materialization of his thoughts and desires, which are mainly related to a very narrow spectrum of a broad band of frequencies of three-dimensional space on which his observation as the personality is focused at a given moment. Anastasia. You have emphasized the fact that a person as an observer triggers these changes with his choice in this or that direction, and it is he who is the observer. and it is he who triggers, in other words, additionally stimulates something that already exists. Rigdon: absolutely. Man constantly chooses between the spiritual world, with its force coming from the soul, and the material world, with its phantom games of the animal mind, which one way or another tries to redirect the life energy of a person for its own needs. These are the two dominant forces that create in the material world in this peculiar conditional confrontation, and man as an observer is only placed on the edge of choice between them. Moreover, for the beings of the material world who make up a part of the animal mind, these forces are invisible, but they're faithful for human, because there is a part of eternity, the soul, in him, and he has an opportunity to become an immortal spiritual being. Anastasia: therefore, the main determining moment for a person is what thoughts and actions he pays attention to in his everyday. Rigdon: that is absolutely correct. For better understanding, I will illustrate with a figurative example of an internet user what a person's choice between the two dominant forces is. When a person focuses his primary attention on something, in other words, makes a choice, he does not see how he triggers the beginning of these changes in the first dimension by doing this. In our example, this is equivalent to pressing the start button of a computer which starts processes that are invisible to a person. So it is the person's attention that starts the process of movement at the level of the first dimension. Everything starts with it. This initial attention of the personality is the primary force of the observer. This is his freedom. Where you direct your primary attention is what you activate. Man does not realize the full significance of the actions that have happened at the level of the first dimension, but later he feels the consequences they have on his fate as quite real. When a person turns on a computer, as a consequence, characters and symbols of different programs that store certain information appear on the screen after a while. And if it is, for example, the internet, then before the user's eyes, a set of characters and symbols appears, behind each of which a more voluminous layer of information is hidden. The internet, in general, represents a complex interconnection with the world, but through different root, base, servers belonging to certain authoritative organizations and people who fund them secretly or openly. All this is based on the distribution of this or that ideology. By the way, such a notion as a domain name, which is today known to any resident of the Internet, comes from the Latin word dominium, meaning possession. As a rule, an Internet user does not stop and think about all this, diving into the stream of information provided for him to choose from. He sees details, but he does not see the whole picture, though he should. So then, the appearance of signs, symbols, various computer programs, and short advertising texts of the Internet, which hide whole layers of information behind them, all this is like interaction of the person's attention with information at the level of the second dimension. In the material world, if one considers all the information of the second dimension globally, this will only be a different form of manifestation of programs either from the animal nature or from the spiritual nature. Man has the freedom of choice. And while something out of this simply attracts his attention, something else holds it. As a result, out of all the variety, just like in an internet search engine, he opens only that information, focusing on it, which has attracted his attention the most. From the perspective of the third dimension, man makes his choice with this. In other words, he activates the process of obtaining information in the second dimension. By activating this information, he begins to live by it at the level of the third dimension. In other words, as a personality, he lets this flow of information into himself, and it manifests itself in the form of various images, emotions, desires, and thoughts in the consciousness, and it begins to live in him like an sentient being. This pushes the person to specific actions within the program of this will from the outside. The very one of the many programs by which this will has drawn his attention to itself in the second dimension. As soon as he lets them in, this becomes equivalent to his giving preference to work in this or that program and starting to move the cursor there, his attention, engaging different functions, mental images, desires, and emotions. And moving the cursor, as I have already said, equals to the creation, thanks to the exoosmos, of actions that are invisible to man at the first stages, but which then become events of his fate. Consciously, neither in the first dimension nor in the dimensions above does the person perceive what exactly he changes by applying the power of his attention to the program that he has chosen. But he, as a personality who has made a choice at a given point of time, is wasting his life force on materializing this will from the outside, working according to this program. Anastasia. And this point is very important. If we consider it globally, it turns out that we only think that we have will in the meaning of a force of creation, creating activity of the mind, or as they say in psychology, as a self-sufficient, having quiet and independent meaning, source of human activity, which determines the independence of behavior from objective reasons. It is interesting that those same psychologists relate will to control of your own behavior, which they believe becomes possible thanks to the use of artificial means of conduct, science. Rigdon. What we believe to be our own will is an illusion of our perception from the perspective of thinking of an individual mind of a three-dimensional world. If we consider our example, a person just activates the incoming flow of information with his choice and spends his life force on realization of this will. Will, whether emanating from the spiritual nature, the world of God, or coming from the animal nature, the animal mind, is a force from the outside, or rather, an information program implemented in a certain structure that carries it out. The substitution from the animal mind lies in the fact that the personality of a human perceives the forms of manifestation of one of these two global forces as his own will, which in fact it does not have. Anastasia. In other words, what a person believes to be his own will and what he is excessively proud of is not his own. It's just a force that has entered him from the outside by means of the information he has chosen. It activates feelings, emotions, and thoughts in him that spur him on to certain actions within the program of this will, which is related to expenditures of life energy. Rigden: quite right. People, while under the influence of pridefulness from the animal nature, love to liken themselves to higher forces endowed with their own will. But not everyone asks themselves the questions: by whose will does that particular action happen? Who spurs me on to these thoughts? Who gives rise to these particular desires? Who in me is resisting and whom? And who is asking these questions and who is replying to them? And there are very few of those who sort themselves out, understanding the process of confrontation between the animal nature and the spiritual nature, between the will emanating from the spiritual world and the will from the animal mind. Of course, the animal mind is strong, but it cannot be compared to the primary force of the world of God. If the latter manifests itself clearly, the animal mind cannot resist it directly, but it can distract its conductor, the person standing on the spiritual path, with its trifles, in order to throw him off the right course, catch him with another illusion, and so on. The beginnings of manifestation of will in terms of creation appear in a person only when he, maturing spiritually, comes out from under the power of the animal mind. That is when he leaves the sixth dimension, getting into the seventh. And even then, it will not be a manifestation of will as such in the current human understanding, but simply a new quality and expansion of the abilities of the conductor of the divine will. Anastasia: yes, such substitutions from the animal mind accompany human as a being that lives in the material world at every step. If a person does not work on himself, he is simply wasting his life on material desires, on the temporal and the mortal. Rigden: on the one hand, a common person yearns to influence events of his life, craves for changes of his fate for the better. But these are all needs of the spiritual side, which his brain successfully turns towards the animal nature. As a result of this reversed understanding, people crave freedom in terms of matter instead of the spiritual freedom. They crave wealth, fame, satisfaction of their selfishness, and abundance in their temporary existence. If a person focuses on his material desires for a long time and makes a lot of effort to fulfill them from one year to the next, then sooner or later a series of events happen which leads to the desired result, even when by that time the person no longer needs it. In other words, a personality may have a certain impact on the three-dimensional world, achieve what it desires, but this process is accompanied by huge expenditures of effort and energy and takes a long time. However, the question here is different. Is it worth spending one's life and great potential on achieving the temporary material wishes of the body? Anastasia: some readers are asking, what is the meaning of my life? Why am I here? Am I really here just to plant the tree, build a house, and raise children? And in their thoughts, they themselves respond that if that were the main purpose of man's existence on earth, then first of all, he would not need such a complex structure of matter, including such an overabundant organization of the brain, which includes various levels of the state of consciousness. Second, it would be logical to assume that everyone who already has a house, children, and a personal garden would be happy and satisfied with their lives. But in general, These people ask such age-old questions without finding satisfaction in achieving the desires of their youth. Rigdon. The meaning of man's life is not at all in reproduction and improvement of his material living conditions. These are just natural instincts of any animal which is genetically programmed to create a burrow or build a nest and so on in order to raise offspring. A human is more than an animal. His purpose is to become a spiritual, immortal being. But in chasing his material desires, man irrevocably squanders two valuable factors, time and life energy. I draw your attention to the fact that they're spent irrevocably, and consequently certain opportunities are lost. In his choice, man is free, of course, to fritter away the life force that he has on the programs of the animal nature in this illusory three-dimensional space. But as a result, he will miss the most important thing for which he has come into this world. And after all, man is given as much time and as much energy as he needs to free his soul, and even above that, more than enough for possible errors in the process of getting personal experience by his personality. Figuratively speaking, time and life energy are like gasoline for a car, the body, which is enough to drive exactly from point A to point B with small deviations given the complexity of the way. But if you go in the opposite direction instead, if you dedicate your life to the whims of your material, for example, go to tune up your car, to satisfy the ego by the master, the animal nature, then as a result, you will run out of time and energy allocated to you. Eventually, you will lie so beautiful at a car junkyard of subpersonalities, just like the others around you, rusting and rotting. While you could have purposefully used that time and energy to get to destination B, where your final transformation into a completely different being, a spiritual being, would have taken place. Anastasia. As you once said, whatever little world of personal power man has built for himself in the material world, it is temporal and transient. Everything in this world has an end. Entire galaxies, stars, and planets are destroyed, and the human body is all the more mortal. Rigdon. It is difficult for people to understand that their existence is momentary, and they're afraid to even think about death. But death for man is just another form of life. It is the result of his lifetime choice. For a person in whom animal nature dominates, it is difficult to realize that there is something bigger than this material world. But when the personality works on itself and as a result gets in touch with the spiritual world, then it comes to realize that it is the spiritual world that is the real and the main creating force, and everything else in a person's life is just games of the animal mind, a chase after an elusive illusion. Anastasia. Yes, this knowledge is really interesting and important, and it gives a completely different understanding of not only the visible, but also of the invisible world. Rigdon. Absolutely, but perhaps let us get back to our conversation about the human structure in the invisible world. Human, like other information objects of the material world, from giant stars to the smallest particles, has certain projections, kind of his mirror reflections at the energy level. Different peoples at different times have denoted them differently, describing or recording the invisible structure of man in the chronicles of secret knowledge, sacred texts, and pictures. Let us conditionally call these life projections essences, as they are quite sentient, even more so than people suppose, and have their own characteristics. By their nature, these essences represent energy structures, certain local centers. In the invisible structure of human, these are the same inseparable parts of him, like the head, arms, and so on, are in the physical body. In the center of the structure, in the middle of all the projections of a person, is the soul. The essences are energy and informational structures, and they play an important role both in the life of man and in his after-death destiny. They have great capabilities and are connected with other dimensions where interaction takes place on a subtle energy level. Thanks to them, a person can influence the world from the perspective of higher dimensions of the material world, up to the sixth dimension. Human essences are named according to their location around the structure, as well as the conditional orientation relative to his physical body. The front, the back, the right, and the left essences. They represent the main fields, so to speak, the living sides of a four-sided, truncated pyramid in the overall human structure. They are approximately located at an arm's length from the physical body of a person in the directions corresponding to their names. In the front, in the back, and at the sides, on the right and on the left side. The knowledge about them has been considered sacred since ancient times. There exist many various references to them in the mythology of peoples of the world from antiquity to the present day. For example, this information can be found in cosmological myths and legends of the peoples of the world, in rituals of sorcerers, shamans, priests, and exorcists. In particular, the descriptions of the latter often say that a person addresses the four elements or directions of the world, the four spirit aids of man, and so on, while performing a certain traditional ritual. In many cases, the connecting link is the center. In the sacred legends, this is the soul as the center of man's energy structure, the fifth center. In other cases, it is referred to as the first center, while in practical rituals, it is the personality's consciousness. So the external actions of such a spellcaster are, as a rule, either a theatrical play designed for the public, imitation of the lost knowledge without understanding the essence, or mere concealment of it. In reality, the main action takes place in a person, in his inner world. With help of certain knowledge and practices, he simply gathers himself into a single whole and operates these essences. The personality is the control center. Thanks to such joining, the person's capabilities in the invisible world greatly expand. I draw your attention to the fact that these essences are not the astral doubles of a human. Each of the four essences represents, let us say, a certain energy field. Figuratively speaking, this is a transparent cluster which can turn into any thought form that a person sets, a mirror image of the person himself, or some image of an animal, spirit, and so on. We can say that a person, while doing certain meditation techniques, in an altered state of consciousness, assigns to one of the essences a certain thought form, and focusing his attention on it materializes that essence. Anastasia. So basically, it is a transition from the state of an energy wave into a material particle. As soon as the observer focuses on the essence, the process of transformation of energy into subtle matter takes place. Accordingly, it acquires a thought form, the image put into it by the person. Rigdon. Yes. At that, its connection with the invisible world is fully preserved. As I have already said, each of the four essences has its own characteristics and manifests a certain connection between the visible and the invisible world. The front essence is located in front, at an arm's length from the physical body of a person. It is connected with the person's life here and now, both in the third and in higher dimensions, and with his movement from the present to the future. This is a kind of a vector and an indicator of the life's way. If a person chooses the spiritual, then this path has one vector and a focused direction of striving forward to a higher and the final result, merging the personality with the soul, that is, to spiritual liberation. This essence is responsible for the person's self-development, for spiritual movement. It carries a peculiar emotional color, that of faith, spiritual love, and hope for the future. If a person's intentions on the spiritual path are stable, then it also serves for him as a very good protection against the external invisible influence of others or alien aggressive essences. Its activation can be seen by the state of the person himself, when he feels inspired, and when a surge of positive emotions and the deepest spiritual intentions can be observed in him. In legends of the peoples of the world, the front essence was often designated as a unicorn, as well as the element, spirit, of the sky, air. It was depicted in the form of a free bird, a falcon, or the mythical thunderbird, the phoenix. In many cultures, the bird served as the symbol of the soul, the divine essence, the spirit of life, the spirit of the sky, freedom, ascent, inspiration, prediction, prophecy, and a connection between space zones. Anastasia. Indeed. In fact, birds were depicted already in the Upper Paleolithic era, and sometimes with emphasis on the sacred character of these designations. In the Neolithic age, they were also painted along with the solar, sun signs, which were placed above the birds. Rigdon. Quite true, which points to the special significance of these paintings, if, of course, the person possesses knowledge about secret signs. So getting back to the front essence, the knowledge about the operation of the four essences greatly expands human capabilities. Frequent losses of sleepers happen due to lack of basic knowledge in these matters. For example, the majority of sleepers act through their front essence without even realizing it, and thus make a big mistake which leads to poor performance in their work, waste of time, and high energy consumption, which often results in rapid lethal outcome for the operator. The more experienced sleepers act through their left essence. But more about that a bit later. Anastasia. Sleepers are largely unknown to society. This is a secret special forces unit in the national security structures of civilized countries. It is quite surprising that the policy of materialization of consciousness of the population takes place everywhere in the global community, and that the very seditious thought of creating a science to study the human energy body, the existence of which has already been known for a very long time, is ridiculed. In this context, an increase in the development of such special forces takes place in almost all civilized states which compete with one another. After all, their specialists are able to extract information without leaving the room, influence certain individuals at the energy level, or protect the top officials of these countries. Rigdon: because the key word in this matter is politics. That is why this knowledge is not available to nations. By the way, do you know the origin of the special term sleeper? As they say, as you name a ship, so it will sail. The word sleeper was borrowed from Norse mythology. The supreme god there was Odin. He was the god of wisdom and the father of witchcraft and magic spells, a connoisseur of runes and legends, a priest, a bearer of magical power. He had a shamanic intuition, knew magical arts, was cunning and insidious, and was the ruler of people. He later acted as the patron of military alliances and as the sower of military discord. So Odin possessed an 8-legged steed, Sleipnir, the slipper. He could carry his owner with lightning speed from the world of gods, Asgard, to another dark world, the world of the dead, Niflheim, the world of humans, Midgard. In other words, was able to slide between the worlds. It is on Sleipnir, according to legends, that Odin took part in the equestrian competition with the giant. Anastasia: well, nothing changes in the people's world. The same political and priestly competitions at the expense of power and people's necks are still going on. I pity those people who work for this priestly structure and squander their unique powers on nothing, on whims of the human mind, enslaved by the animal mind. Rigdon: what can you do? People themselves make their choices. As they say in the East, wisdom never becomes perfect in one whose mind is not steadfast, who knows not the truth, and whose faith wavers. But let us get back to the topic of our conversation. The back essence is located at the back, at arm's length from the physical body. This is a kind of an observer of the present and a chronicler of the past. It is connected with the present and the past of the person, with the accumulated information, and not only during this life. For it, the past is a database of information. The present is the control and tracking of information, so to speak, in the real-time mode, that is here and now. The back essence is a kind of a portal. It is an observer, which is directly linked to the pineal gland, epiphysis. Thanks to this portal, after mastering certain meditative techniques, it is possible to carry out tunneling to any point in the past. The back essence is usually depicted in the form of a fish, a seal, for example in the traditions of the northern peoples, a lizard, an elephant, or a turtle. It is denoted by the element of water, that which immerses into the depths of the past. The Siberian peoples have preserved mythological references about some kind of opposition of the bird and the mammoth, and it was the bird and the fish with the Sumerians. The Bek essence may also be depicted as a spirit with a human face, symbolizing the human past. The right essence is located at an arm's length to the right of the physical body of a person. This is in essence one of the constituent parts of the animal nature in man. More precisely, the right essence has several qualitatively different functions, the manifestation of which depends on what is dominant in man, the spiritual nature or the animal nature. The right essence is closely related to this world. The main emotional characteristics of its manifestation in man, when dominated by the animal nature, are aggression, despondency, or fear. If it is not controlled by a person in a proper way, then he often becomes subject to its attacks. The latter is felt as a flow of bad thoughts, or thoughts that provoke negative feelings, and as a sudden surge of the state of depression. Its attacks are characterized by the narrowing of consciousness to the level of a certain problem, as well as by such emotional states as despondency, anger, greed, resentment, self-blame, a manifestation of any fantasy or illusion, and looping of thoughts on the same problem. But this happens when a person gives the power of his attention to these thoughts. I must point out that all four essences simply trigger the birth of certain thoughts which correspond to various surges of certain emotional states. But the essences keep alive and amplify, especially when the animal nature dominates, twisting a situation beyond recognition, making a mountain out of a molehill, only those thoughts that the personality chooses. Man has a choice, the thoughts of which essence to give preference and his attention to, simply put, whom to listen to. But as soon as he makes his choice, that is, as soon as he gives preference to certain thoughts, active work of this or that essence which has triggered these thoughts begins. Anastasia. By the way, you once mentioned that the processes of so-called secret influence, mental manipulation, infection of the masses with ideas that stimulate aggression, anger, and negative emotions in people are associated with activating the right essence in people. Rigdon, that is so. Inhibition of the front essence in people and activation of their lateral essences are carried out by specialists experienced in these things. Such influence is similar to hypnosis. In a meditation, one can feel and observe the influence of the right essence, understand where and how this flow goes. It is felt as a downward pressure from the right, from the outside to the inside. However, if a person disciplines this essence, that is, if he exercises strict control over his thoughts and emotions, avoids negative feelings, strictly adheres to the spiritual direction, he will get an effective helper that is well oriented in the world of subtle matter and has a multidimensional connection with the same essences of other people. And I repeat, this connection happens regardless of time and space. In their sacred paintings, different peoples generally portrayed the right essence as some strong or aggressive totem animal. For example, the white tiger, the Kyrgyz shamans, bear, lion, leopard, monkey, and so on. or a mythical guardian, spirit. Mentions of this are recorded in archaic mythical and ritual traditions whenever aggression, fear, or unusual force is mentioned. They usually indicated fire as the element that symbolized this essence. The left essence is located at an arm's length to the left of the physical body. This essence is connected with the world of Ahriman, the world of the sacred knowledge of the material principle. It is endowed with a great number of features and functions, but again, their use by the personality depends on what is dominant in person, the spiritual or the animal nature. When the animal nature dominates, the left essence is characterized by guile, pridefulness, deceit, and seduction. This is a clever and cunning essence which will present everything in the best possible light, its only aim being the distraction of a person from the main aim, from the spiritual path. If the personality does not control this essence in a proper way, it triggers doubts in a person and leads him away from the spiritual path. While the right essence is associated with blunt aggression and anger, the left essence, on the other hand, can win with its logic, show the clarity of consciousness in building a logical chain from the animal nature. Just like the front essence, it pushes a person to search for something new, but in the material direction, suggesting that a person deserves more or that he's more significant than others. In general, the idea of megalomania and the thirst for secret power over others are the basis of its attacks on the personality when the animal nature dominates in consciousness. When such thoughts visit a person, then in the state of meditation, one can also trace pressure from the outside. It will be felt as downward and pressing from the left side. If a person disciplines himself and his thoughts more often, steadily adhering to the spiritual path, then the left essence also becomes a personal assistant and a private informant on sacred matters. In ancient treatises, the left essence is commonly referred to or portrayed either as a terrifying beast or a clever and cunning animal, such as the wolf, jackal, a mythical monster, dragon, snake, or as a guardian and a spirit. As a rule, earth, or rather ashes, are indicated as its element, symbolizing temporary values in this world. Anastasia. I will clarify for the readers that the front essence and partially the back essence in the mode of control and the tracking of information here and now are active helpers in the spiritual self-development of a person. At the same time, the lateral essences, the left and the right one, as well as the back essence with its database of information about the past, perform more of the sleeper's functions, working with other people's essences of the same name, and they also play a key role during the activation of the animal nature in man. Rigdon. That is right. The left essence in particular is the most informative one. It is the champion at retrieving information and manipulating the mood and desire of the object. When it is activated, it is difficult to resist it externally. However, it is also dangerous for the host of such activation, as it can lead him astray as well. If we're talking about aggression, despondency, or oppression by fear, the right essence is responsible for that. But all of this works under the dominant of the animal nature of the observed object. So if people do not want to be in the position of a rabbit in front of a boa, it is very important for them to learn to live on the spiritual wave, to live according to their conscience. When conscience is asleep, the demons whisper. These essences are convenient for fulfilling specific goals and objectives in the invisible world. These essences are a kind of intelligent, living instruments of the invisible world, which help a person in his spiritual development, if of course he knows how to use and control them. If he does not exercise such control, which is first of all related to purity of his thoughts, then these lateral essences control him. In other words, they gain control over him through domination of animal nature. To learn how to control and handle one's lateral essences, to start with, it is necessary to learn to understand what they are and how they work. You must be able to track their manifestations in you, their maximum activation. The latter is usually manifested in the form of one and the same mental habits, psychological hooks of the personality that are based on a negative and selfish way of thinking. Under the domination of the animal nature, the lateral essences do not care what negative or flattering thoughts they can activate in the consciousness and what external images they can use for this purpose. That is why usually people blame everyone else for their mental troubles, but never themselves. The most important thing for the lateral essences is the power of attention of the person himself, thanks to which they're increasing their influence over him. Figuratively speaking, they lull him into dependency on them. Most people do not know and do not understand how their essences function in daily life because of the material veil of the usual three-dimensional world. And this despite the fact that people are often faced with their manifestation. After all, when we think about other people, our acquaintances, friends, relatives, and so on, about people with whom we have had personal contact and therefore came in contact with their auras, then we're actually making contact directly with their essences. If we think in a spiritual vein, in a positive way, then our front essences correlate. And if we think in the material vein, in a negative way, then the corresponding lateral essences come in contact with each other. How does this happen? No sooner has a person had a thought, focused his thought on a certain person, then an information exchange at the level of subtle energies takes place between his and the corresponding essences of the person about whom he is thinking. For example, we just thought of someone whom we have not seen in 10 years, and he calls us literally immediately or visits us the same day. Or it can happen that sometimes during a conversation, a person knows in advance exactly what the interlocutor is going to say. He feels his mood and the flow of thoughts before he says anything. What is the reason here? This is precisely a manifestation of interaction of essences. It is just that one of our essences has come into contact with the corresponding essence of another person. After all, for essences, neither time nor space exists in our understanding. They live by different laws. These are a kind of intermediaries of the personality in its connection with other worlds. It often happens that a person who does not particularly care about the purity of his thoughts, who is open to influence from the outside, is busy with his daily chores, and all of a sudden he gets angry or feels inexplicable fear for no reason. Actually, the reason for this lies in the exchange of information. This exchange can be of different kinds, including in the form of informational manifestations of subpersonalities about which we have already spoken, the interaction of the lateral essences of a person with the corresponding essences of people, and for other reasons as well. It may also be a manifestation of the will of the animal mind, for a reason which the person does not even suspect, through its system of activation of the animal nature in a particular individual or in many people, regardless of where they are and whether they know each other or not. That is why it is important for any person walking the spiritual path to be aware of these manifestations, to be able to control his thoughts, and not to allow any interference of the animal mind's will, which is alien to him in his life. Anastasia. In many cases, people do not understand or even suspect the existence of such mechanisms of influence from the invisible world, although they themselves suffer greatly from this in everyday life. Rigdon. Yes, people may not be aware of it or know about it, but it is they who choose which thoughts to give preference to. And mechanisms of influence from the invisible world can vary greatly. If a person is in a state of domination of the animal nature, then it is quite easy to provoke him in such an invisible way as to trigger a negative surge in him, aggression and fear, with the help of the lateral essences, so that he opens up and gets out of balance. In other words, to enter into resonance with him, and then using his own energy to directly influence his lateral essences which control him. By the way, the conducts whom you mentioned in the book as a osmos act in the same way. They trigger negative feelings in people, and then they get control of their consciousness. This knowledge has also been used by priests in the ancient times, and the archon priests of today use these techniques to their utmost as a tool of invisible influence over people. But it is not only archons who possess this knowledge. Some sleepers also use these techniques in their work. After all, this is just a tool. It all depends on who uses it, how, and for what purpose. Anastasia. Please explain to the readers what happens to the front and back essences when the lateral essences are active like this. Rigdon. In general, it can be said that when the lateral essences are actively working in a person under the dominance of the animal nature, which is visible by the manifestation of negative thoughts or emotional outbursts by a person in conversation with other people, the front and back essences are simply being exploited by the lateral essences for their needs, instead of serving their true purpose, assistance in the spiritual self-development of a person, and the needs of the animal nature, just like of all matter, are one and the same, and can be reduced to the struggle for domination. As a result, the back essence begins to actively rake through the moments in memory about different life situations where there was an activation of struggle for influence, aggression, manipulation, focus on self-interest, and so on, and the front essence practically does not work for its intended purpose during this time, only occasionally activating a sense of hope for the future, which is successfully twisted by the consciousness, thought patterns, and the material way of thinking of a person into the hope of a future well-being in the material world. But person himself is to blame in this situation, because it is he who chooses which thoughts in his mind to give preference to. Anastasia. And if spiritual nature dominates in man? Rigdon. Then everything happens in a qualitatively different way. The person is more focused on controlling his thoughts, on self-training, spiritual development, and self-perfection. The front essence works actively in him, and thanks to the discipline of thoughts, the lateral essences, let us put it this way, perform an additional function of some sort of guards. Then, even if aggressive, manipulative information which the back essence reads comes from outside, it does not bother the person because his front essence is activated. Mentally, he simply ignores this information. At the same time, the lateral essences, which are controlled with the discipline of thoughts, besides taking part in the prevention of unwanted developments, in fact help in cognition of the invisible world, thanks to their capabilities and interconnection with other dimensions. That is why it is important to be a real human and live by the positions of the spiritual nature. Anastasia. I know from my own experience and from that of our group that when people are faced with cognition of their essences in practice, different emotions may arise in them initially, from surprise to fear, as a result of, so to speak, meeting themselves in the invisible world. Maybe this is just because of the habit from childhood to see ourselves from the perspective of three-dimensional space, and because of the surprise of beholding yourself in an entirely different way and volume from the perspective of other dimensions. Rigdon. This is natural, since at the early stages of cognizing his essences, man has not yet overcome the habit fixed in his consciousness by his life experience in the three-dimensional world, when any new phenomenon causes a mixture and struggle of two emotions in him, fear and extreme curiosity. Whichever wins in him is what the result of his cognition will be. This kind of fear is just the wrong choice, an emotion from the animal nature into which a person invests the power of his attention and thus materializes it. One must have spiritual freedom in cognizing the world. That is, one must be liberated from such fears through firm choice, self-knowledge, and the pursuit of a higher spiritual world. A person who is more experienced in spiritual knowledge does not fear the invisible world which is unfolding before him. He starts to simply use this knowledge, realizing that the essences observed by him are his own integral parts. In fact, it is himself in various manifestations of complex reality. Anastasia. Yes, as they say, God does not give anything that's unnecessary. Rigdon. Quite right. The existence of these essences is related to human choice, or rather to creating conditions for it, and to giving a certain degree of freedom to the personality. That's the point of all this multidimensional structure of a human. Had the lateral essences not existed, there would be no freedom of choice between the desires of the material world and the spiritual aspirations. between good and evil. So a person, despite his existence in limited circumstances, imprisoned in matter, would still feel the soul and walk towards God by intuition. However, with these different essences, he has an alternative choice to choose anger, aggression, envy, pridefulness, and infinite desires of matter, or not to give the power of his attention to all of this, to stand on the side of the spiritual and desire one thing only, spiritual liberation and movement towards God. Spiritual development of man may be figuratively compared to the movement of a car with recurring slippages. At first, a person's consciousness switches from one emotional state to another frequently and uncontrollably. This can be compared to an inexperienced driver who still confuses the acceleration pedal with brakes. The discipline of thoughts and control of his state of consciousness is exactly an attempt of a person to learn to control himself, his emotions, wishes, and thoughts, while at the same time keeping a clear direction of his overall movement, his view of life, and the main choice. That is, to live life consciously and with full responsibility, clearly focusing on the spiritual direction and continually keeping it in focus of his attention. Figuratively speaking, this is an intention to drive the car to the goal despite any small slips. Naturally, the more often you control yourself and the more attentive you are on your way, and not just stand gaping, paying attention to the thoughts and emotions of the lateral essences, the higher the speed of your movement, spiritual development will be. Anastasia. This is a good example. If you think about it, indeed, the majority of people live their lives unconsciously in a spiritual sense, paying attention to the thoughts from their lateral essences. They set small everyday goals and material tasks before themselves. For example, to save, steal, buy, assert temporary importance in the family, at work, in the society, and so on. Figuratively speaking, they drive their cars in circles, uselessly burning their fuel, life energy. Rigdon. It is just that they live their lives according to their own inner choice. In fact, they live limited, empty lives, which the system of the archons has prepared for them. Be a robot from morning till night with limited consciousness and a narrow range of interests and everyday worries. But these are all conventions which have been hyped in the world enough to make a human believe in them and work for this made-up system, which is one of the programs of the animal mind. In fact, it is a human who chains himself to this three-dimensional world because it is easier for him to be a slave in the system of material values than with his spiritual labor to earn true freedom as a personal path into eternity. A person's life is in his own hands, in his right of choice, in his desire to perfect and work on himself. Anastasia. Yes, especially since in our age of information technology, a variety of information becomes available to people about the spiritual heritage of different nations. Seek and you shall find. Rigdon. The medieval scholar Omar Khayyam, as a man who possessed a wide range of knowledge in a variety of fields, from physics and mathematics to philosophy and sacred knowledge, has the following lines. We're forced to suffer by the four, who make us eat and sleep therefore. But deprived of the whole, we go back to the start. To nothingness shall we return once more. Anastasia. Omar Khayyam knew of the four essences of a human? Rigdon, smiling. And how do you like this rubai of his? Born of four elements, you listen to the word from a secret world where flattery is unheard. You are a beast, a man, an evil spirit, and an angel too. All that you seem hides together inside of you. Or another verse by Omar Khayyam. When from the root of happiness, eternal branch of celebration grows, if life in the body has become for you like tight clothes, do not rely on your fleshy marching tent, for not so strong are its four ancient pegs. Anastasia. The eternal branch that grows from the root of happiness? Is this an allegorical comparison with the lotus flower in the solar plexus? The 10th points at the pyramidal structure. The four ancient pegs turn out to be the four essences. In addition, their primary mythological images are present here. The beast is the right essence, man is the back essence with the human past, the evil spirit is the left essence, and the angel is the front essence. It's amazing. Perhaps had I not known about the essences, I would have associated these words with material concepts. Turns out, people do not see even half of the knowledge that is reflected in the poems of Omar Khayyam. Rigdon. It is just that they do not bother themselves with the process of deeper learning needed to secure the key to knowledge. To continue the conversation about the human structure, as I have already said, cultural, mystical, and religious traditions, myths, and legends of the peoples of the world have preserved many mentions of, for example, the main four essences of a human with a single center, the soul. Anastasia. I remember you once told us that ancient Egyptians had 5 elements which made up the human being: the Akh, the Ba, the Ka, the Hat, and the Hu. I recorded this knowledge in the book Sensei Part 4. It's amazing how people reacted to this information. But then my reaction was quite similar in my time. It is as if people discovered something new for themselves. Despite the fact that records of the ancients about this have reached our times, many readers have not considered the concept of the soul precisely in such context. The impression is that the knowledge exists, but the key to it was lost in time. And it is your explanations that gave people that valuable key to understanding not only themselves and what is going on in the world, but also to the secret knowledge from ancient treasure chests of humanity. So one can also understand people, what is offered to them today as alternative knowledge about the soul, besides teachings of certain traditional religions, is mostly books of Western philosophy, where many things, as I now clearly understand, are written from the human mind. Rigdon. What can you do? People tend to complicate simple things. Anastasia. Indeed. But even so, a person who has an overall understanding of what is being referred to can easily sweep aside the husks of what was accumulated with time and understand the essence, of course, provided that he possesses primordial knowledge. It is just that society had lost the initial information, hence all the troubles. Your information largely explains the main essence of the primordial knowledge. I think that modern people will be more than just interested in learning about themselves, their essences, and about the soul, and the importance people attach to this information at all times. Rigdon: Indeed, today this information is unfortunately complicated and disguised as external rites, rituals, appeals to the four elements, cardinal directions, mythical spirits, images of animal helpers which are related to man, and in the characteristics of which one can see the knowledge about these essences of the human being. The sacred knowledge about the essences is concealed in the secret symbols of many ancient peoples of the North, Europe, Siberia, Asia, South and North Americas, and Africa. It was known in more detail to those who kept the sacred spiritual knowledge of one or another nation and possessed the techniques of cognizing the invisible world, shamans, sorcerers, religious priests, and so on. For example, the shamanic mythology, the shamanism of North Asian peoples, including the Buryats, the Altai people, the Mongols, which is closely intertwined with ritual ceremonial practice, has preserved the following notions. For instance, viewing a shaman as a being of ambiguous nature, half man and half bird, or a creature in the likeness of an elk, bear, or a Manchurian wapiti. There are also mentions of the shaman's zoomorphic doubles, the main one of which is called Matsvera, that is, the mother of beasts. Anastasia: Matsvera? I wonder, where does this name come from? Rigdon: First of all, according to the mythology of the peoples of North Siberia, for example, the Evenks of the Stony Tunguska, the Ural, the Ob, and the Yenisei river basins, the universe is presented in the form of the feminine principle, the great mother of the world, the progenitress of all living creatures, the mistress of the universe, and the mother of animals. It was believed that white shamans, while making their astral journey to the higher heavenly world, passed the ways of all the worlds of the universe to get the fullness of their magical power, but they received its main part only from heavenly mistresses. Thus they were endowed with the creating power from above, or using our language, with the power of Allatra, which was given to them by the heavenly mistress of the world. Secondly, in the past, it was mostly women who possessed sacred knowledge of the invisible world, because by their nature, they feel the invisible world in a more subtle, intuitive way. The mystery of creation, of the birth of new life, is connected with the woman, with the feminine principle. In other words, in ancient times, the spiritual, sacred knowledge was kept and passed down to future generations, mostly by shamankas and not by shamans. Later on, it is women who were considered to be stronger than men in mastering the shamanic practice of altering the state of consciousness. Scientists have already discovered a lot of ancient female burial places, together with different cult objects, decorated crosses, mysterious symbols, ornamented amulets, and special ritual items. There are many known ancient stone drawings and sculptures of girls with flowing hair, the third eye in the forehead, and certain signs indicating sacred knowledge. Take even the 4,000-year-old findings in Russia, for example, on the banks of the Yenisei, the Lena, the Angara in Siberia. or the pictograms of the cliffs of the ancient, the planet's deepest lake Baikal. Thirdly, the human soul, which was linked to the higher worlds, was usually called the Mother's One. The peoples of the north, such as the Yakuts, for instance, have still preserved interesting mentions. In ancient times, their ancestors believed that in order for a person to live and think in a normal way, the following components of the soul, Kut, which were received at birth, should be present in him. The mother's soul, Aikut, life and psychic force, Sur, the earthly soul, Buorkut, and the air soul, Suljinkut. It is considered that after the death of a person, the mother's soul and psychic force, Sur, return to their creators. The earthly soul goes to the earth with the ashes, and the air soul dissolves in the air. At that, for the shamans, each of these souls receives special upbringing and a special incarnation. Anastasia. Amazing. It's a pity that few people pay attention to the archaeological and ethnographic research of those peoples of the world that are small in number, because as it turns out, they have preserved the same knowledge that can be found in today's hyped-up religions and modern beliefs. You were just telling us about the peoples of North Russia, and I remembered that I came across some interesting information on the subject in research papers. For example, the Yakuts had a special attitude towards certain animals, the ritual worship of which is related to the idea of a dying and resurrecting beast. The latter was revered by the northern peoples in the form of either a bear or a whale. It was believed that God of knowledge, Bil-Chan, lived in the seventh heaven. Furthermore, the Yakuts had the ritual of making a nest of the child's soul. That is, a special nest was built on a special tree with 8 trunks for the future soul of the child. Shamanic mythology had the motif of the world creation from an egg. There was a notion of the soul as a bird, about the human fate after death, about God's gift, Kutsur, which you mentioned and which determined the entire life journey of man, and also many other things from the knowledge which I'm already aware of thanks to you. Most notably, they assigned an important role to the sign system in the form of special ornaments on the clothing, adornment, and magic items. They regarded it as secret knowledge, just like other peoples of the world. As for the 4 essences, as you've said, the Yakuts also had the notion of the shaman's spirit helpers. Rigdon. Well, not only the Yakuts, but other peoples have mentions of this as well. In particular, that at shaman's disposal, there are spirit helpers, which in those same ritual chants are called the force, the suite, the army. They often appear in the form of animals, fish, birds, or spirits, which travel to another world for the purpose of performing some action. They negotiate with other spirits, enchant, and fight spirits of sickness. They prophesy, obtain the sought-after object, and so on. The knowledge about the 4 essences can also be found in symbolical schemes. For example, in elements of shamanic clothing, according to which, figuratively speaking, just like according to elements of military uniform, one can determine the shaman's rank, the level of his astral feats, and so forth. For example, in the foothills of the Urals, the most common composition patterns on the elements of ritual clothing and the sacred images of the Permian shamans are birds, the front essence, reptiles, the back essence, two mythical creatures of almost identical nature, the lateral essences, and shaman himself in the center. Moreover, on the lizard's body they would sometimes draw 7 fish, emphasizing, among other things, the connection with the water element, dimensions, and also the memory of the acquired information. It should be noted that only adult people were depicted standing on the lizard, that is, ones who already had a past. 2 mythical creatures were usually drawn on each side of the shaman. In some cases, this was a direct indication of the right and the left essences by means of using traditional elements, meaning the animal nature, cloven hooves. Much later, the lateral essences began to be depicted in the form of 2 animals or people with axes, knives, arrows, and weapons in their hands. In other cases, notations were directly opposite in function, of heavenly mistresses of the world who combined elements of a female body and a female elk, a revered sacred animal. It was believed that their power could transfer the shaman to other dimensions, including the higher ones. Sometimes the symbol of Allatra, a crescent with horns pointing upwards, was placed on such images, believing that this way the shaman additionally increases his power. Later on, because of the desire to bring the lateral essences under their command, so to speak, for earthly purposes, these concepts began to be intermixed, which can be traced from images on various archaeological artifacts. Similar information about the 5 elements of the human being can also be found in other parts of the world. It is present in different religions and beliefs, even in such syncretic religion as voodoo, from the Greek word synkresis, meaning union, and synkretismos, joining, in this case meaning the union of different religions into a single system. This religion, thanks to mass media, has been hyped today around the world one-sidedly, and in a negative way at that, so most people associate its representatives with black magicians and sorcerers. Voodoo appeared on the island of Haiti, located in the Caribbean Sea, which separates North and South Americas, among the population whose ancestors came from West African tribes and had been brought to the island by force as slaves. So, according to the sacral views of inhabitants of Haiti, the architecture of the human spiritual essence consists of 5 components, namely, the physical body. This is an echo of the knowledge about the right essence. The spirit of this body granted by the great serpent named Dambola. This is an interpreted echo of the knowledge about the left essence. A special channel which connects the human being with his star in the sky. This is an echo of the knowledge about the back essence. The big kind angel, meaning life force in their understanding. This is an echo of the knowledge about the front essence. And the little kind angel, the soul. This is an echo of the knowledge about human center. At that, these 2 angels are regarded as the most important parts of a human, and it is about them that believers worry the most. Even typical death is not as scary for these people as the prospect of, due to actions of black magicians, forever losing their soul. or turning into a wandering spirit, or becoming a weak-willed zombie which carries out a sorcerer's orders. After all, they believe that if a sorcerer succeeds at capturing the big kind angel, he deprives the person of life power and the person fades away. As for depriving of life power, this is, by the way, an echo of the former knowledge about actions of the kanduk. In the Voodoo religion, there are also deity characters which are traditional for the African mythology, such as Legba. He personifies the east and the sun and is considered to be an intermediary between the world of the mortal and the world of spirits, guardian of the gate to the underworld, thanks to whom communication between people and spirits takes place. One of his names is the Master of Crossroads. According to the Dahomey mythology, Legba is the seventh son of Mawulisa, that very head of the pantheon of gods that I have already mentioned. Anastasia, was it when you were telling us about 72 dimensions, the spiral, and the Dahomey mythical serpent Aidohuedo, which while acting as a servant, carried this god Mawulisa in its mouth during the act of the world creation? Rigdon, yes. The myth mentions that Legba alone knows the language of Mau and the languages of his brothers, each of whom was given a special language by the supreme god. Legba informs Mau about everything that takes place in the kingdom of his 6 brothers. Anastasia, in other words, this points at 6 dimensions, the information structures that interact between the dimensions, and the cohesiveness of work of the 4 essences when a human explores the higher dimensions. Rigdon, quite true. When a ritual or a ceremony was performed related to calling a certain god of this religion, the leader would draw on the ground with flour or seeds an individual symbol, veva, of the god whom they addressed. Thanks to this, today there are symbols that contain the knowledge, including about the 4 essences, although modern admirers of this religion interpret it in their own way. Unfortunately, the emphasis has long been changed from the spiritual to the consumeristic attitude towards such knowledge. This applies not only to this religion, but to others as well. Figuratively speaking, people were once given as staff the knowledge, so that human, by leaning on it, could reach the summits of his spiritual self-perfection. But it is much harder to work spiritually on yourself and change yourself than to please your mind with flattering illusions of the material world. Human laziness and idle mind turned this staff into a tool to make a temporary dugout dwelling comfortable for themselves, thus exchanging a path into eternity for a stumbling block, the essence of which is dust. In other words, people selfishly try to alter the primordial knowledge for their own temporary needs, not caring about those who would come after them. Yet, thanks to the fact that this knowledge was disseminated in its time among the peoples of the ancient world who lived on different continents, today its echoes can be found in different corners of the earth. For instance, in such rites as the Holy Way ceremony, the North American Navajo Indians use certain sacred symbolic images composed of fine-colored sand, which are erased once the ceremony is over. When you get a chance, take a look at the sand painting Whirling Logs made for the sacred Nightway chant. In this painting, you will see the center, the right-facing swastika, the movement of Allatra towards expansion, and the 4 couples of female and male spirits, yay. Pay attention to the position of their arms. In the beliefs of the Navajo people, the supreme yay includes 6 female and 6 male deities, whereas altogether 14 kinds of deities are traditionally distinguished. It is believed that all of them are connected with the events of the initial creation. Furthermore, the Whirling Logs painting has a symbolic image of the 4 essences, where the lateral essences are depicted as guardian spirits. The back essence is represented as the past, with 4 identical marks, which indicate time, the 4th dimension. And the front essence is presented in the form of the main yay holding a squirrel bag, the speaking white god, the quiet talker who protects people. He was associated with the east, dawn, and grasses, and the entire picture is fringed by the main female yay in the form of a peculiar semicircle, the rainbow guardian goddess who surrounds the remaining yay and symbolizes the heavenly earthly path. This is a stylized symbol of Allatra. Anastasia. This is a comprehensive picture judging by your story. It turns out it includes knowledge about both the human being and the universe. Rigdon. Absolutely. References to the 4 essences with the center, the soul, are present also in Asia, particularly in the ancient Chinese mythology. Such a collective concept as Wu Tai means 5 mythological characters, each of which has its own assistants. This term was used by the ancient Chinese to denote the abstract spirits of the 5 elements. Wu Tai is mentioned in the ancient book Zhu Li, The Rites of Zhu. Various ancient philosopher authors deciphered the Wu Tai concept in their own way. Some wrote that this meant the 5 deities, others wrote about the 5 emperors, still others about the 5 grades. In any case, this notion was equated to the symbol of 5 directions, 4 cardinal points, and the center. These symbols were so important in the ancient Chinese ritual tradition that their images were placed nearly everywhere, on emblems, banners, in the art, in architecture, including bas-reliefs on gravestones. At that, they were located in a specific order related to this or that ritual. For example, banners, each of which was marked with one of the symbols of the 5 directions, were carried in a special order during movement of the army. In front, as a symbol of the front essence, they carried a banner with the image of Zhu Niao, the vermilion bird, symbolizing the south, which was a respected cardinal direction among the Chinese. Behind, as a symbol of the back essence, they carried a banner with the image of Quan Wu, a turtle entwined together with a snake, the symbol of the north. On the left, as a symbol of the left essence, there was a banner with an image of Queen Long, the azure dragon, the symbol of the east. On the right, as a symbol of the right essence, they carried a banner with an image of Bai Hu, the white tiger, the symbol of the west. However, for a knowledgeable person, it is enough only to have a look at the characteristics of these collective concepts in order to understand what is really meant here, taking into account peculiarities of the worldview of this nation. Anastasia: Indeed, the one who established this tradition obviously knew more about the invisible world. Besides, these concepts sound familiar. You said that the Wu-Tai concept was equated to the symbol of the 5 directions of cardinal points, 5 deities. Incidentally, isn't Huang Di, the Yellow Emperor, the 5th sovereign, the center of these 4 cardinal directions, 4 deities? Rigdon: Absolutely. Huang Di, or the spirit name Han Shu Nu, he who has swallowed a rod. The embodiment of his spirit is Unicorn Kuai Lin, a symbol of the center. Anastasia: In essence, this is a prototype of designation of the soul, the center in the invisible human structure, and an indication of its connection with the front essence, the symbol of which was the unicorn. Rigdon: Let us take a closer look at the characteristics of these characters. Huang Di means not only the Yellow Emperor, but also the shining, light-emitting sovereign. This symbol of the center was actually regarded as the supreme heavenly deity. He was depicted with 4 eyes and 4 faces. This tradition started as far back as when the ancient Chinese shamans, during sacred rituals, put on the corresponding 4-eyed mask. Why was specifically a 4-eyed symbol depicted? First of all, this is related to the conditional designation of the 4 essences. Secondly, this is because while doing certain meditative techniques, a person obtains a so-called all-embracing vision of the visible and the invisible worlds, a simultaneous vision of everything that happens around him, and sometimes even in other dimensions. Such capabilities are not available for the normal human vision in the usual 3-dimensional world. But should a person alter his state of consciousness, and obstacles to his inner vision disappear. Anastasia: Yes, this vision is impressive, especially when you're just beginning to perceive the invisible world from such an all-embracing perspective. I remember that 20 years ago, when our group was only learning these practices, how this first experience astounded me personally. It was quite different to observe processes and to experience that totally unusual feeling of such an inner visual perception. Yet even more impressive was the capability of getting an all-embracing view of any object, both about its outer and inner structure, as well as of the related information with which this object, had been in contact. By the way, you've just reminded me where I first learned about this character, Huang Di. A long time ago, while telling us that the human being had to learn to think the right way, you mentioned the ancient medical treatise Huang Di Neijing. Rigdon: I remember. The Chinese tradition links the beginning of healing and medicine as a science specifically to the name of Huang Di. Besides, this medical treatise, Huang Di Neijing, itself is translated as the inner canon of Huang Di. Everything external and physical arises out of the inner. Incidentally, legends say that Huang Di's supporter named Sang Chia, Fuxi in other versions, invented hieroglyphic writing, that is, sacred writings and signs. By the way, this culture hero was depicted on ancient bas-reliefs, also with 4 eyes as a symbol of exceptional astuteness. According to the legend, he was able to compose signs because he had penetrated the deepest meaning of tracks of birds and beasts. And now recall that shamans would usually depict the human essences in the form of birds and beasts, and compare this information with what you already know about signs. We shall speak more about the secrets of signs later, but for now, I will only mention to the readers that every symbol is a carrier of rather extensive information. Besides, there are special signs that can have specific influence, but the majority of modern people know nothing about them, despite the fact that such signs are present in abundance in society. Signs play an enormous role, and not only in the world of 6 dimensions. They are comparable to a trigger mechanism of certain actions. Anastasia. Yes, given even my practical meditative experience, this is an indisputable fact. Rigdon. But let us get back to a more detailed examination of the symbols of the 4 essences, as well as of the sacred center, as viewed by the ancient Chinese. So they had the unicorn, Kuei-lin, as a symbol of the center. It is described as a wonderful beast, which when it walks on the ground, does not break even a blade of grass, does not squash even a small bug. It can fly or walk on water as if on the ground. It is an embodiment of love for mankind and humaneness, a symbol of unity. By the way, ancient texts frequently mention the unicorn on par with deer, or rather as their kind of a leader. These are echoes of the legends about the heavenly deer, which were present in the shamanic myths of other peoples. Legends have various descriptions of this mythical creature, where different parts of its body are likened to body parts of some animals. But all this is just a characteristic, indicating the structure of the 4 main essences in which this center is enclosed. For instance, it is mentioned that this creature has a wolf's neck, a bull's tail, and horse's hooves. Wolf is a traditional designation of the left essence, and the bull symbolizes the right essence. The horse in mythological conceptions was often associated with movement in time and beyond time, with movement through dimensions and worlds, with the creature that carried some divine rider or a culture hero. The horse's hooves here symbolically indicated not only the functions of the back essence, but also the lateral essences, the animal nature, which when under appropriate control and when switching their operation mode, played the role of active helpers that connected with other dimensions and worlds. The Kuei-lin was believed to be a combination of yin and yang forces, Kui, the masculine principle, and Lin, the feminine principle. Taoist legends mention the immortal riding unicorns. All this is a figurative comparison of the knowledge that was disguised as myths, in particular, the knowledge about the invisible structure of a human, his spiritual component, and the real capabilities of knowing the invisible world. Next, a hidden symbol of the front essence in ancient China was Chiai Tai, the sovereign of the south, whose personification was Zhun Yao, Zhu Cao, meaning the vermilion bird. It was compared to the wonderful Chinese king bird Feng Huang, referred to as the phoenix bird in the West. This wonderbird was an embodiment of the feminine principle in contrast to the dragon. It was considered to be a messenger of the heavenly sovereign, was personified as the wind deity associated with the solar sun symbol of nature, and an embodiment of the love for humankind. According to the legend, it lives in the Eastern Kingdom of Perfect People. Its appearance was a sign of the onset of peace and prosperity. Legends have it that the immortals fly on this bird. But again, knowing the characteristic of the front essence and its interconnection with the invisible world, it is clear why the myth about this symbol was described exactly from this perspective. A hidden symbol of the back essence was Heidi, the Lord of the North, the Black Sovereign, that is the spirit called Segwan Chi, which means a record of harmony and light. Now recall the functions of the back essence. It is the keeper of information and is responsible for tunneling. The sovereign of the north was connected with the water element. Interestingly, a turtle entwined together with a snake, Quan Wu, was considered to be an embodiment of Heidi's spirit. This symbol was declared taboo. Generally, it should be noted that the turtle, just like the snake, occupies a special place in the Chinese mythology. It is associated with myths about the universe and the earth as the material world. The turtle is believed to embody the entire universe. The form of the turtle, with its dome-like upper shell, is associated with the ancient Chinese image of the universe, a round sky, while the flat lower shell, plastron, is associated with the flat square earth. In other words, with the sacred signs of the circle, the heavenly world, and the square, the earthly material world, which the ancients knew long before this associative image had appeared. It is no coincidence that when translated from Chinese, Quan Wu means dark belligerence. The thing is that the turtle's upper shell, the heavenly world, just like its lower flat shell, the earthly world, was associated with armor. Wu means belligerence, while color, Quan, is black with the tint of red. The latter served as an association with the invisible world. In fact, such an ancient image of the turtle entwined together with the snake meant a struggle in the invisible world between the heavenly forces. The convex upper shield of the turtle's shell, carapace, and the forces of the material world represented by the animal mind. The turtle's flat lower shield of the shell, plastron. All of this was taking place in the unified universe with a spiral structure, coils of the snake entwined around the turtle. It is no coincidence that later a character who was called Quan Wu, the Black Warrior, appeared in the Chinese mythology and had a corresponding emblem. He was often depicted with a beautiful face, hair flowing down to his shoulders, in a black robe, with a belt decorated with jade, with a sword in his hand, standing barefoot on a turtle entwined with a snake. Each element of the image served as a symbol of particular spiritual knowledge. It is the latter, the spiritual knowledge and service to the will of the spiritual world, that personified true belligerence. In folk tradition, the image of this warrior was revered as a deity that casts out evil spirits. Anastasia. Today, people don't understand the genuine meaning of the ancient expression true belligerence. Yet true belligerence for man is by no means a manifestation of his aggression, hatred, or malice in the visible world. True belligerence is a manifestation of the warrior's firmness in spirit of the fight with his animal nature or the animal mind. This is a characteristic of a struggle in the invisible world between light and darkness, as legends say. Rigdon. Absolutely. Waffle is the warrior who does not hone his skills in battle. So getting back to the subject matter, a hidden symbol of the right essence in the ancient Chinese mythology was Bai Di, the ruler of the West, the White Emperor, that is the spirit by the name of Zhao Jun, which means the calling one and the repelling one. The embodiment of this spirit was Bai Hu, the white tiger, the beast that instills fear in all sorts of evil spirits, patron of the West. Incidentally, the white tiger, the hidden symbol of the right essence, and the green dragon, the hidden symbol of the left essence, were drawn in medieval China as guardians on the gates of the Taoist temples. Together, they were worshipped as the guardian spirits of doors. Given that the right and the left essences also act as triggers of emotions and thoughts from the animal nature, their guardian functions and the door they protect had a sacred meaning. The latter meant that without conquering these two guardians inside himself, a human will not be able to enter the spiritual world. And finally, the hidden symbol of the left essence was Kang Di, the sovereign of the East, the azure ruler, that is the spirit named Lin Wei Yang, miraculous, powerful, looking upwards. And the embodiment of this spirit was Queen Long, the azure dragon. Images of the azure dragon, together with symbols of the other three cardinal directions, exist on numerous gravestone bas-reliefs and walls of burial structures. Interestingly, one can find the azure dragon as a helper of the god of wealth in the folk pictures of conjuring nature and auspicious spirit. At that, the dragon was depicted as scattering wealth and filling a kind of a horn of plenty, a special vase that gathers treasures with wonderful pearls which are exuding flames, as well as gold, silver, and corals. The god of wealth, who was portrayed as riding either a dragon or a tiger, was especially revered by merchants. A constant attribute of the Chinese god of wealth in folk images was usually the dragon associated with money. Again, if one compares all this information with the characteristics of the left essence, slyness, pridefulness, deceit, desire for secret power, then a totally different underlying motive of this entire legend becomes apparent. It must be mentioned that in ancient China, the green dragon was a very popular, and as they would say today, widely promoted character. It was presented to people as a symbol of spring, changes, and the East. But this is already a substitution of notions, an associative fusion with an image previously popular with tribes, which is older and more significant in mythology, and which combines the features of a bird, and later of a human face and a snake. Such an image is represented in the ancient Chinese mythology, for example, in the archaic female deity of the mother progenitress Nuwa. Nuwa, a woman gently sliding into the other world like water, the one having a connection both with the earthly and the heavenly worlds. In the legends, she was called the creator of all things and all people. Moreover, legends have it that she created a girl first, looking at her own reflection in the water, and only later did she create many other mortals, men and women. After uniting the last, she made them procreate on their own and imposed on them the duty of raising children. In the cosmogony of southeastern China, she was assigned the major role of a creating deity. It was believed that she had supernatural powers and was capable of making 70 transformations in one day. This is an echo of the knowledge about 72 dimensions and of the fact that a deity creates from the 72nd and the first dimensions, and these two dimensions influence the other 70. She was associated with victory over the Black Dragon, which was an embodiment of evil spirits, with the restoration of cosmic equilibrium, which had been disturbed as a result of a catastrophe during which the 4 earthly pillars collapsed. Moreover, it is to this creating divine feminine hypostasis that the greenish-blue color was inherent. In the mythology of different peoples, it embodied the element of water and of the feminine cosmic principle. This is a special color, indicating certain achievements in spiritual practices. I shall speak of it in more detail later. And now I will just note that even in the traditional view of the Chinese, the green and blue segment of the color spectrum is a single whole and is marked with the hieroglyphs that combine the meaning of green and blue. Mother Progenitress Nuwa was often portrayed together with a similar to her Fuxi, a being with a human body and a snake's tail instead of legs. At that, their bodies were intertwined. People who did not possess sacred knowledge interpreted such an interlacing as matrimonial intimacy. Actually, in many cases, especially in the ancient images of such divine characters, one can clearly trace sharing of the knowledge about the world as well as about the meditation tools used by man to achieve the highest spiritual state. Their symbols were often associated with a circle and a square. The founder of the civilization, culture hero Fuxi, who was considered by legends to be Nuwa's brother and later even her husband, also combined traits of a bird and a snake. Although earlier being a hero of the epos of tribes, he was portrayed precisely in the bird's image and was revered as a deity of the East. By the way, his name means the one who ambushed sacrificial animals. As I have already said, Fuxi is mentioned as the first creator of the hieroglyphic writing in signs, and it was already much later that people started to call him dragon-like and associate him in legends with the long dragon and draconian attributes. There is also another interesting point. Different cosmological myths were inherent in ancient Chinese mythology, including those about the creation of the ordered world, thanks to the divine feminine principle, the forces of Allatra. But what is today's emphasis? The modern world knows that Chinese mythology and philosophy are based on the yin-yang principle, that is the myth about the formation of the world as a struggle of two principles which on the one hand disturb the highest harmony of existence and on the other hand restore it. As present-day philosophers say, the principle of the idea of dynamic balance of alternative tendencies. In other words, in the modern world, new generations know nothing about the original mythology which described the beginning of the world's conception by spiritual forces and its ordering by the divine feminine principle. The fundamental Chinese philosophy begins right with the assertion of the idea of the world's duality, the unity and struggle of the two opposing principles, that is, with the stage of manifestation of the material world, of the forces of the animal mind, and their struggle with the creating divine principle. The question is, why has this particular myth been hyped around the world today, and why is this particular dominating principle being asserted? I think it will not be difficult for clever people to find the answer to this question, especially once they have basic knowledge. So the appearance of the dragon Queen Long in the world was presented in the mythology already as none other than a happy omen. Images of the green dragon were popularized as having an auspicious meaning and bringing untold earthly wealth. Sometimes during marches, a banner with its image was even carried in front of the troops, whereas a banner with an image of the white tiger was carried behind the army. However, if we trace the roots of such hype, they will lead to the ancient occult secret society, the Green Dragon, which has existed on the territory of China since ancient times, and thus clandestine, not exactly good deeds throughout the world. Anastasia. Yes, I mentioned this occult society in the book Sensei 4 while describing some little-known facts about the events and people that triggered World War II. In fact, as you noted very accurately then, everything is in plain sight for those who know. Rigdon. Absolutely. By the way, speaking of military campaigns, the governors, politicians, and priests who knew about the special symbols and signs that activate aggression in the masses have used them in such campaigns since ancient times, depicting them on shields and banners. And this was not only in China, but in other countries as well. Let us take, for instance, the Assyrian kingdom, which contemporary historians call the first known world state, founded on blood and conquest. Anastasia. Our history, unfortunately, is still being written under the dictation of the Archon's ideology, with the emphasis being made not on the first societies in the world, in terms of spiritual achievement of the human civilization, but on the first communities built on aggression and conquest of foreign lands. Rigdon. Well, it is in people's own hands to change the situation. So what did combat badges of the Assyrian army look like? They were mainly a diagonal cross in a circle with a vertical bar and two animals on each side, or an archer pointing his arrow to one of the sides. In other words, symbols and signs that indicated activation of the lateral essences. Anastasia. Assyrian combat badges? That's right. I read about them after you had mentioned the monogram of Constantine the Great, the labarum, a symbol of the Chaldean cosmology. The labarum was used as a military banner by the last Roman emperors before the division of the Roman Empire into the western part and the eastern part, Byzantine Empire. Already back then, all these standards and banners were used to simplify control of the troops. And if we speak about the Assyrian kingdom, everything is clear there. At a certain period of time, Babylonia, where the priestly circles among the Chaldeans were originally from, was a part of Assyria, and the Assyrians themselves practiced a religion which was similar to the religion of the Babylonians. Yes, it's surprising that people don't see the obvious, because during the rule of Constantine the Great and after it, they started to widely use in religion the sign of aggression, the monogram of Constantine the Great, which had long been used during the conduct of wars. Now it is placed in many cities of the world and can be seen by many people. But this is a war without declaring war. Someone obviously knew much more about this sign when they imposed it upon Constantine as a symbol of the new state religion of a country so powerful in the world at that time. Rigdon. Regrettably, that is so. Many people, when they go to a religious temple of the denomination which they consider themselves to be a part of, practically do not notice what signs and symbols surround them and for what purpose they're placed there. But a person definitely feels their work by his state. It is just that given the fact that no one discloses the true purpose of such signs to him, it is natural that a person will not even try to understand his compulsive psychological state. He considers such a state to be natural because he has repeatedly experienced it while attending similar institutions. And if one looks carefully, in such places one can see a variety of signs activating both the spiritual nature in man, aspiration for God, as well as the animal nature, through awakening subconscious fears. Very often in cultish and religious institutions, there are many more signs which negatively affect the human psyche than those that stimulate development and strengthening of the spiritual nature in person. Why? It is all about the goals and objectives, namely manipulation techniques, of one or another religion, practice which has been inherited from religions of the past and perfected over centuries. The first rule in such technologies is an inconspicuous preparation of the churchgoer's psyche for influencing his subconscious in such a way that he would implicitly follow veiled orders of the manipulator while at the same time believing that he is doing it of his own free will. Anastasia. And signs are precisely that very instrument of influence which unfailingly affect the subconscious of any person. Rigdon. Quite so. People have had the knowledge about this since ancient times. Suffice it to look at the drawings and signs of the Paleolithic era. Unfortunately, today this information is not possessed by the majority of people like it was in the days of old, but only by those who are at the ruling top of the nations. Nonetheless, the situation can be helped, if only that very majority so wishes. So the human psyche clearly picks up this influence of signs through the subconscious, because the structure of the psyche is based on the unconscious. In this case, consciousness has a subordinate function. And signs influence, let us put it this way, the archetypal component of an individual's psyche. Their effect is based on the individual's predisposition to unconscious suggestion. What happens if mostly negative signs are present in such cultish and religious establishments? A person goes to such institutions as a rule when an inner necessity for it matures in him. That is, if we exclude popular religious holidays or events which are typical to this or that nationality, when people traditionally visit temples to keep their friends and relatives company. In other words, when a spiritual surge occurs, but the personality cannot understand what exactly is happening to it. Naturally, such necessity intuitively leads a person to the place where he expects to get answers to his inner questions. That is why, when heading to such establishments, he is open to dialogue. That is, he has a certain degree of trust in religious workers. If a person ends up in a religious establishment with mostly positive signs, which strengthen the perception of the deepest feelings from the spiritual nature by the personality, this would inspire such a person even more, increasing the feeling of love and gratitude towards God, give rise inside him to the state of fearlessness, an expanded state of consciousness, and comprehensive perception of the world. Do you see the difference? The person would experience not fanaticism or strong emotions with yells of hallelujah in the fits of mass hysteria instigated by the crowd's great desire to save their body and live in it forever. By the way, after such emotions from the animal nature, a person once alone usually experiences emptiness, whereas he would actually feel exactly the fullness of the awakening of the deepest feelings, which give awareness, a spiritual surge of energy, charge him with eagerness to create for the sake of saving his soul and not the body. This is an example of how things in theory should be now if the human society really had the spiritual guideline for its development. But note that everything is happening in exactly the opposite way in the world. Why? Because the basis for creating any religion as an institution for controlling the masses is power and manipulation, camouflaged as spiritual care for people. That is why today, in the majority of cases, there are many more negative working signs in such cultish and religious establishments than there are positive ones. When mostly negative signs are placed in such establishments, they simply redirect the spiritual surge of a person, relatively speaking, like through the prism which we have already discussed, towards awakening inner subconscious fears and material desires in him, activating at the same time one or another lateral or the back essence. These signs create imbalance in the psyche, narrow consciousness, and escalate the state of fear, despair, and servile behavior in an individual. In such a state, he takes any information on faith. At the same time, a small number of positive signs in such establishments stimulate in a person hope for the future and the desire to live. In religious establishments, this is, as a rule, a standard formula of such a combination of signs which prepares a person for subsequent verbal suggestion, hypnotism from religious workers of one or another religion. As a result of such unspoken preliminary conditioning by signs, which strengthens subsequent verbal suggestions, the churchgoers, including one would think grown-up intelligent people who have higher education and scientific degrees, become as trusting as children. They are willing to listen to any cock and bull story told by the people clothed in religious garments without even getting into the heart of the matter, which are the suggestions from the animal mind, and where indeed the grains are given that stimulate their spiritual growth. Anastasia. Yes, in such a state of hopelessness or panic of a drowning person, people grasp at any straw extended to them. So at first fear is triggered in an individual, and then the manipulator demonstrates a way to get rid of this fear, though in the light that is favorable for him. Rigdon: Yes, this can be figuratively compared to a situation when a person is put into a cell and then driven to a nervous breakdown through threats and beating. Afterwards, a cellmate is sent to him who promises to supposedly release him from this confinement because he knows how. Naturally, the person begins to trust him, believing that he will save him from suffering, starts to treat his new friend with dignity and respect, for the latter gives him a feeling of hope, or rather supports in him an illusion of imminent liberation. However, note that the cellmate only promises, doing nothing to really set this person free, because he himself is a captive slave who is simply doing his job. It is the same in religion. Its servants are like cellmates who are quite far from being free themselves. However, while advocating their religion, as a rule, they state that a person does not have a single chance of salvation unless he is a follower of their teaching, who must adhere to all their rules and rights, be an eternal sponsor, political electorate fulfilling the will of their priests. While listening to promises of such a religious cellmate about his salvation, the person eventually becomes ready to fulfill any of his requests, considering it to be his duty, his wish, his conscious participation. This mechanism of manipulation is effective as long as it is hidden from human consciousness, for the manipulator will never admit his actions, and if this is the system that has been running smoothly for centuries, then oftentimes workers of this or that religion are themselves unaware of what exactly they're doing and whom they really serve. Anastasia: In general, hidden manipulation of religious priests who pursue the goal of subordinating as many people as possible to their power is that they first create appropriate conditions and a source of fear for the person, and then act as intermediaries for a temporary resolution of the person's internal conflict, which has emerged as a result of this, naturally in a form that is favorable to them. The more things there are that are unclear to a person, the lower is the person's degree of awareness of what is happening to him, and the greater the fear that these unclear things instill in him. Moreover, this process intensifies and loops the personality's attention in on itself. As for priests, the more fear they instill in the nations that are enslaved by their ideology, the stronger their power and the greater their authority, supported by these same nations. Rigdon: Yes, it is just that there is real manipulation of human feelings going on, and in favor of the animal mind at that. These signs which negatively affect the human psyche, for instance, the sign of an aggressive reverse swastika, are placed in such religious institutions as a rule within the churchgoer's sight. However, they're placed in such a way that they do not attract attention to themselves unless you know about them. They can be added to patterns or decorations of the external interior, the temple painting of walls or the floor, elements of carving and sculpture, or they can be included onto items and clothes of priests and so on. It should be understood that at the subconscious level, any person registers a large part of information from the visible world, even if he is consciously focused on something else. So a person visits such institutions when he has an inner need for it, during a spiritual search, or when he wants to get rid of his inner emotional suffering, which as a matter of fact is the consequence of a long-term dominance of the animal nature in him. In such moments, a person is open and is searching for help. But instead of spiritual help, in most cases, in such institutions, he receives material substitutions and a kind of looping of his state. Namely, negative signs intensify subconscious fears in him, while religious workers supplement those with their standard verbal suggestions, as a result of which certain material wishes and aspirations are formed in a person. The person focuses the power of his attention on this, and that in turn further reinforces the lateral and the back essence's influence on him. Anastasia. Yes, the signs with negative influence also trigger and additionally stimulate in people the mechanisms of suggestion, imitation, and reciprocal emotional infection that are typical for spontaneous behavior of the masses. These are the tools that actively influence the human psyche and create corresponding emotional tension, and ministers of religion, with the help of verbal influence, simply form a culmination and a resolution of these emotions in the direction they need. Thus, an artificially created psychological attachment takes place. A believer gets attached to one or another religion, and his personal identification with this particular community takes place. Rigdon. That is correct. So the influence of signs on the human being is merely physics. The process of their operation can be compared to a button that switches on a light bulb. People press the button when they need to create certain conditions for their work, to artificially light a dark room. At the same time, they do not even properly understand how this process takes place, what electric energy is exactly, and what is its true nature. There are several signs which have been used since ancient times to activate the animal nature in human. Naturally, the activation of such signs bodes no good for society, but people themselves choose what emotions and thoughts to give preference to and what to apply the power of their attention to. Anastasia. Yes, the proverbial human choice. Rigdon. Such manipulation is typical not only for religions, but for many occult societies as well. The Latin word occultus means hidden. In the overwhelming majority of cases, such societies attract those who yearn to possess supernatural powers to satisfy their egoism. By the way, if people pay attention to the history of development of aggressive secret societies which seek to achieve absolute power, they will notice that even the names of many of them are connected with the images of the right and the left essences. For example, the secret societies of the dragon, jaguar, leopard, tiger, and wolf. Moreover, their mystical foundation is made up of the rituals related to the right and the left essences. The gist of these rituals is to endow a person with the characteristics and supernatural power of whichever aggressive beast is honored in this society. It is the personal choice of members of such societies that plays the dominant role here, as well as their ideological or religious faith and ancient magical techniques for using the capabilities of the right and the left essences, which as a rule are known only to the leaders of such a secret society. This is one of the numerous examples of how spiritual knowledge was usurped by individuals and began to be used in a perverted version for the purpose of attaining earthly power and personal material goals. As the ancients said, a slave has only one master, whereas a power-loving person has as many masters as there are people who contribute to his rise in earthly power and spirits who contribute to the downfall of his soul. Anastasia. I'm convinced once again how important it is that the majority of people understand who is who in this world, are able to distinguish the true spiritual from material substitution, the truth from a lie, good from evil. Rigdon. Yes, humanity would then have more chances to avoid disastrous consequences for the civilization in general. After all, rules of the game in the material world, including those for occult societies, are based on the choice of mankind itself, or rather its majority. Various occult powers only provoke or initiate certain actions. That is, they only launch a program of this or that will, but it is people themselves who make these programs a reality of their own choosing by performing corresponding actions and by spending on it the time of their transient lives and the force intended for the salvation of their soul. And in order to be able to distinguish between the truth and falsehood in the world, one must work on oneself, keep track of one's thoughts and control them, and learn to see the world from the perspective of the observer from the spiritual nature. Many people who are searching for the spiritual do not even understand that the system of the archons directs their mind in a totally opposite direction, making them spend years and energy on material temporary comforts instead of the real salvation of the soul. As it stands today, unfortunately, most people choose the reign of the animal mind, which has seduced them with material desires. They unconsciously make its will a reality with their erroneous choice of what is transient and meaningless, and with their own hands support and strengthen the power of the archons. Look what is being popularized in the world, what substitutions take place. There are numerous signboards and slogans all around which induce multiple material desires and stimulate the ego. But a person is actually chasing not after material acquisitions, but rather after the sensation of possessing this illusion and the desire to achieve the long-awaited stability in his inner world. However, this stability depends solely on the inner work on yourself, on your spiritual self-perfection, and not on external circumstances. Here's a simple example. Close your eyes and imagine that you have everything: palaces, corporations, power over people. And then open your eyes, look around, and you will understand that this was an illusion that has ended very quickly. Life will also fly by in the same way, and everything will end very quickly. So is it worth burdening your own soul for the sake of this illusion and condemning yourself to a lengthy agony after death and to torment for centuries in the form of a bundle of negative emotions which you yourself have created in yourself while chasing after illusions of the animal nature. Suffice it to take a look at the world around us, what substitutions the animal mind creates for those who seem to want to move in the direction of spiritual self-perfection, while at the same time wishing for material things. For the most part, these people are unstable in their intention, and their spiritual impulses are easily redirected into the channel of material interests. Note what such people seek in their everyday lives and what they pay attention to, assigning to it the status of top priority in their day. Some are preoccupied with strengthening their personal influence on people, asserting their own significance, and profiting from spiritual knowledge. Others are busy cleansing their bodies, arguing themselves hoarse about vegetarianism. Still others are focused on losing weight or practicing different health improvement systems with selfish ambitions and empty inner content. Some people cling to sects or religious movements, once again delighting their ears with false promises of resurrection in their beloved bodies. Others meditate, attracting wealth, luck, happiness, and health. Some, because of the domination of the animal nature and out of foolishness, begin to consider themselves enlightened and competent in many spiritual matters, to combine different meditation techniques they know, mixing the sinful with the righteous. And what is the basis of all this? Pridefulness and affirmation of personal significance in the three-dimensional world, a secret desire of power over someone. Anastasia. Yes, substitutions today take place on a global scale. Suffice it to look at what particular psychotechniques are being promoted in society and popularized by the world media in order to confirm this for yourself. After all, these are mostly the usual methods of archons, so to say, meditations for the masses to attract material benefits. The sad thing is that most people do not even ask themselves why precisely such a material trend is being cultivated. Why is no money being spared to promote such ideas, buying the necessary expert opinions of globally known people? Why do these ideas revolve around pleasing one's beloved body and creating comfort around oneself and the egoistic little world of a self-lover? The answer is simple, so that a person would imitate this behavior and spend time and energy of his life on, roughly speaking, a tastier banana, and at the same time so that his hair is glossy and shining. However, like in any deception, nobody explains what consequences await the person later after he has wasted his life like a silly monkey on the search of a tasty banana, and his beloved body will simply die, just like any animal. But he, as a personality, will not escape from his sufferings and will have to pay too high a price for the wasted life. And what is daily spiritual work on yourself? First of all, it is the habit of controlling your own thoughts and not judging other people's thoughts. Man, as a rule, often notices manifestations of the animal nature in another person, but does not bother to pay equally careful attention to himself, does not try to come to know his own reactions to internal and external provocations of the animal nature, and does not find it necessary to work hard on himself in each day. Only by changing yourself internally and working on yourself can you understand the real processes of the visible and invisible worlds and consciously walk the spiritual path. In other words, inner changes must be, first of all, in the person himself. This is the meaning of his spiritual development. Everything else is secondary. The body should certainly be taken care of just like any other machine, but only for the purpose of reaching the goal. No more than that. It is necessary to know and keep in view the true goal of your life, which is spiritual liberation. This is the most important thing for any person. When man begins to know himself, he begins to learn about the complexity of his structure and its purpose. One can say that everything helps a person to make his conscious choice and become a new spiritual being. An important role in this transformation is played by his four main essences. Anastasia. Yes, different nations of the world have quite a lot of information recorded in various rituals, mystic practices, and sacred legends regarding the four essences and the spiritual center. Incidentally, according to different stories, every nation would place these four essences, orienting the front essence towards a certain part of the world. Could you explain this point to the readers? Why did people who inhabited different parts of the globe have their own understanding of this orientation? Rigdon. Generally speaking, the orientation of these four essences, according to cardinal directions, assigning a particular color to them, and so on, depended on local traditional preferences, customs, and common beliefs of this or that people, which were formed for centuries based on the sacred folk tales of their ancestors. For instance, the Chinese considered the south to be the most honorable cardinal direction, so they placed the symbols that corresponded to the front essence towards the south. For shamans of the northern peoples of Siberia, the main direction where they turned their faces, the front essence, during the performance of rituals was usually the north. Whereas for shamans of the southern and the eastern nations of Asia, it was the south or the east. The Indians of Mesoamerica regarded east or west as the main cardinal direction, depending on local traditions of certain tribes. In general, where a person traditionally turns his face while doing a spiritual practice, a religious ritual, ceremony, and so on, is where his front essence is. Certainly, while reading ancient myths, one should understand where there is folklore and where there is real knowledge, because many superficial, confusing things from the human mind were added with time, mainly as a result of a literal understanding of associative examples. But nevertheless, even today, one can find many interesting mentions, including those regarding the secret knowledge about the four essences of a human being. Anastasia. Such knowledge can be found in totemic sources and mythological conceptions of the peoples of Europe, Asia, Africa, and America. Rigdon. Quite right. In most cases, small nations which live on different continents, as a result of their rather long isolation from contacts with representatives of the civilized society, due to unfavorable climate or inaccessibility of their settlements to travelers, were able to preserve the knowledge of their ancestors. In some sense, this saved them, since the civilization had no idea about the existence of these peoples and their cultures. Consequently, their unique knowledge has not been totally destroyed with fire and sword by the latest new religion that was dominant in the world civilization, as was the case with the ancient knowledge of other peoples. Anastasia: Yeah, well, as they say, every cloud has a silver lining. But at the same time, now there's an excellent opportunity to compare what once existed in the past with what we have today, and to ask ourselves the question, why representatives of all the modern religions claim that only they and no one else in the world has spiritual knowledge. If we approach this question objectively and look into it in the state of an expanded perception of the world, it will then become obvious that the knowledge was one and the same everywhere. It's just that people gave different form to it and called it their own. After all, any renewed spiritual teaching was in fact formed consistent with the main secret knowledge that had been given to different peoples in the past, and it is only when priests had altered this knowledge and clothed it into a form of the dominant religion that ideology changed. In fact, they were narrowing perception of the world for nations right up to provoking fanaticism in the masses and thoughtless destruction of the heritage of their ancestors, of all that did not conform to the canons of the new religion. Rigdon: Undoubtedly. But here's what I want to point out. Despite such work by the priesthood on the destruction of the spiritual heritage of different peoples and indoctrination of new generations with the idea that all the previous beliefs are apostasy and heresy, basic knowledge about the four essences is present in the secret knowledge of practically all the world religions today. This can be seen from the indirect evidence of what is currently being offered to the masses in the teaching, philosophy, and ideology of this or that religion. It must be understood that priests of any religion will impose on the masses only what is beneficial to them and what will strengthen their power among the people, and not all that knowledge which their predecessors themselves once borrowed from other popular religions. Moreover, priests will never spread among the masses the original spiritual teaching which independently leads a person to spiritual liberation. But it is on the basis of attractive spiritual grains of this teaching that they form one or another religion. When religion itself as an institute of power is formed, much gets reworked in the original teaching and changed for the sake of the religious power of priests. For example, let us take Buddhism. At first sight, while reading the general philosophy of Buddhism, it seems that this world religion puts an emphasis on man's independent cognition of the world and of himself. After all, it presents to the masses a wide variety of practices which lead to enlightenment, and which, by the way, have been formed on the basis of the knowledge of other more ancient religions of India. But this sensation lasts only until you face the realities of today in this religion, as well as the priestly structure of this world religion. If a person does not distinguish between the spiritual nature and his animal nature, if he does not see substitutions from the animal mind, it is difficult for him to understand what the catch is, and what significant difference there is between, for instance, the original teaching of Buddha and the religion of Buddhism, which has, so to speak, appropriated this teaching. So the four essences of a human are mentioned both in the old Indian sacred tradition and in the Buddhist religious interpretation of Buddha's teaching. Among the supreme knowledge in religious teachings about meditation practices in Hinduism and Buddhism are attainment of intuitive knowledge, superconsciousness. In Sanskrit, in the English transcription, it sounds like abhijna, cognition of the world through a special altered state of consciousness, the state of integrity, unity, samadhi. Attainment of intuitive knowledge is interpreted as perception of the truth, the unity of the world, achieving oneness of the five categories: clairvoyance, clairaudience, having supernatural powers, reading other people's thoughts, and the memory of past lives. It is mentioned that an accomplished person is capable of influencing this entire material world right up to the seventh dimension, or as the ancient Indian treatises state, right up to the heavens of Brahma. After all, the path to the heavens of Brahma starts with renunciation of attachment to the 6 worlds of passion of the wheel of life. Anastasia. In fact, this oneness of 5 categories describes the result of work with the 4 main essences and the center, the personality. As a matter of fact, the result of a certain stage of spiritual work of a person is considered here, when these essences are already under his control and the person approaches the state of leaving the 6 dimensions. Rigdon. Just so. Man working on himself, changing and perfecting himself in the spiritual direction, achieves certain effects which give him additional capabilities in knowing the world. Anastasia. Yes, for instance, in the process of mastering spiritual practices, the personality, the center, acquires the ability of clairvoyance, that is, of contemplation with its inner vision from the perspective of the observer of the spiritual nature of any existing forms, regardless of distance and time, as well as of seeing the real essence of an event or a phenomenon. That is really so, taking into account even my practical experience of meditation for more than 20 years, and also the experience of those people with whom I had the honor of learning your teaching and that primordial spiritual knowledge which you have communicated. Such clairvoyance assumes, among other things, simultaneous contemplation of an object in different dimensions, understanding the underlying cause of its appearance, transformation, and so on. Achieving such a state of intuitive knowledge, the person realizes how to control the front essence, which in turn manifests in him the ability to understand and intuitively feel any being from the perspective of the observer from the spiritual nature, and also to make contact with it, regardless of space and time. Rigdon. That is correct. In the religious interpretation of Buddhism, this is referred to as acquiring divine hearing, clairaudience, which allows one to understand people who speak unknown languages and to hear sounds of the world, even at great distances. The thing is that the sound, according to Indian mythology, is a kind of a symbol connected with cosmic rhythms. The one listening to the sounds of the world is the one who knows them and who is able to extract cosmic rhythms. It is believed that everything is interconnected and is permeated with subtle cosmic vibrations. By changing himself and his small sphere, man makes changes in the bigger realm. Anastasia. Well, basically, yes, the person who judges phenomena of the world within the limits of thinking of a resident of three-dimensional space will perceive it as acquiring divine hearing. Indeed, the knowledge about the four essences is reflected in Buddhist philosophical teachings, although in somewhat embellished form. But still, even if we consider the above-mentioned categories, clairvoyance, clairaudience, possession of supernatural powers, reading other people's thoughts, and memory of past lives, it turns out that each of them points at the capabilities of a particular essence. I can judge about this by the practical experience of our group. For example, when we were learning the tunneling meditation technique, which involved work with the back essence, we were actually able to learn about our past and even partially read information about the past lives of our sub-personalities. In the Buddhist philosophy, the acquisition of memory of past lives implies knowledge of your past births and memory of your previous temporary states. Regarding the capabilities of the left and right essences, in our time we had a very good illustrative example, namely the spiritual work of those four warriors whom you were teaching the art of the Gelia warrior. That was when I realized how a person's control over the left essence reveals in him such abilities as knowing and reading other people's thoughts. By and large, this is not only revelation of such abilities, but also the perception of structures of the subtle world through feelings, and also exercising influence through them. I clearly saw how restraining the right essence with a strict control of your thoughts and certain meditation practices leads to influencing the core structures of the world and to the opening of certain supernatural powers, which in fact are a side effect acquired in the course of spiritual development. But most of all, I was impressed by the spiritual fortitude of this group of four. The acquisition of excellent professional skills did not shake their spiritual intentions, which unfortunately cannot be said about some people with whom I had to work in subsequent groups. Of course, there were different situations, including the ones that brought enlightening learning experience. For instance, 2 years of hard work of my group gave concrete results, but this also exposed the fact that some people from the group, in fact, were not ready to reveal such phenomenal abilities in themselves. Their consciousness was taken over by momentary success, a sense of their own importance and pridefulness. They started to secretly dream of their prospects related to the human world. In general, an imbalance in favor of the animal nature started. And the main thing is that sincerity was lost, as well as the desire of achieving specifically the spiritual goal. There simply began verbal hiding behind noble intentions against the background of evident attacks from the animal nature. Even a small success, in fact, triggered their loss of control over the animal nature. But at the same time, this was a good lesson for those who are able to recognize their mistakes and who adhere firmly to the spiritual direction. Such an experience grants the opportunity to walk the spiritual path in a more mature and conscious way afterwards. Rigdon. In fact, while going through the stage of learning the right and the left essences, instead of gaining control over them, a person runs the risk of getting under control of these very clever essences if he is tempted by the desire to possess invisible power and control over other people, and as a consequence of getting carried away with it and wasting the rest of his life on achieving a temporary result, having thus lost the opportunity of his liberation, of escape from the circle of reincarnations. This is a kind of a trap for people who hesitate in their main choice. In this regard, there is an interesting parable about a treasure hunt. Once upon a time, a wise man was passing by a village. He told the villagers there that countless treasures were hidden under the ground directly below their main square. Whoever finds them will gain not only wealth, but also they will never be the same again. The villagers rejoiced at this news. There was much debate and lengthy discussions, but finally the residents decided to dig up the treasures together. Armed with tools, they began to dig. However, after a while, when they still had no expected results from their labor, the villagers' enthusiasm began to fade. The first people to abandon the excavations were the ones who talked a lot. Rather than actually doing anything themselves to find the treasures, they only tried to tell others how they should work. These were followed by people who quickly became exhausted by this hard work. They decided these treasures are not worth all this effort. There were others who started finding pieces of broken tiles, ancient crockery, and old coins. They hid what they had found from the rest, thinking these were the real treasures, and soon they had left the site too. Other people simply enjoyed the experience of the treasure hunt. They believed that these feelings of joy from the search must be the treasures promised by the wise man. Eventually, as time dragged on, and only mud and rocks were strewn around them, their joy evaporated. So they turned their backs on this task, for they proved to be just too weak in spirit. As time went on, many of the remaining people started to doubt the possibility of success in their search. They began thinking that they had become prey to some deception or a mere myth. The villagers started leaving the treasure hunt site one by one, and only those few who were fixed on the goal, who worked diligently and hard, found their treasures in the end. But after they had found the treasures, none of them was seen in this village again, and those villagers who had participated in the treasure hunt but had not found the treasure, for the rest of their lives were preoccupied with self-justification and explanations of why they had not stayed with everyone back then. After all, it had been a chance to change their miserable lives for the better. Some of them spent the rest of their lives wandering in the search of that wise man who had originally revealed the secret of the treasure, hoping they could find out what the treasures looked like, where they were now, and how they could be acquired. So the treasure is the spiritual transformation of man. To achieve it, It is necessary to work hard on yourself each day. Not everyone who is attracted by the prospect of the path reaches the end of it, because the path involves internal changes. The first ones to leave the path are those who talk much but do nothing to transform themselves. They are followed by those who look for easy victories. Then, those who are tempted by the abilities that have opened up in them to satisfy their significance in this world also stray from the spiritual path. They are followed by those who find pleasure in the very process of searching for the meaning of life, but do not understand themselves, and as a result, they find nothing. Finally, those who doubt themselves and the sage that revealed the spiritual truth to them, and who even doubt the truth itself, also walk away from the spiritual path. All these people interpret the spiritual path in some way which benefits them in this material world. It is only those who walk with pure and sincere intentions right to the end, persistent in their spiritual labor, transforming themselves in each day, only they find their spiritual treasures in life that make it possible for them to leave for another world. The parable teaches us that quite often, while following the spiritual path, people are merely seeking personal successes in this temporary for them world, instead of seeking their spiritual treasures, which open to them a way to eternity. Anastasia. Yes, this is the truth of life, which was important not only in ancient times, but also now. Everyone makes their own choice.